Made by Shredder Fanfiction. Like, subscribe and hype video.
The MC is reborn as Tenno with the ability to transform into every Warframe. The Tenno are the faction controlled by the players. Each player is a Tenno with a suit of biomechanical armor called a Warframe. The combat abilities provided by Warframes are vastly superior to both the Corpus, high technology, and the Grineer's vast numbers. Even the most inexperienced Tenno can fight their way through hordes of basic foot soldiers alone, and teams of experienced Tenno can best even the deadliest enemy threats.
Young Justice, reborn as a Tenno, I have the power to transform into every Warframe. Chapter 1, Steel and Sparks. When I opened my eyes, I wasn't lying on asphalt anymore. The last thing I remembered was a blinding flash, a horn, and the sickening crunch of metal. Then darkness. Now, I was standing in a dimly lit field under a twilight sky. The air was cold and dry, the ground packed with red-brown dirt. I felt different. My body was taller, stronger. It was sheathed in a form of metallic muscle, fluid and alive. I looked down at my hands. They gleamed faintly with light blue energy pulsing between seams of polished armor. I clenched my fists and felt the hum of a reactor beneath my chest plate. My breathing came not from lungs but from a system deeper and more efficient. I was a Tenno. And not just any Tenno. I could feel the potential thrumming beneath my skin. Every Warframe blueprint, every power, every weapon discipline, it was all part of me. I didn't question it. I felt a rush of pure satisfaction. I could become Excalibur, Rhino, Volt, Mesa, anything I wanted. A grin tugged at my lips. For once, I had power that didn't depend on chance. The world around me shimmered, then solidified into an urban sprawl. High-rises, streetlights, and asphalt roads filled my vision. The faint hum of traffic in the distance told me I was on Earth, modern Earth. I crouched on a rooftop, scanning the city below. Then I heard shouting. Explosions echoed across the nearby dockyards. I leapt from the rooftop and landed soundlessly near the commotion. Down below, I saw a group of costumed teens in the middle of a fight. My mind instantly recognized them: Robin, Kid Flash, Aqualad, Superboy, Miss Martian, and Artemis. Young Justice. So this was early in their journey, Season 1, judging by their gear and the lineup. They were fighting against a masked man wielding deadly precision and advanced weaponry. Sportmaster. Robin was flipping between crates, tossing explosive discs, while Kid Flash darted past to pull civilians away from stray gunfire. Superboy was trading blows with mercenaries, each hit cracking metal. Artemis kept firing arrows from cover, her face tight with irritation as her father barked orders mid-battle. The sound of ricocheting bullets made my instincts snap into focus. I crouched behind a container and exhaled. I could test this new body. I could help. I switched to Rhino instantly, feeling the shift as my armor grew thicker and heavier. My hands became like stone, my footsteps deep and weighted. I stepped forward and slammed my fist into the ground. The resulting shockwave knocked several of Sportmaster's men flying. Crates splintered under the force. Kid Flash skidded to a stop in front of me, eyes wide behind his goggles. "Whoa, big guy, where'd you come from?" "Does it matter?" I said casually, rolling my shoulders. "I'm helping." Robin landed beside him, eyes narrowing behind his mask. "We usually don't accept random armored giants in the middle of missions." "Then consider me an exception," I said. Before they could question more, a missile streaked toward our position. I turned my body and caught it midair. The impact rattled my arm, but it didn't explode. I squeezed the projectile until it crumpled, then tossed it aside. Superboy stared for a second, his usual scowl slipping. "You're strong." "Yeah," I said lightly. "I get that a lot." Sportmaster growled from a higher platform. "Who the hell is this?" I looked up, smirking beneath the mask. Just someone tired of watching amateurs get shot at. He aimed his staff launcher, but before he could fire, Kid Flash darted up the wall in a red blur and kicked it aside. Robin followed, grappling to a crane while tossing an explosive disc that forced Sportmaster to jump back. "Nice teamwork," I called out. Artemis shouted from behind a crate, "Don't encourage them." Her tone carried irritation, but there was tension in her expression. She was fighting her father, it was written all over her stance. I moved forward to intercept two of Sportmaster's backup mercenaries. Switching forms again, I became Volt. Electricity surged along my arms, crackling through the air. I lunged, moving faster than human sight, and struck one across the chest. The impact sent sparks flying. The other raised a rifle, but I caught his wrist and twisted it, disarming him before slamming him to the ground. My movements felt clean, fluid. No hesitation, no uncertainty. "Who is this guy?" Kid Flash shouted between punches. I grinned. "You're wondering that now while I'm helping you." He blinked, then shrugged mid-motion. "Fair point." Robin chuckled as he landed beside him. "At least he's polite." "Polite and effective," I added. Miss Martian floated overhead, glancing down with curiosity. "I don't sense any hostility from him." "Good," Aqualad said firmly, deflecting a spear with his water bearers. "We accept all help that keeps us alive." "Exactly," I said cheerfully. Sportmaster retreated across the scaffolding, shouting orders into his COMM. The fight grew louder, but more structured now that I joined in. Robin gave quick tactical directions while Aqualad coordinated positioning. I followed their rhythm, integrating easily. Volt's agility allowed me to move between them, redirecting enemy focus and keeping pressure off the younger heroes. Superboy smashed a shipping container open, grabbing another group of mercs and throwing them aside. I felt the charge of battle in my body, not the chaos of desperation but the steady pulse of efficiency. Artemis fired arrows beside me, her expression tightening every time Sportmaster spoke. She kept her tone clipped but precise. "You're in my line of fire." "Then shoot straighter," I replied lightly, shifting my stance. Her glare softened slightly before she released another arrow. It exploded on contact with a guard tower. "Nice shot," I said. "Shut up," she muttered, but her mouth twitched. The rest of the team regrouped near the center. Aqualad assessed the situation quickly. "We must cut off Sportmaster's escape route. He is attempting to reach the speedboat dock." "I can handle that," I said. "Cover the area." Before they could respond, I transformed again, this time into Nova. My frame shimmered with golden energy, gravitational energy pulsing at my fingertips. I dashed forward, leaping over stacked containers until I reached the pier. Sportmaster spotted me and fired 2 grenades. I waved my hand and absorbed the blasts into a shimmering distortion field. The air rippled around me. He cursed, jumping down onto the pier and drawing his batons. "You think armor makes you special?" "No," I said, stepping closer. "Skill does." He attacked first, his movements sharp and practiced. I met him head-on, blocking his blows with quick bursts of speed. Sparks scattered with every hit. Behind me, the team closed in. Kid Flash zipped across the dock to grab stray grenades and toss them into the water. Robin flipped in from above, landing a kick that sent one of Sportmaster's henchmen reeling. Aqualad raised his water bearers, creating a barrier to shield Artemis as she aimed a shot toward her father. She hesitated just for a second. I saw the tension in her jaw and decided not to step in. Instead, I pushed Sportmaster back with a shockwave of gravitational energy. He stumbled but managed to recover. "You've got tricks. I'll give you that." "Tricks keep things interesting," I said lightly. Miss Martian hovered near Superboy, communicating silently as they coordinated to block off escape routes. Robin called out, "Wally, keep him pinned. Artemis, take the shot when you can." "Working on it," Kid Flash shouted. I switched back to Rhino for sheer power, slamming my shoulder into Sportmaster. He was fast enough to roll with the impact, but I caught his baton mid-swing and snapped it in half. "Not bad," he muttered, narrowing his eyes. The fight continued to spill across the docks. Each of us moved with purpose, the team adjusting to my presence faster than expected. Robin's tactics accounted for me without hesitation, and Aqualad adapted to my tempo, signaling whenever they needed openings. Between attacks, Kid Flash zipped by me again. "You ever think about joining a team?" he joked breathlessly. I laughed. "You asking for my number?" "Just saying, you'd look good in red," he said with a grin. Robin shook his head. "Don't encourage him." Miss Martian smiled faintly, her tone calm through the chaos. "He fits in surprisingly well." Superboy's reply was short. "As long as he fights." We pressed forward, Sportmaster retreating toward his last escape route. I switched to Excalibur this time. The shift was smooth, my form lighter, blade materializing in my grip. The sword gleamed faintly under the floodlights. I charged. Our weapons clashed, metal ringing across the water. Sportmaster countered fast, but I was faster. He tried to sweep my leg, but I sidestepped, parried, and brought the blade across his chest plate. Sparks flew, forcing him to stumble back. Artemis finally fired her arrow, hitting the ground near his foot. The blast knocked him off balance long enough for Superboy to tackle him hard, pinning him down. Robin handcuffed him within seconds. The fight wasn't over. Mercenaries still surrounded the outer dock, but the main threat was neutralized. Aqualad exhaled, stepping forward. "Well done, everyone." Kid Flash rested his hands on his knees, panting. "Man, that was what's the word? Epic." Robin smirked. "You mean effective?" "Same difference," Wally said. I sheathed my blade and turned to them, the energy fading from my armor. "You all held your ground well." Aqualad approached, his tone respectful but cautious. "You fight with training. You are not one of us, yet you chose to assist." "Why?" "Because it looked like you needed it," I said simply. "That's reason enough." Robin crossed his arms. "So you're just a wandering armored guy who drops in to help random heroes?" "Something like that," I said with a shrug. Kid Flash grinned. "Well, mysterious guy, whoever you are, thanks. You definitely saved our butts." I chuckled. "You're welcome. But maybe next time, don't start a fight in the middle of a weapon smuggling yard without backup." Robin frowned. "We had a plan." "Sure you did," I said, amused. "It involved getting shot at." Miss Martian landed softly beside him. "He's teasing you." Robin sighed. "I noticed." Artemis crossed her arms, avoiding eye contact. "You didn't have to get involved." "I wanted to," I said gently. "You did fine, though." Her posture stiffened. "Yeah. Thanks." Superboy glanced toward the unconscious mercenaries. "They're waking up." "Then let's make sure they stay down," Aqualad said. The group moved to secure the area. I helped without complaint, lifting debris and disabling weapons. The steady rhythm of post-battle cleanup gave me time to think. This was early in their journey, before the betrayals, before the secrets and fractures. They were still young, still learning. Kid Flash walked beside me, stretching his arms. "So seriously, man, got a name?" "Big metal guy feels kinda clunky." "Just call me Tenno," I said. He blinked. "Tenno? That's New. Fits, Robin said, typing on his wrist computer. Not in any database, though. I'd be disappointed if I was, I said lightly. Miss Martian smiled. Well, Tenno, thank you again. We couldn't have done it so smoothly without you. You could have, I said. Might have taken longer, though. Superboy gave a curt nod. You fight well. So do you, I said, returning the nod. Aqualad stepped forward again. If you are staying on Earth, there may be future missions where your skills are useful. We would be glad for your assistance. I'll think about it, I said, voice steady. Robin tilted his head. You're not the type to sit still, are you? Not really, I said. But helping people's not a bad way to spend time. Kid Flash chuckled. See? I like this guy already. Artemis muttered under her breath, you like anyone who compliments you. He pointed at her. Hey, flattery keeps the world moving. She rolled her eyes. The sound of distant sirens drew closer. Aqualad gestured toward the dockyard entrance. Time to leave. I stepped back, watching them regroup for extraction. Robin looked over his shoulder. You coming with? I shook my head. Not this time. Kid Flash grinned. Mysterious exit, hey? Classic. Stay alive, Wally, I said with a smirk. He blinked. Wait, how? I was already gone, slipping into the shadows before they could press further. The night air cooled my armor as I stood atop a nearby crane, watching them disappear into the distance. I felt calm. Fulfilled. I had power, purpose, and a world I understood down to its smallest details. This was the beginning. Chapter 2, A City Out of Place. The docks had gone quiet after the fight. The air still carried smoke from the explosions, but the noise had faded to distant sirens. I moved across the rooftops, each jump measured and light, the sound of metal boots barely audible on the old tiles. The armor flexed with every motion, smooth and responsive. It felt good. I stopped on a tall warehouse roof and looked back toward the water. The Young Justice team would be on their way back to base by now. They had handled themselves better than I expected. Robin had been sharp, Aqualad precise, Wally loud as usual, and Artemis careful but still tense. I smiled faintly at the memory. They were still young, still raw, but they had potential. The quiet gave me space to think. I knew exactly where this point in the timeline sat, early days, before the Light's plans would really start unfolding. There was time to prepare. I could still move without drawing attention. I crouched and looked over my hand, flexing it slowly. The armor responded perfectly, energy pulsing faintly under the plating. I thought about the Warframes I had. Rhino's brute strength, Volt's speed, Excalibur's precision. But there were stronger options. Some frames carried power that could destroy armies or stop space itself. I wanted to feel those differences again, to see which stood above the rest. I straightened and triggered a transformation. Energy rippled across my body as Rhino's armor formed thicker, heavier, the ground beneath my boots cracking slightly from the pressure. I rolled my shoulders, feeling the density of the frame. Power solid as steel. I took a few steps, each one leaving small indentations in the concrete. Strong, but not subtle. I let the energy shift again. The armor contracted and thinned out, becoming sleeker. Volt's speed filled my limbs. Sparks scattered from my hands as my body adjusted. I dashed once, the air parting around me. Fast, but too noisy for certain situations. Next came Nova, energy folding inward into gravitational precision. The air shimmered around me. I moved a hand, watching the distortion ripple faintly before fading. Good control, clean flow. Still, I wanted something lighter. I shifted once more. The frame dissolved into soft streams of light that reformed as wisp. My armor now glowed faintly, light drifting behind me like a small trail. Every motion was weightless. I hovered a few centimeters above the rooftop. The sensation was almost effortless, pure mobility. Perfect. I lifted one hand, adjusting energy output. The teleportation pulse felt stable, balanced. I wanted to see how far it could reach. I triggered the jump. Light surrounded me, the world folded inward, and then I was standing somewhere else. The first thing I noticed was the smell. No sea air. No oil or salt. The scent here was darker, mixed with rain, smoke, and exhaust. I looked around. The buildings were older, taller, the street below narrower. Neon signs flickered in broken rhythm. The skyline beyond carried thick clouds and dim lights. It hit me a second later. This wasn't Happy Harbor. I walked to the edge of the rooftop, looking down at the city spread beneath me. The gargoyle statues, the narrow alleys, the muted glow of streetlights that never reached the corners. Gotham, I said quietly. I frowned. How the fuck did I get in Gotham? I hadn't meant to travel this far. The teleport must have overshot by a huge margin. I stepped off the rooftop and landed softly on the sidewalk below. The street was mostly empty, a few cars passing in the distance. The air felt colder here. Heavier. I started walking, trying to figure out where I was exactly. That's when I saw him. Bruce Wayne. He was walking out of a side street, dressed in a dark suit, coat collar folded neatly. His steps were calm, controlled. He looked exactly like he did in every public appearance, composed, unshaken. I slowed down automatically, a little surprised. No way, I murmured. He hadn't noticed me yet. I kept walking until we were near the same corner. He turned his head slightly, eyes catching mine for a brief second. There was no expression change, but I could see the small flicker of awareness in his gaze. He was reading me, assessing. I didn't say anything. Not yet. A sudden scream broke the stillness. It came from the alley across the street. We both turned toward it at the same time. Two men were dragging a woman backward into the dark. One had a knife, the other was trying to yank her purse away. Her voice cracked as she tried to shout again. I sighed. Of course. I started walking toward them. Bruce didn't move yet, but I could feel his attention stay locked on the scene. I reached the alley and called out, my tone casual. Hey, guys. Wanna let her go? One of them looked back immediately, his expression irritated. Get lost, man. The other smirked, brandishing the knife. Yeah, don't make this worse for yourself. I kept walking closer, unbothered. You sure about that? Yeah, the knife guy said. Here's what you do. Leave your wallet and phone, and maybe we'll let you walk away. I stopped a few steps from them and turned my pockets inside out, showing empty hands. Sorry. Don't have any. The first one snorted. Then get lost before. I raised one hand, palm closed loosely. But you wanna see what I do have? He blinked, leaning slightly forward. What the hell's that supposed to? I punched him square in the face. The hit landed solid and fast. He dropped instantly, the knife clattering out of reach. The second guy froze for a split second before trying to swing at me. I caught his arm and delivered another quick strike, straight to his jaw. He crumpled next to his friend. Both out cold. The woman stumbled backward, breathing hard. Thank you. I gave a short nod. You should call the cops. Stay near the lights until they get here. She nodded quickly and ran. I turned around and noticed Bruce Wayne standing a few steps behind me now. He'd followed quietly, hands in his coat pockets, expression calm but focused. He looked down at the two men briefly, then back at me. "You handled that fast." I shrugged. "They weren't hard to handle." He took a step closer, stopping just out of arm's reach. "You knew around here?" "Yeah," I said. "Wasn't planning to be here, though." His eyes stayed on mine, unreadable. "Gotham isn't the kind of place people end up in by accident." "Guess I'm the exception," I said lightly. His gaze narrowed slightly, studying me. He didn't speak for a moment. Then I decided to cut through the silence. "Oh hey, Batman," I said cheerfully. His expression didn't change at first. Then his eyes sharpened, and I saw a small flicker of surprise, brief but real. He stepped closer. "What did you just call me?" "Batman," I repeated casually. He paused, scanning the street quickly before lowering his voice slightly. "How do you know Batman?" I smiled faintly. "Feeling." He frowned. "Feeling." "Yeah," I said, tilting my head a little. "I can now confirm it." For the first time, he looked genuinely confused. It didn't last long, but it was enough. He reached forward slightly, his hand brushing my arm as if trying to stop me from leaving. "Who are you?" I grinned. "Someone who really shouldn't be in Gotham right now." Before he could react, I activated Wisp's energy. Light spread instantly across my body, wrapping me in a thin aura. The air shimmered. His eyes widened just slightly at the sudden glow. "See you around, Batman," I said. Then I disappeared. The teleport took me across the city in a flash of light. I reappeared several rooftops away, landing quietly on a ledge. The skyline stretched wide beneath me, Gotham glowing faintly under the clouded sky. The night wind hit my armor, cool and steady. I crouched and looked down at the streets, replaying the moment in my head. The casual look on Bruce Wayne's face, the way his voice didn't shift but his eyes did when I said it. He hadn't expected that. I leaned back slightly, resting my arms over my knees. I hadn't planned to run into him. My teleportation had jumped too far, but it wasn't a bad accident. Gotham was dangerous, but it also meant proximity to information, and Batman was the center of it all. I stayed there for a while, watching the movement below. The city was alive, even this late. Cars passed slowly on the main roads. Somewhere farther away, a police siren wailed and faded again. Eventually, I stood and stretched my arms. The armor hummed quietly. The teleportation had worked better than expected, even if the range was unpredictable. I'd need to practice more before using it around populated areas. Still, the thought of Bruce Wayne's expression when I said his name made me laugh quietly. "Yeah," I said under my breath. "Definitely Gotham." The wind picked up slightly, carrying the faint hum of the city. I turned my gaze toward the far skyline where the Wayne Tower lights glowed faintly through the mist. Then I stepped back, activated the light pulse again, and vanished into the night. Chapter 3, A Very Wrong Landing. I didn't wait long in Gotham. Once I'd steadied my balance and confirmed my systems were stable, I knew I couldn't stay there. The longer I remained, the more likely Batman would start following my energy trail. I wasn't interested in having the world's best detective breathing down my neck, not yet anyway. I stood on the edge of a rooftop, looking toward the horizon. The city lights stretched out beneath a layer of fog. My armor hummed faintly, ready for another jump. "All right," I said quietly. "Back to Happy Harbor." I activated Wisp's teleportation ability again. Light rippled around me, bending space. The city folded away in a flash. Then everything went wrong. The air around me distorted violently, brighter and heavier than before. The teleport dragged longer than usual, the world flashing in and out of focus. When the light finally faded, I wasn't surrounded by city lights or rooftops anymore. I was standing in the middle of a forest, bright sunlight, clear skies, and humid air. Birds chirped nearby. I blinked a few times, trying to process what I was seeing. Huge marble columns stood in the distance, half covered by vines. A wide, open training ground spread below a set of stone steps, where dozens of women in armor practiced with spears and shields. They moved with perfect rhythm, each strike echoing through the open air. I froze immediately. Oh no! This wasn't just any forest. I recognized it instantly. The Amazon training grounds. Themyscira. How the hell did I end up in Themyscira? I muttered, looking around like the scenery would explain itself. I took a slow step backward, trying not to make a sound. My armor glinted faintly in the sunlight. I crouched slightly, scanning for the best direction to leave without being seen. Unfortunately, I wasn't that lucky. A voice rang out from the training grounds, strong, confident, unmistakable. Who is that? I turned my head and saw her, Wonder Woman. She stood at the edge of the formation, holding a sword, her expression sharp as she focused on me. The other Amazons followed her gaze instantly. Perfect. Just perfect. I raised one hand awkwardly. Wrong address. Before anyone could respond, I turned and ran. Stop him! Wonder Woman shouted. Dozens of Amazons immediately gave chase, their footsteps pounding against the ground. Spears glinted in the sunlight as they sprinted after me. I moved fast, dodging trees and leaping over roots. I could hear them gaining. The sound of armor and weapons grew louder. I pushed harder, activating every ounce of mobility the Warframe gave me. My feet barely touched the ground. Wait! Intruder! One shouted. Get him! Another yelled. Seriously? I muttered, weaving between two massive trees. I didn't even do anything. The sound of an arrow cutting through the air whistled past my head. I looked back. One of them had drawn a bow and fired without hesitation. The arrow embedded into the tree beside me. All right, that's enough, I said to myself, sliding to a stop near a rocky cliff. The sea stretched out beyond the trees. You don't chase a guy across the whole island for sightseeing. Another arrow flew by. Fine, I said, grabbing the edge of the cliff. You want magic tricks? I'll give you one. I cycled through my frames quickly, searching for the one that could handle a fast, powerful escape. Wisp wouldn't cut it, the range was unstable. I needed something stronger, something that could transform completely and jump distance in one go. My body shifted into limbo, dimensional energy swirling around me. The fabric of space twisted slightly. Let's try this again, I muttered. The Amazons reached the clearing just as I triggered the shift. Wonder Woman's voice echoed behind me, clear and commanding. Halt! I looked back just long enough to see her leap into the air, sword ready. She was faster than most could track, but the portal had already formed. Maybe next time, I called cheerfully. The world exploded into light again. The light cleared, and I felt weight slam back into my body as I fell hard. The air whooshed out of my lungs as I hit something solid and wooden. A loud crack echoed through the space, followed by a startled yelp. I blinked, trying to reorient. My vision steadied, and I realized I was lying on top of a long table. The smell of food hit me instantly. I looked up. Every member of the Young Justice team was staring at me. Kid Flash's mouth hung open, a spoon halfway to his face. You again? I gave him an awkward smile. Yeah. Miss Martian stood near the kitchen counter, holding a bowl of salad. She looked both startled and slightly exasperated. Could you get off the table, please? I looked down and realized she'd been about to serve dinner. Right. Sorry. I stood up quickly, brushing crumbs and bits of broken plate off my armor. Didn't mean to interrupt. Robin smirked slightly. You've got terrible timing, you know that. I'm starting to notice, I said, hopping down from the table. Artemis sighed loudly. What is with you and dramatic entrances? Pure coincidence, I said lightly. Superboy crossed his arms, unimpressed. You fell out of nowhere. Again. Yeah, but I landed safely, I pointed out. Kid Flash grinned. On our dinner table. I shrugged. Still counts. Miss Martian floated closer, her tone polite but firm. We were about to eat. I can tell, I said, looking at the food. It smelled good, warm, fresh, actual home-cooked food. I walked to the side and pulled out a chair, sitting down without hesitation. The others were still staring. I didn't realize until after I sat that the chair I'd chosen was already taken. Artemis walked up beside me and frowned. You're in my seat. I looked up at her, then back at the chair. You sure? She raised an eyebrow. Yeah, I'm sure. I shrugged. Then get another chair. There is no other chair, she said flatly. Then I don't know, I said, already reaching for a plate. She glared but didn't move. Unbelievable. Robin chuckled under his breath, clearly amused. You're really not shy, hey? Why would I be? I said, taking some of the food Miss Martian had placed near the center. Kid Flash watched me with growing disbelief. You're just gonna eat? Like, no questions, no introductions, nothing. Do I need to? I asked, taking a bite. You already know I'm the guy who helped you fight Sport Master. Aqualad, sitting quietly across the table, nodded once. That is true. Though arriving through the ceiling was unexpected. Teleport accident, I explained with a grin. I was aiming for somewhere nearby. Superboy stared. You overshot. Yeah, I said, chewing. By a lot. Miss Martian sighed softly, floating down into her seat. You really shouldn't just drop in on people. I'll work on my landings, I promised cheerfully. Kid Flash leaned closer, resting his chin on his hand. So, what, you can teleport? Fly? Fall from space? A bit of everything, I said. Robin grinned. You're either lucky or insane. Little of both, I said happily, taking another bite. Artemis finally gave up standing and sat down across from me, arms crossed. You know you're eating my food, right? I looked down at my plate. There's enough for both of us. She frowned, but Miss Martian smiled slightly. It's fine, Artemis. I can make more. Artemis muttered something under her breath but didn't argue. Aqualad watched quietly, then spoke in his calm, deliberate tone. You appear to possess abilities that are unusual, even compared to those within the league. Perhaps it would be wise to explain. I wiped my mouth and nodded once. I can transform. Different armor forms. Each one's good at something different. Robin leaned forward. Like power suits. Sort of, I said. But faster. Stronger. Kid Flash gestured with his fork. And totally random teleporting. Still working on that part, I said lightly. Superboy shook his head slightly, still skeptical. You don't look like you belong to any group we know. I don't, I said simply. Just help when needed. Miss Martian smiled faintly. That's nice. I grinned. See? She gets it. Artemis rolled her eyes. You're unbelievable. Kid Flash laughed. I think I like this guy. Robin smirked. Only because he's unpredictable. Hey, that's half the fun, I said. Aqualad glanced around the table. Perhaps introductions should wait until after dinner. We can speak properly once everyone is calm. Miss Martian nodded. Agreed. I didn't argue. The food was good, and the conversation gradually shifted back to their usual back and forth. Kid Flash complained about training drills, Robin made dry comments, and Superboy remained quiet but attentive. Artemis still glanced my way occasionally, clearly annoyed that I'd taken her seat, but she didn't say anything else. I leaned back slightly, satisfied. It wasn't the smoothest re-entry, but at least I'd made it back to the right group mostly intact. Chapter 4, The Reluctant Recruit. Dinner ended slower than I expected. The team took their time cleaning up, laughing, arguing, and teasing each other in that easy way that only people used to each other could. I stayed seated until Miss Martian gently pushed the last plate toward the sink with her telekinesis. That was really good, I said as I leaned back. Miss Martian smiled politely. Thank you. I'm glad you fell in for it. Kid Flash snorted. Yeah, quite the entrance. I'm still trying to figure out how you went from saving us to falling through our ceiling. I told you, I said, waving a hand. Teleportation accident. It happens. Robin leaned forward, elbows on the table. Not to normal people. Exactly, Artemis said flatly, still irritated I had taken her seat. And not twice. Maybe I'm just that good, I said cheerfully. Superboy frowned slightly from his corner of the table. Or that careless. I smiled. Either works. The banter went on for a while. Aqualad stayed silent through most of it, calm as usual, watching and listening. Eventually, the group started to disperse, cleaning up or heading toward their rooms. I stayed where I was, still relaxed in the chair. The warmth of the room was comfortable, and I didn't see any reason to rush. Kid Flash looked back from the hall. So, mystery metal guy, where are you gonna crash? You don't exactly have a room here. I shrugged. Didn't really think that far ahead. Robin grinned. That's becoming a pattern with you. I pointed a finger at him. I prefer the word spontaneous. Miss Martian floated by, setting the last dish down. We have spare rooms, she said kindly. Or, well, empty ones that aren't really furnished. Perfect, I said, standing. I can sleep anywhere. Artemis crossed her arms. Figures. I followed Miss Martian down the hall. The layout of Mount Justice was just like I remembered: long corridors, sliding doors, metal floors that echoed faintly. She stopped by a room near the end. This one isn't used, she said. You can stay here tonight. I looked inside. It was empty except for a small table and a plain bed. It would do fine. Thanks, I said. She smiled. You're welcome. Good night. Night, I replied. She floated off, leaving me alone. I sat down on the bed, testing the springs. It wasn't exactly comfortable, but after everything today, Gotham, Themis Sira, and falling through a ceiling, it felt fine. I leaned back and stretched. I had barely closed my eyes when the base's alarm went off. The red lights along the ceiling started flashing. A mechanical voice echoed, "Mission alert! Mission alert!" I groaned and sat up. Footsteps ran past the door almost immediately. Kid Flash's voice called out, "Come on, team, briefing room." I rubbed the side of my head. Seriously? I heard Superboy's heavy steps and Artemis's quick ones as they all moved down the hall. I could have stayed put, but curiosity got the better of me. I walked after them at a slower pace and leaned against the wall just outside the briefing room. The hologram table glowed with light. Batman's projection stood in the center, his voice steady and calm. A shipment of experimental tech was stolen from a Wayne Tech convoy. Coordinates are being sent now. Team, move quickly. The image flickered out. Robin looked up. Gotham again. Artemis sighed. Great. More fun in the city of crime. Aqualad straightened. We depart in 5 minutes. The group began to move, grabbing gear and checking equipment. I stayed leaning against the wall. Kid Flash noticed first. You're not suiting up. Nope, I said simply. I'm not even part of your team. Robin looked back at me, one eyebrow raised. You sure? You drop in on missions often enough. I helped once, I said, holding up a finger. That's not membership. Superboy crossed his arms. You're coming. Nope, I said again, grinning. I need my beauty sleep. Artemis snorted. You? Beauty sleep. I spread my arms. Hey, can't look this good without maintenance. Kid Flash laughed loudly. Okay, I actually like this guy. Aqualad walked over, calm as always. You have proven capable in combat. Your presence could make the difference. I shrugged. That's nice to hear, but it's your mission, not mine. He looked at me for a long second, patient but firm. Then consider this a request. Still no, I said with a smile. Superboy's frown deepened. We don't have time for this. Before I could step back, he grabbed my arm. His grip was stronger than most could break. I raised an eyebrow. Really? I asked, amused. He didn't answer. Aqualad moved in from the other side, gripping my shoulder. You're both wasting energy, I said casually. You can come quietly, Aqualad said calmly, or we can carry you. I sighed, clearly entertained. Fine. But I'm not promising anything. Kid Flash grinned as he zipped past. Man, this is the best thing I've seen all week. They dragged me toward the transport bay. I didn't resist, though I easily could have. A quick shift into any Warframe could have ended the argument, but I decided to let them have their moment. The bioship was already powering up by the time we got there. Miss Martian stood at the controls, glancing back when she saw me being half-dragged into the room. She blinked. He's coming. Aqualad nodded. He will assist. Superboy grunted in agreement. I raised a hand lazily. Not my idea. Artemis smirked. You sure you don't want to stay and sleep? I did, I said, stepping onto the ramp. Then these two decided I needed exercise. Robin grinned as he settled into his seat. You'll fit right in. The bioship lifted smoothly off the ground. The sound of engines filled the cabin. I leaned back in the seat near the door, crossing my arms. So, I said, what's the plan? Aqualad pulled up the map projection. We intercept the convoy at the coordinates provided. Batman's team has secured one side, we take the other. Robin adjusted his gloves. Standard snatch and grab prevention. Shouldn't take long. Artemis leaned against her bow. Unless the thieves have something new. Miss Martian kept her hands steady on the controls. We'll be over the drop zone in 3 minutes. I nodded slowly. Guess I'm really doing this, hey. Kid Flash laughed. Yeah, and you're not even on the roster. I blame peer pressure, I said. Superboy gave a small grunt. You didn't resist much. I figured it was easier this way, I admitted. Besides, maybe I'll get a good story out of it. Aqualad looked at me from his seat. Then make sure the story ends with us succeeding. I smiled. You've got it. The rest of the ride went quietly. Robin and Kid Flash whispered plans, Artemis checked her arrows, and Superboy stared out the window, already focused on the upcoming fight. The bioship descended smoothly toward the target zone, the dark outline of Gotham's outskirts visible below. Miss Martian's voice came through the COMM. Approaching target. Aqualad stood, his voice calm but firm. Everyone ready? I stayed seated. Kid Flash looked over. You staying there? Still not part of the team, I said, folding my arms. I'm just observing. Artemis sighed. Then observe fast. We're landing. The ship touched down, ramp lowering with a soft hiss. The team moved out quickly, spreading across the dark street. The stolen convoy was up ahead, several trucks surrounded by armed thugs unloading crates. I walked a few steps behind the team, watching as Robin threw smoke pellets and Aqualad's water constructs formed. Miss Martian hovered overhead, ready to intercept. Superboy smashed through the first truck with a solid hit, sending men scattering. Kid Flash zipped between them, disarming two at once. Artemis fired precise arrows that pinned weapons to the ground. It was efficient. Organized. I stayed back, arms crossed, watching. Aqualad turned briefly. You can assist any time. I grinned. You seem to have it covered. Kid Flash shouted, Oh, come on. Don't just stand there. One of the thugs tried to rush me with a metal pipe. I sighed, sidestepped, and tapped him lightly on the side of the head. He dropped immediately. Happy now? I asked. Robin laughed. Yeah, you're definitely one of us. The battle wrapped up faster than I expected. The convoy was secured, the thieves tied, and the stolen tech recovered. Aqualad contacted Batman's channel for confirmation. Well done, Batman's voice said through the communicator. The cargo is secure. Return to base. The line went silent. Kid Flash stretched his arms. See? Easy. Artemis smirked. You got lucky. Superboy walked past me, shaking his head slightly. You really weren't going to help. I shrugged. Didn't look like you needed it. He gave a small grunt but didn't argue. Back on the ship, everyone settled into their seats. Miss Martian steered them toward home. Robin leaned back. So, still think you're not part of the team? Absolutely, I said, relaxing. But I'm starting to like the company. Kid Flash grinned. Told you. Artemis rolled her eyes but smiled slightly. Aqualad looked at me. Then you can stay. At least until you decide otherwise. I smiled, leaning back as the bioship rose into the night. Fine, I said cheerfully. But next time, I'm sleeping first. Chapter 5, A Very Friendly Spar. I slept better than I had in a long time. No alarms, no chases, no collapsing through ceilings or running from Amazons. Just peace. When I finally woke up, the digital clock on the nightstand glowed 11:04 a.m. Oops. I sat up slowly, stretching. The bed wasn't comfortable, but I'd somehow managed to sleep like a rock. The base was quiet, too quiet. I could faintly hear distant noise from one of the training areas. Voices, the sound of impact, and occasional bursts of energy echoed through the metal halls. I ran a hand over my face, yawned once, then stood. My armor shimmered briefly into place, forming the base frame. It was reflex now, I didn't even think about it. As I stepped into the hall, I could smell faint traces of food, eggs, toast, something fried. Breakfast had clearly happened without me. I turned toward the training area, following the noise. When I entered the room, I saw the team already deep in practice. The gym was bright and wide, sunlight pouring in from the windows above the waterline. Superboy and Aqualad were sparring in the main ring, both moving with precise, controlled strength. Miss Martian floated nearby, watching closely. Artemis was adjusting her arrows near the wall. Robin stood beside Kid Flash, both of them shouting occasional encouragement. Superboy swung a heavy punch. Aqualad blocked it with his water bearers, the impact sending a spray of droplets across the mat. The sound echoed through the space. Kid Flash leaned on the railing, laughing. "Come on, Aqualad. You're supposed to be the calm and collected one." Hit him. Aqualad didn't answer, only redirected the next blow with quiet focus. I stepped forward and leaned against the doorway, watching them with interest. Wally looked up first. His goggles glinted as he grinned. "Oh hey, Sleeping Beauty's up." I gave a lazy wave. "Morning." Robin snorted. "Morning? It's almost lunch." "Details," I said, walking toward them. "You guys start early." Artemis glanced over her shoulder. "We start at normal hours. You just sleep half the day." I smiled. "Recovery time." Miss Martian turned from her spot near the ring and smiled politely. "Good morning. We didn't want to wake you." "Appreciate that," I said genuinely. Superboy glanced toward me mid-swing, his expression neutral but his voice dry. "Didn't think you'd actually wake up." "Eventually," I said, stepping closer to the ring. I folded my arms, watching as he and Aqualad continued to trade blows. They moved with clear coordination, the rhythm of training familiar between them. Then, as I watched, an idea crept into my head. My eyes narrowed slightly, then lit up with amusement. They had dragged me into a mission yesterday literally. Aqualad with that calm insistence, Superboy with brute force. I hadn't forgotten. I smirked faintly. "Hey," I called out cheerfully. "How about I join?" Robin looked over, amused. "You sure you're awake enough for that?" "Wide awake," I said, grinning. Wally tilted his head. "You serious? Those two are intense when they spar." "Perfect," I said lightly. "I've got energy to burn." Artemis folded her arms, smirking. "You just want payback for yesterday." I didn't deny it. "Maybe a friendly payback." Miss Martian floated higher, looking between us. "A friendly spar could be good practice." Aqualad straightened slightly, lowering his guard. "If you wish to train, we welcome it. But please control your strength." "Of course," I said with my most innocent smile. Superboy looked unimpressed. "You're going to regret this." I stepped into the ring, rolling my shoulders. "We'll see." Robin leaned closer to Wally and whispered something that made them both grin. Kid Flash called out, "You sure you don't wanna stretch first? Hate to see you trip before it starts." "I'll manage," I said, cracking my neck once. Aqualad took position opposite me, stance firm. Superboy stood a few steps to his right, arms crossed. 2 on 1? I asked. Aqualad nodded calmly. "You seem confident enough for it." "Fair," I said with a grin. I let the shift ripple through my body. My armor changed instantly, heavier and sharper, the plating thickening and energy pulsing with deep red lines. I'd chosen Chroma, one of the stronger frames I had. Its power came from raw control and balance, perfect for combat testing. Robin's eyes widened a little. "His armor changes every time." "That's so cool." Wally grinned. "Yeah, until he hits someone." The match started with no countdown. Superboy charged first, fast and direct, aiming a heavy punch toward my chest. I sidestepped, caught his wrist, and twisted it slightly, redirecting his momentum. He stumbled just enough for me to land a light backhand to his shoulder. The hit sent him sliding a few feet but didn't hurt him. He growled quietly and lunged again, faster. Aqualad joined the motion, swinging his water bearers in tandem, forcing me to move. I ducked under the first strike and blocked the second, sparks scattering where water met armor. Good coordination, I said casually. Aqualad adjusted smoothly, his strikes precise. We train often. Superboy's fist slammed into my side armor, making a sharp clang. I turned with the impact, grinning. Not bad. Stop talking, Superboy said shortly. Why? You don't like conversation. He lunged again, and this time I grabbed his forearm and used his momentum to flip him over my shoulder. He hit the mat hard but rolled back to his feet, eyes narrowing. Aqualad moved in from the other side, aiming for my chest. I met his strike head-on, the impact creating a wave of energy that rippled through the floor. Robin's voice carried from the edge. This is way better than training Sims. Kid Flash was laughing. Yeah, I'm betting on Metal Guy. His name's Tenno, Miss Martian corrected gently. Still betting on him, Wally said. Back in the ring, Aqualad swung again, and I met him halfway. The clash sent water scattering across the mat. I stepped back slightly and lifted one hand. Energy built along my armor, bright and focused. A pulse burst outward, forcing both of them back a few steps. Aqualad steadied himself quickly. You are holding back. Just a little, I said. Superboy's eyes narrowed. Don't. I grinned. You asked for it. The energy in my armor surged brighter. I moved fast this time, so fast the air cracked. I closed the distance to Superboy before he could react and landed a quick jab to his chest. It sent him stumbling backward several feet, the ground cracking under his boots. Before Aqualad could strike from behind, I twisted and swept his legs, making him drop to one knee. I stepped back lightly, arms folded. Still friendly? I asked with a smile. Aqualad stood, adjusting his stance. You are stronger than expected. Compliment accepted. Superboy growled softly. Not done yet. He rushed forward again, fists swinging. The hits came hard and fast. I blocked most of them, redirected one, and absorbed another. The sound echoed through the room. The others watched, completely absorbed. Robin whispered to Wally, I think he's enjoying this too much. No kidding, Wally said. Look at that smile. Superboy swung another punch. I ducked under it, then tapped his chest with an open palm. A shockwave sent him sliding back across the mat again. Aqualad immediately followed up, swinging both water bearers in a sweeping arc. I jumped over the attack, landing behind him and giving a light push that sent him stumbling forward. Tag, I said cheerfully. He turned with calm precision, striking again. His expression didn't change, even when his weapons met my armored arm and barely moved it. The rhythm continued 3, 4, 5 exchanges. Each time, they pressed harder, and I matched their pace easily. Miss Martian floated higher, watching with a mix of fascination and mild concern. Maybe we should stop them before they break something. Artemis crossed her arms. They started it. Robin grinned. This is practically a bonding exercise. I ducked another swing and lightly kicked the side of Superboy's leg, enough to shift his stance. He grunted but didn't fall. Aqualad struck again from behind, his water bearers hitting my shoulder. The force barely made me move. I looked between them, still grinning. You both done? Aqualad exhaled slowly. For now. Superboy crossed his arms, glaring. You think you're funny? Little bit, I said. Robin called out, okay, Okay, that's enough before you break the floor again. Aqualad straightened fully and nodded. Agreed. I relaxed the energy, letting the armor's glow dim. The room felt quieter again. Kid Flash zipped over. Man, that was awesome. You gotta teach me how to do that flip thing. Maybe, I said, amused. Miss Martian floated down, still smiling. That was very energetic. Artemis smirked. He definitely held a grudge. I raised a hand. What? That was friendly. Robin laughed. Sure it was. Aqualad approached, calm again. You are formidable. Perhaps next time, you can join our regular training. Maybe, I said lightly. Depends on if you drag me out of bed again. Superboy's expression softened slightly, the irritation fading. You're stronger than you look. Thanks, I said. You're not bad yourself. He didn't answer, but I caught the faintest hint of acknowledgement. Kid Flash stretched his arms. All right, lunchtime. I'm starving. Robin smirked. You're always starving. Miss Martian smiled. I made sandwiches earlier. I looked at the clock and laughed quietly. Perfect timing. I just woke up. Artemis gave me a sidelong look. You wake up at lunch, beat up half the team, and now you're eating our food again. Routine, I said, grinning. She shook her head but smiled despite herself. The group moved toward the kitchen together. I stayed behind for a moment, glancing at the mat where we'd fought. The floor was cracked slightly where Superboy had hit it, nothing major. I smiled faintly, then followed the others. The day was shaping up better than expected. Chapter 6, Lunch and Legwork. The training session wound down slowly. Superboy and Aqualad left the mat first, both steady and quiet, neither saying much as they walked toward the showers. Wally was still talking non-stop about how fast everything had gone and how insane my moves were. Artemis rolled her eyes each time he mentioned me, though I caught the faint smile she tried to hide. Robin kept glancing at me occasionally, clearly analyzing, probably memorizing my movements for his notes later. Miss Martian floated down from the observation deck, clapping her hands lightly. Okay, everyone, that was great. Let's get lunch before it gets cold. I followed the others into the kitchen. The air there smelled warm bread, tomato sauce, and something cheesy. Miss Martian had made a big tray of sandwiches and a large pot of pasta sitting on the counter. She must have cooked while they were training. Wally immediately zipped forward and stacked 4 sandwiches onto his plate. Artemis frowned at him. Save some for the rest of us. He grinned, already chewing. I'm a growing boy. More like a vacuum, Robin muttered. I pulled out a chair and sat down, leaning back comfortably. You guys eat like you just fought an army. Aqualad, who had returned freshly showered and calm as ever, replied in his level tone. Training with Superboy is not light work. Superboy sat next to him, still quiet. He glanced my way briefly but didn't speak. His expression was its usual mixture of focus and mild irritation, though I could tell he wasn't angry anymore. Miss Martian set plates on the table and smiled. Help yourself. Don't mind if I do, I said, reaching for the nearest sandwich. Artemis sat across from me and watched as I bit into it. You always this casual? Pretty much, I said, chewing. I fight hard, eat well, and sleep late. Balanced life. Robin laughed quietly. That's one way to put it. Kid Flash leaned on the table, smirking. He's just mad he can't join our missions officially yet. Admit it, you want in. I smiled. Not really. I'm here for the fun parts. Aqualad raised an eyebrow. You mean the fighting? Exactly, I said easily. Investigating, sneaking around, quiet missions, that's not really my thing. Artemis tilted her head. So you only show up when things explode? Pretty much. Wally chuckled. I like that. Straight to the point. Miss Martian gave me a polite but slightly worried look. You might have trouble fitting in with the League's approach. I'll manage, I said lightly. If they need someone to handle the loud problems, I'm their guy. Robin leaned forward, elbows on the table. You know, Batman doesn't like unpredictable elements. I smiled faintly. Batman's not here, though. The group shared small looks. Wally laughed again, shaking his head. You're something else, man. We ate in relative peace after that. The steady chatter of voices filled the room. Kid Flash told a long story about nearly running into a wall during a chase, Robin made a few sarcastic comments about super speed brain lag, and Artemis threw a crumpled napkin at Wally when he started bragging again. Aqualad eventually stood, folding his arms. Once lunch is done, we have to prepare for the next mission briefing. Wally groaned. Already? Yes, Aqualad said simply. The League has requested reconnaissance work. Artemis looked up. Reconnaissance? That sounds boring. It is necessary, he said. I kept eating quietly, listening as the rest of the team discussed it. Miss Martian cleared the table with a wave of her hand, the dishes floating neatly to the sink. We'll get ready soon. A few minutes later, the base alarm buzzed again, nothing urgent this time, just a signal for a standard mission alert. The team gathered in the briefing room. I tagged along out of curiosity but stayed near the wall, arms crossed. Batman's image appeared again in the holographic projection, standing tall, his tone direct. There's been unusual activity in a shipping yard in Bloodhaven, he said. You'll investigate and report. Do not engage unless necessary. The screen flickered off. Robin immediately started pulling up maps. Coordinates loaded. Aqualad turned to the team. This is reconnaissance only. We confirm the situation and report back. Artemis looked unenthusiastic. So, more sneaking around? Wally shrugged. At least it's not Gotham again. I leaned back against the wall, stretching slightly. Have fun with that. Robin turned his head. You're not coming. Nope, I said, smiling. I already told you I'm not here for detective work. Superboy frowned. You're just going to sit here. Yep, I said cheerfully. I need to rest. Training's exhausting. Wally smirked. You literally woke up at 11. Exactly, I said. Still tired. Aqualad crossed his arms. You have proven capable in combat. Even observation missions can require strength. I raised an eyebrow. You really think someone's going to attack you during an investigation? Robin tapped his computer wristband. Statistically, it happens all the time. Then I'll be around if you need me, I said easily. Artemis glanced my way, expression skeptical. You're lazy. I prefer efficient, I replied. Wally laughed. He's like if you mixed me with Superboy, fast, powerful, and completely unmotivated unless something explodes. Superboy glared at him. Don't compare me to him. Relax, Wally said, grinning. Miss Martian floated a little closer. If we need you, can we contact you? Sure, I said. I'll be nearby. Aqualad gave me a calm but firm look. Stay alert. We may require your assistance. Understood, I said, though my tone was more amused than serious. The team boarded the bioship soon after. I stood near the loading bay, watching as the ramp lifted. Kid Flash waved from inside. Don't eat all the snacks while we're gone. I make no promises, I said with a grin. The ship lifted smoothly and disappeared into the distance, leaving the base quiet. I turned and walked back into the kitchen, stretching my arms. The silence felt strange after their noise. I grabbed a bottle of water from the fridge and sat down. The clock read 12:42 p.m. For a moment, I just sat and listened to the faint hum of the base systems. It was peaceful, but it felt odd without the team's chatter. I leaned back and thought about the mission. I knew Bloodhaven's situation during this point in time: low-tier crime networks, tech smuggling, minor league involvement. Nothing that required heavy intervention. They'd be fine. I decided to stay awake just in case, though. If anything went wrong, Miss Martian would call. Still, part of me was mildly amused by how different I was from them. They thrived on missions, teamwork, constant action. I preferred direct confrontation, the clarity of a fight, the straightforwardness of it. Investigations involved patience and subtlety, two things I rarely bothered with. The hours passed slowly. At some point, I wandered into the training room again, not to spar but just to stretch. The sound of my footsteps echoed faintly across the polished floor. The cracked spot from yesterday's spar had already been repaired, the mat spotless again. I ran a few small warm-up motions, more to stay loose than anything else. Switching frames wasn't tiring, but maintaining the body's balance took steady focus. I switched briefly to Rhino, feeling the heavy density settle over me, then back to my default form. The energy glow dimmed. I sat down on the edge of the mat, leaning back on my hands, and looked toward the large window that faced the ocean. The view was bright, sunlight reflecting off the waves. The peaceful moment lasted maybe an hour before the base communication console lit up. I walked over, tapping it once. Miss Martian's voice came through the speaker, clear and steady. "We've reached the site," she said. "Everything's fine so far." "Good to hear," I said. "Keep it that way." "Still not joining?" she asked, a hint of teasing in her voice. "Nope," I said. "You'll thank me when you realize how boring reconnaissance really is." She laughed softly. "Maybe. I'll let you know when we're done." "Good luck," I said before ending the call. I stayed by the console for a while longer. Aqualad's voice briefly came through an open channel as he coordinated the team. Everyone sounded fine, focused but relaxed. Eventually, I walked back to my room, stretched once more, and lay down on the bed. My eyes stayed open. The hum of the base's machinery filled the quiet. I wasn't exactly bored, but without combat, the hours dragged on. I thought about Gotham again, then Themyscira, then the way Superboy had looked ready to punch through the floor earlier. All entertaining memories. By the time the team's bioship returned, the sun had started to lower behind the cliffs. I heard the ramp descend, followed by the familiar noise of voices. I walked out to meet them. They all looked tired but unharmed. Robin was typing notes on his computer. Aqualad's posture was as straight as ever. Miss Martian looked relieved. Artemis seemed mildly annoyed. Wally was already talking. "I told you it was a dead end. We scanned everything, nothing. Total waste of a mission." Artemis rolled her eyes. "That's because you spent half the time complaining." He gestured at her. "There was nothing to do." Superboy said flatly, "You still talk too much." Robin smirked slightly. "He always does." Aqualad turned toward me. "You were correct. There was little to investigate." I smiled. "Told you. Should have stayed and napped." Wally grinned. "Next time we'll call you when we actually need someone to hit." "Now that's my kind of call," I said. Miss Martian floated closer, smiling kindly. "You really didn't mind waiting here?" "Not at all," I said. "It was peaceful." Artemis crossed her arms. You're weird. Probably, I said cheerfully. The group dispersed gradually after that. Superboy went straight for the gym, Robin and Artemis started comparing mission notes, and Wally immediately raided the fridge. I sat down again at the table, watching them. It was easy to get used to this rhythm, the mix of noise, teasing, and quiet professionalism. I didn't join their team officially, but it didn't matter. Being here, even as an observer, had its own kind of balance. Chapter 7, Salt, Signal, and Steel. Lunch settled into a slow rhythm after the team came back from Bloodhaven. Wally bragged about how fast he mapped the whole shipping yard, Robin poked holes in the brag with times and distances that did not favor Wally's memory, and Artemis looked ready to throw a fork at both of them. Miss Martian kept the mood easy, drifting plates and pitchers around the table with small, careful movements. Aqualad and Superboy ate in quiet, which felt normal now. I kept my seat and let the noise wash over me. I didn't need to talk. It was comfortable to listen. The smell of tomato and basil clung to the air, and the table's shine reflected wrappers and crumbs that Wally generated like an engine. Aqualad's bead pinged. He touched his ear with a small frown. His posture changed straighter, still. This is Caldera HM. The rest of the table quieted. Even Wally stopped chewing. Robin's hand slowed over his wrist computer. I watched Aqualad's face. His expression didn't shift much, but the muscles along his jaw held firm. He nodded once, eyes fixed on nothing we could see. Understood. We will respond at once. Wally leaned forward. Lead call. Aqualad looked at all of us. Atlantis requests assistance. A Wainateak-derived communication crystal was being tested for deep-sea relays on the mid-Atlantic shelf. It was lost to the trench during a sudden quake. Robin pulled his screen closer. Let me guess, frequency drift and signal attenuation below 5,000 meters. Aqualad held his gaze for a beat. There is more. Patrols spotted Black Manta craft in the area within the hour. Atlantis fears interception. Artemis lowered her cup. So, not just a lost toy. It's bait or a jackpot. Tool, Robin said. If Manta gets it, he can crack League secure relays underwater. Not good. Miss Martian glanced at me, tentative. Are you joining us? I leaned back, smiling. This sounds like a lot of water and a lot of searching. I'm here for the punching. Aqualad's focus sharpened. Manta endangers the trench and my people. I will not leave it to chance. My smile faded a little. The way he said my people clicked something inside me. I wasn't eager for recon, but I wasn't going to sit out if this put him at risk. All right, I said, lighter again, keeping the mood from getting heavy. Call this community service. Wally whooped. Now we're talking. Underwater adventure. He paused, face falling a centimeter. Wait, how cold is it down there? Very, Aqualad said. Cool, cool, Wally said without enthusiasm. Superboy pushed back from the table. When do we leave? Now, Aqualad said. Mgan. Miss Martian stood at once. Bioship is ready. We moved. The corridor to the hangar carried voices and steps in layered echoes. I walked with hands laced behind my head, relaxed. Inside, Miss Martian's bioship unfolded from its moorings like a living thing. The ramp extended. The team went up in practiced sequence, Aqualad first, Robin and Artemis side by side, Superboy behind them. Wally buzzed around me, jittery from carbs and the promise of something new. You sure you can breathe down there? He asked. I don't breathe the same way you do, I said cheerfully. I'll manage. Lucky, he said, then shouted over his shoulder, I call a window seat. There are no seats with windows, Robin said. Wally deflated. Then I call not sitting next to Superboy when he glowers. Superboy didn't respond. We strapped in. Miss Martian took the pilot spot. Aqualad stood with hands braced on the back of her chair, the image of calm command. His eyes tracked the HUD. I watched him as we lifted, then looked ahead. The ocean rolled out from the cliff line in a white expanse, sunlight bouncing hard off the surface. Beginning submersible mode, Miss Martian said. The bioship thinned and shifted around us. The interior lights dimmed a notch. Water rose up the viewport, darkening slowly as we dropped. Air bubbles ticked across the glass and vanished into the deep. Pressure numbers slid up the side display. Keep us above the shelf edge until I say, Aqualad said. Copy, Miss Martian said. Robin tapped through data. Last registered ping from the crystal occurred at these coordinates, then it disappeared. Either it fell past the relay's scan depth, or something blocked it. Artemis adjusted her shoulder quiver with an annoyed noise. Why am I bringing arrows underwater? You're not, Robin said without looking up. You're bringing the sealed ones. She checked a second quiver under the seat and nodded, satisfied. Fine. Wally leaned forward, face pressed to nothing. How much deeper? 4,000 meters, Miss Martian answered. Pressure increasing steadily. Hull integrity nominal. The light outside faded from green to navy to near black. Aqualad's posture stayed unchanged. Superboy's hands tightened on his armrests by degrees. He didn't like enclosed spaces, and he really didn't like helplessness. This was both. I kept my tone bright. On the plus side, no traffic, no civilians, and no snipers. Add crushing pressure and no exits, Robin said mildly. You're clearly the optimist. I'm a realist, I said happily. If we run into Manta, I get to be useful. Aqualad turned his head slightly. You are useful regardless. That was a simple statement, not flattery. It settled something in me. Noted, I said, a little softer. Miss Martian's voice cut back in, steady. Approaching shelf edge. Sonar returns show tectonic sloping, some outcrops. Minimal fauna. Wally gulped. Minimal is good. Artemis gave him a side eye. You scared? He stiffened. No. Just, hydrodynamically cautious. Robin laughed under his breath. Big word. Thanks, Wally said, pleased with himself. Aqualad leaned closer to the screen. Hold. The view ahead opened to a long drop, a cliff face that fell into a darker trench. Sensors laced it in wireframe. The descent angle steepened. Take us down, Aqualad said evenly. Miss Martian adjusted the glide. The ship fell into the trench. Darkness thickened. Our own lights cut cones through suspended particles. I stood and stepped forward. All right, I said. Time to dress for the occasion. Robin glanced back. Hydrodynamics. Exactly. I let the change ripple through me. Armor softened and stretched, plates reforming into hydrodynamic lines, vents opening and sealing in exact rhythm. Hydroid settled over me like a second skin tuned for the sea. Pressure felt like a hand around me, steady and manageable. I flexed my fingers. The frame hummed with a low, rolling cadence. Wally whistled. Okay, that's pretty cool. Very fitting, Aqualad said with quiet approval. Miss Martian's eyes darted up, curious and impressed. You can really move down there. Better than most, I said, smiling. Don't worry. I won't splash on the carpet. Robin checked the model on his tablet. Hydroid. So, water resistance, pressure compensation, manipulation, we need you scouting within 10 to 20 meters so MGAN keeps link. Got it. External comms open, Miss Martian said. I'll maintain link as deep as possible. Wait, Artemis said, pointing at the HUD. What are those returns? Aquilad's head snapped toward the rightmost display. Magnify. A cluster of faint signals moved along the trench wall, small, controlled, triangular profiles. Drones, Robin said. Not Atlantean. Aquilad's eyes hardened. Manta. Superboy leaned forward. We take them out. Negative, Aquilad said immediately. We are here for the crystal. Engagement jeopardizes the recovery. I stepped closer to the hatch. You get the crystal. If they try to bite, I'll handle it. He looked at me for a long second. Do not let them engage the bioship. I won't, I said. The cheer was still in my voice, but I let my stance settle. If they swarmed, my priorities shifted: fast team first, objective second. Miss Martian eased us along the wall. Rock formations slid past, rough and ridged. Fine silt plumed in slow motion where our lights touched it. The drones ahead paused, then continued, tracing a grid near the slope. Smart search pattern, Robin muttered. Somebody coded this well. Can you jam them? Artemis asked. Not without tipping our hand, Robin said. And Manta will be nearby if his drones are working. I'd rather not invite guests before we have our stuff. Aquilad nodded. We proceed. Tenno, begin external scout. 5 minutes out, then report. Copy, I said. I hit the release. Cold water rushed in around me as the small lock cycled. Pressure tugged at my frame, and then it equalized. I stepped into the dark. The water took me like a weightless corridor. My limbs moved in steady, efficient motions. The frame cut current like a blade. I didn't breathe, not the way the others did. My awareness stretched to the feel of pressure and flow, and it all made sense. Miss Martian's voice came through the link, clear. I have you on visual. Good, I said, tone light. Tell me I look graceful. Wally's voice chimed in. You look like a glowing shrimp. Accurate, Artemis said, deadpan. I laughed quietly and followed the rock line. The floor dropped away into a darkness that the lights could not punch through. My internal sensors mapped the immediate space, overlaying a thin wire grid on ridges and outcrops. The drones pulsed ahead like patient insects. Past them, to the east, the slope flattened into a shelf dotted with debris. Robin, I said, pull up last ping and overlay it with current slope drift. Already on it, he said. Sending line. A thread of light drew through my view and intersected the shelf below. I angled down. A scatter of metal shimmered under silt. I reached the shelf, brushed the silt aside, and exposed a cracked casing balanced in a shallow pocket. The casing held no crystal. Container, I said. Open. No core. Coordinates marked, Robin said. Keep scanning the fall line. I did, letting the frame's senses stretch farther, not too far to lose the link. Something pinged on my left, a faint, tight signature, too pure to be natural, too weak to be powered. My chest eased. Got it. Weak resonance. 2 o'clock, 30 meters deeper. Copy, Aquilad said. Mgan, hold position here. Robin, assist Tenno with trajectory. Plotting, Robin said. I moved parallel to the wall and dropped along a gentler slope. The signal sharpened, then drifted behind a fissure. I slowed. The crack was narrow and ran along a seam where 2 rocks met. A faint glint sat 5 meters in. I see it, I said. It's wedged in a fissure. Intact. Miss Martian's whisper felt like a relieved exhale. Careful. I'm always careful, I said cheerfully, even as I tested the rock. The seam flexed under the smallest force, and I guessed the angles. Robin, I'm going to nudge the lower stone. If the crystal shifts, I'll catch it. Stay ready to extend link range here. On your mark, he said. 3, 2. I pressed. The seam yawned a hair. The crystal slid free, turned in the water, and started to drift. I caught it with both hands. It thrummed faintly. My palms vibrated. Got it. Nice, Wally said. Now come back before I freeze by sympathy. Return path plotted, Robin said. Drone cluster changing direction toward you. I looked up. The triangular returns had stopped their grid and oriented on the fissure. They accelerated. Aquilad's voice came in low and calm. Tenno. I know, I said, tone still easy but my body already angling. I'll make it quick. Do not engage unless necessary, he said. There was a plea wrapped inside the order that he did not say out loud. This was his ocean, his people's relay, and his mission. If I blew it with a fight, it would land on him. Copy, I said. I'm coming up. I held the crystal close and kicked hard, keeping my strokes long and even. The drones fanned above me in a shallow arc. I calculated their interception without even looking at Robin's overlay. They meant to bracket and scan. If they tagged the bioship's silhouette, they'd ping Manta. Miss Martian said, I can screen with a mental overlay if they get too close. It won't last long. No, Aqualad said. We will not risk exposure. I smiled to myself. I have them. Do not fight, Aqualad said. I won't, I said, sincere. The drones dropped fast. When I reached the shelf, I rolled under the ledge and let the rock break enemy line of sight. The drones adjusted. I waited in the still shadow while their profiles widened, then schemed along the wall, keeping the shelf between us. The link flickered for a second, then steadied. Stay on that vector, Robin said quickly. 2 more meters, then up. I followed it. The drones swept past my last position and circled. One dipped into the crack I'd vacated. Another hovered a few meters above the ledge. I hugged the wall, every movement small and steady, no flares of energy, nothing flashy. I could sprint, but sprinting made noise. 50 meters, Miss Martian said. I have visual on you and the drones. I have you, I said. Aquilad's voice came lighter than before, barely. Good. I broke from the wall and arrowed for the bioship. The drones twitched, then accelerated. Miss Martian turned the nose toward me and opened the lock before I asked. I slipped through the hatch and set the crystal into the containment clamp Robin had mounted on the wall. The lock cycled. Pressure equalized. I stepped into the cabin, water sluicing off the frame and into a floor grate. The crystal pulsed steadily in the clamp, drowning out a smaller harmonic hum that rang through the ship's shell. Wally clapped once. Yes. High five actually, wait, you're wet. Your restraint is appreciated, I said, amused. Robin scanned the crystal. Intact. No corruption. We're good. Aqualad finally allowed his shoulders to lower a fraction. Mgan, take us out. Quietly. Miss Martian eased the bioship down instead of up, tucking us into the trench shadow while the drones swept the shelf above. Their sound trailed like faint blades through water. I stood beside the crystal and watched it stabilize. Artemis exhaled through her nose. That was too close. It was clean, Robin said. He sounded pleased with himself and with us. No alarms, no pings, no enemy line of sight. Minimal fun, Wally said. Maximal success, Aqualad replied. Superboy looked at me. You didn't fight. Much as I wanted to, I said cheerfully. But the pretty rock wanted a gentle touch. Wally snorted. You and that rock now. Name it. Please don't, Artemis said. We don't name mission loot. Miss Martian's eyes drifted toward Aqualad. Atlantis will be relieved. He glanced at her, then at me. I thank you. It wasn't dramatic. He didn't need to add anything. It landed anyway. We should maintain trench cover until we clear their grid, Robin said. Then surface and call the League. Do it, Aqualad said. Miss Martian guided us along the trench while Robin painted the drone's arcs. Twice we paused to let a search pattern pass. Superboy kept his eyes ahead, focused on the dark. Artemis rested back, eyes half-lidded, listening without looking bored. Wally stuck his tongue out at a drone when it passed our cone. Miss Martian steered with care that showed in how her hands never shook. We slid under the last sweep and banked toward open water. The trench fell away behind us. Pressure numbers dwindled. Light returned in tint and then in weight. When the sea turned from black to deep blue, Aqualad's posture loosened another notch. Surface, he said quietly. We broke the water in a broad swell. The sky felt too bright after the trench. Miss Martian let the ship hover a few meters above the ocean. Salt mist clung to the hull. Robin opened a secure channel. Batman answered. We have the crystal, Aqualad reported. Intact. No engagement with hostile forces. Confirmed, Batman said. Deliver it to the nearest League relay for transfer to Atlantis. Good work. The line cut. Wally flopped back in his seat with a dramatic sigh. We did it, and I didn't even get to punch a single robot. Criminal. You can punch the air, Artemis said dryly. Already did, Wally said, punching the air. Superboy said nothing. But when he glanced at me, there wasn't skepticism in it, only a measure that wasn't unfriendly. I caught his look and shrugged. See? I can behave. Sometimes, Robin said. Only when friends might be at risk, I said more plainly. My voice didn't lift there. I didn't need it to. Then I brightened again, easy and light. Now, who wants to race back to shore? Wally perked up. Me, always me. Not you, Miss Martian said. Seatbelt. He slumped. Fine. Aqualad put a hand on the crystal housing as if to check it again. He didn't close his eyes or exhale dramatically. He just nodded once and stepped back. Mgan, proceed to the relay point. On it, she said. We moved. The ocean slid under us in patient rolls. I stayed near the crystal until the relay platform came into view, a League buoy that sat like a metal spine on the sea. We touched down alongside it, and Robin and Aqualad handled the transfer. Miss Martian kept systems hot. Superboy watched the horizon as if an ambush might rise out of calm water. Artemis checked the seals on her second quiver with practiced fingers. Wally kept tapping his foot at a speed that would have cracked tile. I leaned against the frame rail and let the sun hit my helm. Warmth sank into plates that had just been hugging the trench's chill. It felt clean. Transfer complete, Robin said. Atlantis pinged receipt. Aqualad took his seat again. His voice stayed level, but the smallest thread of warmth ran through it. We returned to base. I grinned. Great. I skipped breakfast and lunch. I'm owed a feast. You ate lunch, Artemis said. I ate a warm-up, I said. Wally pointed at me. He gets it. Miss Martian smiled. I can make more when we get back. Careful, Robin said. You'll never be rid of him. Hey, I said happily, you'll miss me if I leave. Debatable, Artemis said. It didn't come out sharp. More familiar. The bioship swung back toward the coast. I watched the water flatten behind us and thought of the trench, the calm, the pressure, the way Aqualad's voice had tightened once and then steadied. If Manta had taken a shot at us, I would have cut loose without a joke in me. But he hadn't, and the job stayed clean. That worked fine for me. I got the crystal, and nobody on my side took a hit. The cliffs reappeared. We dropped into the Mount Justice Bay with the hum of systems returning to their dock patterns. The ramp extended. Salt smell shifted to concrete cool. The team unbuckled and spilled out along practiced lines. Aqualad paused at the hatch and looked back at us. Rest. We did well. Wally stretched until his joints popped. Finally, a win without property damage. Superboy brushed past him. You complained the whole time. I contain multitudes, Wally said. Artemis groaned. Please don't start. Miss Martian laughed softly and drifted for the kitchen. Robin walked beside her, already typing up a concise report. I stayed with Aqualad for a second longer. You're good under pressure, I said lightly. Pun not intended. He almost smiled. Thank you. I bumped my knuckles lightly against the crystal clamp before the tech bay swallowed it. Tell your people they're welcome. And tell Batman I didn't even scratch a drone. He will be relieved, Aqualad said with a straight face that did not hide the dry edge. I laughed and stepped back. I'm going to find food before Wally eats the ventilation. I heard that, Wally shouted from the hall. I lifted a hand and wandered after the noise. The evening settled into easy movement again, post-mission debrief, short, clean, showers, the rustle and clink of cookware as Miss Martian pulled more ingredients from the fridge, Robin perched at the counter listing the exact sequence of events in clipped lines, Artemis leaning against the island and pretending not to listen while listening, Wally trying to steal pieces of bread and getting thwacked by a levitating spoon, Superboy drifting in and out of the doorway, restless but calmer. I stayed cheerful, feet up on a spare chair, answering questions when they came, deflecting when they pried too much, and keeping my tone light enough to float. I didn't add weight where it wasn't needed. When people I cared about might get crushed under a trench, I would stop joking. Tonight, no one had. So I kept it easy. When the second round of food landed on the table, I was first to reach. Artemis glared. I handed her a plate without being asked. She rolled her eyes and took it anyway. See? I said happily. Teamwork. Don't push it, she replied, but her voice had a trace of humor. We ate. We talked. It felt like a good day. Chapter 8, Descent to Poseidonis. The kitchen settled into a comfortable buzz after we got back. Wally tried to build a sandwich taller than his head, Miss Martian politely limited him with a floating plate lid, and Robin typed with the lazy rhythm of someone who could write a full report without looking. Artemis stood with one hip against the counter, doing that half-pretend, half-real attention thing whenever Robin spoke. Superboy paced once around the room and then stopped near the door, hands loose but ready. Aqualad took a brief call in the hall. When he returned, his posture was still, his eyes calm and set. New orders? Robin asked, already ready to adjust. Aqualad nodded. The League requests delivery of the relay crystal to Poseidonis. Atlantis wishes to examine it directly. There is concern the casing recorded tampering. Wally swallowed fast. Field trip under the sea. Artemis frowned. You make it sound like a theme park. I am trying to be positive, Wally replied, grinning. Miss Martian glanced at Aqualad. We should go now. As soon as we can, he said. He looked at me. You are welcome to accompany us. I smiled. Do I get a visitor badge, or is it all trust-based? You will be under my authority there, Aqualad said evenly. But I will vouch for you. That works, I said. My tone stayed light, but I adjusted inside. Atlantis was his home. If anything put him in a bad position, I would shut it down fast. Superboy looked at the crystal case in the corner of the room. If Manta wants it, he might try again. We will travel beneath League lanes, Aqualad said. And quickly. Wally slapped his palms together. Let's go meet a king. Robin gave him a look. Start with not calling him dude. Wally blinked. I would never. Artemis did not bother to hide her smirk. Miss Martian was already moving. Bioship is ready. We regrouped in the hangar. The crystal had been moved to a secured carry case with shock seals and tracking tags. Robin double-checked the seals with a small scanner. Integrity confirmed, trace beacons masked, anti-tamper on. Good, Aqualad said. He took the case himself, and his grip tightened a fraction. It was small, and he held it like it mattered more than the size implied. We boarded. The ramp lifted. The ocean opened. Miss Martian set a course, and the bioship slid into the water with barely a ripple. Submersible mode engaged. The interior lights dimmed. Pressure rose in neat numbers along the display. Below the thermocline, Miss Martian said. Ocean traffic clear. No unusual sonar results. Robin brought up a three-dimensional map between our seats. The line to Poseidoni's arced under continental shelf markers and old trench lines. Estimated time 40 minutes if we maintain this speed. I can shave it, Miss Martian offered. Maintain safety margins, Aqualad said. We are not being chased. Wally settled in, vibrating one knee. Do Atlanteans have pizza? Asking for science. Aqualad kept his eyes on the screens. The markets in Poseidoni's are rich with food. Pizza is not common. So, bring snacks, Wally concluded. Artemis sighed softly. Bring patience. Superboy watched the dark water ahead with focus. He did not speak. I stood near the rear hatch, one hand on the railing, steady as the ship dropped. Anything I should know about visitors to Poseidoni's? Aqualad thought about it. Do not assume surface customs. Address the Queen as Your Majesty and Aquaman as Your Highness. Do not stray from our escort. Don't eat things that look like a plant but scream when you cut them, Wally added. Aqualad faced him. That is not a thing. It felt like a thing, Wally said. Robin smirked. You ate sea lettuce and had a cramp. Same difference, Wally said, unbothered. Miss Martian peeked over her shoulder at us and smiled. I'll maintain a mild telepathic link for coordination once we're near the city. It helps with directions. Appreciated, Aqualad said. We passed schools of small fish that flashed and scattered at our lights. The sea floor rolled by, ridged and quiet. At a depth marker that made Wally mumble something about the word crushing, Miss Martian shifted us a little higher, and the water thinned in color. Approaching outer wards, Aqualad announced. All on best behavior. Robin closed open windows on his screen and tucked it away. Artemis straightened subtly. Superboy's shoulders loosened by a fraction, which for him was almost a smile. Wally pressed his face forward like that could help his eyes adjust. I adjusted my armor in small ways: seals, hydrodynamics, a cut to lines that made movement efficient and non-threatening. I kept my helm on for now, I would shift if asked. The wall of Poseidoni's appeared like a line that turned into structure with every meter. It rose from the seabed and curved around a basin, a composite of ancient stone and advanced material that glowed in even intervals. Gates stood open, guarded by Atlantean soldiers in streamlined armor. Behind the wall, the city shone in layers: domes, towers, thoroughfares filled with currents, and a central palace that drew the eye by design, not ego. Two guards moved forward, spears angled down, posture formal. They stopped at a respectful distance from the bioship. Aqualad stepped to the front of the cabin and signaled Miss Martian to open local comms. The view cleared. One guard touched his chest with a fist. Caldere HM. You return. I do, Aqualad said. On League business. We request entry. The guard's gaze flicked to the case in Aqualad's hand. You carry something. A relay crystal, Aqualad said. Recovered intact. The guard looked to his partner, then back. You are cleared. Escort to the palace has been notified. Thank you, Aqualad said. The bioship glided through the gate. We moved into the current of the city. Atlanteans swam along designated flows, some in armor, some not, some on small craft gliding like quiet animals. The light came from embedded arrays in buildings and from what had to be cultivated luminescent panels. Markets lined a thoroughfare to our left, vendors talking and trading. The sound came through our comms in layered Atlantean dialects that Aqualad understood without effort. I caught the cadence but not the words. It was alive without being crowded. Miss Martian steered us on a marked path toward the palace. The building rose on a platform ringed with guards and banners. A landing terrace extended from a side entrance. She set us down with a clean tap. The ramp extended. Follow my lead, Aqualad said quietly. We stepped into the water as a unit. The first breath inside the city felt different for the others. Gills opened along Aqualad's neck and settled. Miss Martian adjusted a field over herself and us. Wally's cheeks puffed for a second before the field took. Robin stayed composed. Artemis watched everything without broadcasting it. Superboy stayed just behind Aqualad's shoulder, like an anchor. A delegation approached. At the front was Queen Mara, calm and direct, with 2 advisors at her side and a detail of guards behind her. There was no visible crown, she did not need one to be recognized. Her gaze found Aqualad first, and something in it warmed. Caldere HM, she said. Welcome home. He bowed his head. Your Majesty. Her eyes moved to the case. Is this the device? It is, he said, offering it. Recovered from the trench. Untampered, as far as we can tell. She took it carefully, passed it to the advisor on her right, and nodded to him. To the lab. Now. The advisor left with 2 guards. She turned back to us. You traveled without incident. Yes, Aqualad said. Black Manta's drones searched the area. We avoided contact. Mara's mouth tightened a little. He grows bolder near our borders. Robin stepped forward a respectful half-step. We maintained stealth. 0 pings. Her eyes measured him and then lifted to the rest of us. Young heroes. You are welcome here. They settled on me for a beat. And you? I smiled easily, kept my body language open. Thanks for having me. I'm with them on loan. Aqualad added, level, he assisted in the recovery. I vouch for his conduct. Then that is enough, she said. Come. You will brief us while the crystal is examined. We fell in behind her. The palace interior was functional more than ornate. Wide corridors, clear signage in Atlantean script, guard posts at regular intervals. Workers and courtiers moved with purpose. We passed a balcony that opened to a view of the city, and Wally made a happy noise that he immediately tried to disguise as a cough. Mara led us to a secure chamber. A table floated at the center, anchored by stabilizers so documents would not drift. Aquaman waited there with 2 ministers and a scientist in a fitted suit with tool bands along his waist. Aquaman straightened when he saw us. Team, he said, warmth in his voice. He inclined his head to Aqualad in a quiet, personal way. Calder. Your Highness, Aqualad said. Aquaman's attention shifted to the group. Thank you for the swift response. We were in the neighborhood, Wally said, then winced as Artemis's elbow found his ribs. I mean, we were ready. Aquaman's mouth lifted at one corner. I see. Mara took the head of the table and gestured to the seats. Please. We settled. Miss Martian floated a fraction above her chair and then slowly touched down. Robin pulled up a projection of the trench grid. I stayed standing a pace behind the back row, comfortable there. Superboy remained beside Aqualad's left shoulder. The scientist entered with the case, breath a touch faster than when he left. He set it down. We detached the crystal and ran a preliminary read. It is intact. Good, Mara said. He added, but the casing shows signs of forced access. It was opened, then closed again. Whoever opened it had proper tools and experience. They did not crack the seals. That is concerning. Robin leaned forward. They took a look, then put it back while it drifted. Drones searched after to find it again. They were waiting for someone to fish it out. Likely, the scientist agreed. There is more. The diagnostic logs are incomplete. It could be a malfunction due to the fall and pressure. It could also be deliberate truncation. Aquaman folded his arms. Meaning someone copied data. The scientist nodded. Possibly the relay's handshake routines. If so, a careful adversary could craft a mimic signal and intercept. Aqualad's jaw tightened. Black Manta. Mara's eyes sharpened. We have seen his crew close to our waters too often recently. I kept my voice easy but cut the humor. If he has your handshake, he can place spoof relays near your networks without tripping the first layer of alarms. I lifted my chin. How many relays share the same protocol? The scientist did not like the answer he had. Primary arcs in the eastern lattice. We're upgrading in stages, but not all have shifted to the new key cycle. Robin's fingers tapped out a quick series on his device. If we assume he got even partial logs, he could brute force with live capture in a week if he has enough hardware. Less with Atlantean-grade processors, which he does not have. He has stolen Atlantean hardware before, Aqualad said low. Mara made a decision in the space of a steady breath. Then we proceed on the assumption that he has enough to try. We rotate keys on all existing relays now. We isolate segments until the rotation is complete. The scientist hesitated. Your Majesty, that will reduce throughput for several critical clusters. Then prioritize defense, hospitals, and patrol, she said. Commerce can wait. Aquaman nodded. Agreed. Robin's eyes flicked to Aqualad. We can help with distribution and verification. Some of us work better in water than others. Wally raised a hand. I can be a courier. Fast. Underwater? Artemis asked, skeptical. I will not go full speed, Wally said with a wounded tone. Miss Martian looked toward Mara. We can assist, if you want outside help. Mara assessed us again. We accept assistance. You will coordinate under Caldera HM's direction. She looked to Aquaman. You and I will visit the lab. If Manta's crew accessed design schematics, we must know which prints were stored with this unit. Aquaman's expression cooled. I will ask the hard questions. He meant the lab's security oversight. His tone did not rise. It did not need to. The meeting broke into assignments. Robin synced with the scientist to mirror the key rotation program and compatibility charts. Miss Martian set up a light telepathic grid with Atlantean coordinators across several relay sectors. Wally tried on a harness that would let him move water with minimal drag and pouted when it wasn't read. Artemis took receipt of a case of sealed signal markers and didn't complain when the instructor spent extra time making sure she heard every rule. Superboy stood still until Aqualad handed him a bundle of devices and pointed to a map. He listened, nodded, and grunted an acknowledgement that, for him, meant full commitment. I stayed with Aqualad a moment. You want me on line swaps, courier, or guard? He looked at me. Guard, he said simply. If something goes wrong in a trench, you can move and shield faster than any of us. That's a nice way of saying I'm the big wrench, I said happily. It is a way of saying I trust you with the heavy work, he replied. That landed. Done. We left the chamber with a small escort and moved through the palace to a service bay. Equipment waited there: relay modules and sealed crates, clamp tools, and signal verifiers. 2 young Atlanteans were already there, checking boxes. I recognized them even before they turned, Garth and Tula. They both brightened when they saw Aqualad. Calder, Tula said warmly. You return and bring a storm behind you. Garth grinned. And surface friends. Aqualad's reserve softened by a margin. Tula. Garth. Your help is welcome. Garth's eyes flicked to me and then back to Aqualad. He kept it polite. We heard this is a key swap across half the lattice. Correct, Aqualad said. We will start with the hospitals and the patrol arcs. Then the markets after, Tula said, already stacking modules in priority order. She glanced at me. And you are? Tenno, I said. I'm here to carry heavy things and stop anything that bites. Garth smirked. Good. Less lifting for me. Wally zipped in and out of our group, testing his harness. So, Courier Team Alpha, that's me and whoever else wants to watch me not drown. Artemis walked past him with a pack and said without slowing, try not to run into a wall. I only do that on land, Wally called after her. Robin handed out small, palm-sized verifiers. Touch these to the relay socket after the swap. Green is good, yellow is bad, red means get out and call for help. Wally squinted. What about orange? There is no orange, Robin said. Missed opportunity, Wally muttered. Miss Martian drifted down, eyes a little glazed with the effort of the larger mental net. Coordination nodes ready. I'll handle chatter so you don't need open audio all the time. Thank you, Aqualad said. We broke into smaller teams. Aqualad took Superboy and me for patrol arc relays along the north boundary. Robin took Wally on a fast track for hospital lines near the city core. Artemis paired with Tula for market district swaps. Miss Martian stayed with the palace coordination group, but I could feel her presence lightly at the edge of my thoughts, like a soft tap when needed, never intrusive. Before we left, Aquaman stepped in front of our group. Manta has not struck within the city in months. Still, assume he watches. Do not split too far without coverage. We acknowledged. I adjusted my armor to a hydrodynamic, pressure-sure balance that would not scare civilians. Garth tugged a strap on Wally's harness one last time and nodded seriously, and Wally nodded back with the kind of mock gravity he used when he cared about not messing up. We moved. The city districts rolled past, and I was careful to follow Aqualad's lead on etiquette. People noticed us, but most returned to their work after a glance. The patrol arc relays sat on stout pylons at the edge of guarded thoroughfares. Aqualad approached the first, keyed a code, and the cage around the relay opened. He handed me the replacement module. I slid it into place with steady hands while Superboy held the access panel open and watched the line. The verifier blinked green. Next, Aqualad said. We established a rhythm. At each relay, Aqualad handled access, I swapped the module, Superboy watched for trouble and held whatever needed holding. Miss Martian's gentle cues guided us to the most efficient path. Robin's notes popped in when there were known quirks with a socket or a breaker. Twice we waited while a patrol squad cleared a channel for us. Once we paused so a group of children could swim past, shepherded by a teacher who bowed to Aqualad with quiet respect. He bowed back. At the third patrol relay, I felt Miss Martian's touch in my head. Not words, just a nudge. A half-second later, Robin's voice came through comms. Heads up, Team North. Unidentified sonar tick 3 sectors out. Might be nothing. Aqualad's eyes narrowed. We finish this unit and then reposition to a covered route. Copy, I said. I finished the swap and tapped the verifier. Green. Superboy closed the panel. We pushed to the next relay under a shielded arch. The tick faded. It returned a few minutes later, softer, then vanished again. We did not talk about it on open comms. We just moved with more care. I watched Aqualad's posture. He stayed composed, but his awareness widened. He noted shadows and guard patterns with the skill of someone who had spent half a life doing it. By the time we finished the patrol arc segment, the hospital grid pinged completion through Miss Martian's relay. Robin sounded pleased. Core medical cluster is secure. Artemis and Tula are halfway through markets. Good work, Aqualad said. He glanced to me. One more for us. Then we returned to the palace for status. Lead on, I said. At the last relay, the verifier flashed green and chimed. Miss Martian's presence lifted a little as her workload shifted. The city felt steadier under us now that the key swap had pushed through the first priority layers. I let my shoulders ease. We returned to the palace with boxes lighter and the air in our lungs less tense. The guards at the entrance removed the transport barrier for us and waved us through. Inside the lab wing, the scientist met us with a tablet and expression that said he had news ready to give. In addition to the casing access, he said as we matched pace, we completed a deeper memory sweep. There is clear evidence of an external device docking with the crystal during the fall window. It downloaded partial schematics for 5 relay types and connection standards. Aqualad's voice stayed level. Which 5? He listed them. I recognized 3 as older models and 2 as newer prototypes. The prototype schematics were incomplete. That is some comfort. Some, Aqualad said. We reached the same chamber as before. Queen Mara and Aquaman waited with the ministers. Robin and Miss Martian were already there, mid-report, with Wally quietly sipping a drink like he had earned it, which he had. Artemis stood near Tula, going over a short checklist. They all looked at us when we entered. Status? Mara asked. Aqualad gave it clearly. Patrol arc keys rotated. Verifiers all green. We encountered no interference. Hospital nodes are clean, Robin added. Market swap at 60% and rising. The scientist presented his findings concisely for the whole room. Mara listened without interrupting. When he finished, she said, so he has enough to attempt counterfeit units and limited mimicry. Yes, Your Majesty, the scientist said. Aquaman's gaze hardened. He will test the edges first. Mara looked at us. Then we proceed to the next phase. We will establish a controlled lure. We will place a decoy relay in a known patrol path outside the city, with a tracer array. If Manta sends divers to steal or copy, we follow them home. Robin's eyes lit with interest. He tried to keep professional. We can rig a tracer net that survives being handled. The scientist nodded. We can seed the decoy with a falsified handshake to encourage an attempt. Tula looked at Aqualad. We will need good cover. We will have it, Aqualad said. I stood a little straighter. I kept my voice light to balance the room. Now you're speaking my language. You want me in the dark with a net and permission to handle any surprises. I'm a very happy guest. Wally perked up. Sting operation. I like it. Artemis rolled her shoulder. Better than sitting and waiting. Superboy's reply was simple. Tell me where to stand. Mara assessed us all again and then nodded. We will finalize the decoy design and the deployment path by night cycle. You will rest in the palace guest wing for now. Calderay HM, you will meet with me and the Chief of Security in 1 hour to finalize patrol cover. Aqualad inclined his head. Yes, Your Majesty. Aquaman stepped forward, his tone warmer again. You have done well. Eat. Breathe. We continue soon. We accepted the dismissal. The escort led us down a hall to a guest wing with practical rooms, clean lines, and short beds anchored to the floor. Miss Martian picked the room nearest the common area and made sure Wally's door had a lock with an override so he wouldn't raid a kitchen out of boredom. Robin set his tablet to charge and sat cross-legged on his bed with the casual ease of a kid who could sleep anywhere. Artemis checked a small bundle of gear and set it aside. Superboy stood at his window and watched the city, his shoulders not as tight as they had been. Aqualad did not sit. He stood in the doorway and looked at us once, the quiet approval in his eyes saying more than he usually spoke. I leaned in my doorway and smiled. Nice place. 10 out of 10 water pressure. Wally groaned at the joke and then laughed anyway. I did not doze. I stretched, checked my seals, ran quick diagnostics, and let my attention drift to the sounds outside our wing. Palace rhythms. Patrol rotations. Distant market chatter through the wall, soft but steady. Friends in rooms within reach. If the sting went loud, I would stop joking and move. Until then, I kept it light so they stayed loose. Miss Martian peeked her head around her door. Do you want anything from the kitchen before the meeting? I can ask. Fruit, Wally said instantly from inside his room. You can go ask yourself, Artemis replied. I raised a hand. I'm good. Thanks. She nodded and floated away. I closed my eyes for a brief moment and let the quiet settle. The day had gone smooth. We delivered the crystal. We helped rotate keys. We earned enough trust to be in the room when decisions were made. Next would be the decoy. Manta would try to reach for it. We would be there when he did. I opened my eyes and smiled. This is going to be fun. No one argued from the other rooms. They were getting used to me. Chapter 9, Schematics on the Move. We got an hour to breathe before the next call. I did not nap. I stretched, checked seals, and leaned in the doorway while the team settled into the guest wing. Aqualad returned on time with purpose in his step. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. Orders have changed, he said. We will escort couriers to 3 research pods on the outer arc. We will collect and purge prototype schematics on site. We will then return under escort. This must be completed before the decoy operation. Robin straightened on his bed. I'll go. I can verify the purge and run a checksum against the palace mirror. Good, Aqualad said. He looked at Miss Martian. Remain with the Queen and maintain the coordination net. If we encounter interference, you will route the city grid again. She nodded. Understood. Wally stuck his head out of his room. Escort duty. I can be a courier again. You will not carry the schematics, Aqualad said. You will guard the couriers and watch our rear. If we are shadowed, you will not engage. You will report. Wally's grin held. I can report very fast. Artemis adjusted the strap of a compact pack. I'll cover angles. No shots unless we have to. Superboy stepped next to Aqualad without a word. That was his way of saying he was in. I raised my hand. Bodyguard with jokes. I'll keep it friendly until it isn't. Aqualad gave me a steady look. We avoid combat if at all possible. If we are forced, we control the scene and capture data. We do not escalate. We do not draw Manta into the city. Got it, I said. My tone stayed light, but inside I set the switch. If anyone went for Aqualad or our couriers, cheerful mode was over. We met our couriers at a service bay near the lab wing. 2 Atlantis techs stood ready beside sealed cases and purge modules. Both were young, focused, and a little tense. One had a slate clipped to his wrist with a checklist that he ran with quick, precise motions. The other lugged the purge units with careful hands like he'd done it a dozen times and still treated them like glass. Aqualad greeted them. You will identify yourselves. Diren, the slate tech said. Clearance 2. He nodded at his partner. Soren. Clearance 1. Robin checked their badges with a scanner and nodded once. Clean. Diren looked at me for a beat and then at Aqualad. Surface reinforcement. Trusted, Aqualad said. That was all he gave. That was all they needed. We went over the plan. 3 pods on the outer arc. Each pod held local mirrors of prototype schematics. We would travel to each pod, pull the data modules, purge the backups, verify the wipe, and secure the course for return destruction at the palace. The routes were chosen for low traffic with enough cover to break line of sight. Miss Martian would maintain a light link for alerts and directions. Robin handed small tracer coins to Diren and Soren. If you drop a module or if you have to stash it, tag the location. We can retrieve with a sweep. Soren tucked his coins away and nodded. He hardly spoke, but he moved like a pro. Diren made a small joke about not dropping anything and got no laughs. He did not need them. Aqualad assigned positions. He would lead with me on his right. Diren would follow at an arm's length. Robin and Artemis would flank the couriers at staggered distances. Soren would stay between Superboy and Wally. Superboy would take the rear left, Wally the rear right. We moved out into the flow of the city. The palace guards checked us through and shifted patrol routes to bracket our path. We did not draw attention. We followed Aqualad's hand signals more than his voice. When he lifted 2 fingers, we narrowed. When he drew a line with his hand, we shifted to the shadow of a wall. When he paused, everyone paused. Miss Martian's touch was a light tap in my head, present without pressure. Right turn ahead. Market lane is clear. Use the lower current. We turned right. The market lane stretched along a line of shops with slow-moving buyers and sellers. Diren kept his eyes forward. Soren watched 10 meters out and never lost the angle of our flanks. Robin took a quick snapshot of a relay panel we had already swapped earlier, checked the readouts, and moved on. Artemis kept her head slightly tilted, always listening, always ready to look the other way first. We reached the first research pod without trouble. It sat anchored to a ridge with 3 pylons and an airlock big enough for 2 techs side by side. 2 Atlantean guards waited outside. They saluted Aqualad. He returned the nod, then turned to Diren. Proceed, Aqualad said. Diren and Soren entered the lock. Robin slid in with them. Superboy and I took the doors and faced out. Artemis hovered above the entrance at a diagonal where she could see down the street. Wally fidgeted for 5 seconds, then forced his hands to stillness on the frame of the lock. Miss Martian's voice came soft through the link. Patrols rerouted 1 block over to minimize cross-traffic. Outer scan shows no unusual returns. Copy, Aqualad said. Inside the pod, I heard the steady clicks of tool heads and the low hum of a core being accessed. Robin's voice came through local comms, "Com. Primary module out. Backup 1 unlocked. Purge in 3, 2 purge." Diren said, "Backup 1 cleared." Soren added, "Backup 2 unlocked. Purge ready." "Wait," Robin said. "Check some mismatch on 31A running again." "A beat. Cleared. Continue." It went like that for 4 minutes. Measured, careful, no wasted movement. When they came out, Robin flashed a green symbol with the checker. Pod 1 clear. Mirrors pulled. Cores sealed. Aqualad nodded once. Move. We took a different route to the second pod. Miss Martian sent 2 small course corrections when a patrol drifted near a choke point and when a school of large fish would have pushed us into an open lane. Wally whispered to no one in particular that the fish looked like floating footballs and got a shush from Artemis that sounded automatic. Halfway to the second pod, Robin's voice rose half a tone, not alarmed, just alert. Small sonar tick at R3. Could be drift. Marking it. Copy, Aqualad said. We didn't change speed. We didn't show any reaction. We moved like a group that had a routine and a timeline. In my head, I cut my jokes down to thin lines and stored them away. I loosened my stance. The second pod sat behind an arch, attached to a rock shelf with a good field of view to 2 lanes. That was no accident. The guards here were younger. They straightened as we approached. Aqualad gave them a small nod that had weight. Darren and Soren went in again with Robin. Superboy swapped posts with me. I took the lower angle and watched the lane that curved out of sight. A shadow shifted where it should not have, then settled. My jaw tightened. I did not call it. I let Miss Martian take that if she saw it. She touched my mind. Saw it. Marked. It is staying at range. Copy, I sent back, open and calm. The work inside moved faster this time. Darren and Soren had their rhythm. Robin let them lead while he verified and stepped in when a checksum lagged. Artemis drifted closer to Aqualad, closer than strangers would, far enough that she didn't crowd. Wally had stopped fidgeting. His eyes tracked the edges the way he did when he remembered to be a hero first and a show-off second. Pod 2 clear, Robin said. The door cycled. They came out with 3 cores sealed in the carry case and confirmation tags on the panel. Aqualad's eyes flicked to me. I made the motion with my fingers for 1 watcher trailing. He nodded and made a smaller sign that meant keep moving and keep it quiet. We left. The route to the third pod took us along the outer arc. The city fell behind us by degrees. The light shifted cooler. The flow thinned. Out here the guards were fewer, the lanes wider, and the lines of sight longer. Aqualad brought us under a low ridge and along a covered groove that kept our silhouettes small. Miss Martian guided us around a sand plume that had rolled off a slope. Robin murmured softly, tick again on R3. Same cadence. Either the same unit or 1 in sync. Range, Aqualad said. 30 meters, then 40. Robin answered. It keeps gates. It's not random. I looked at Aqualad. He didn't look concerned. He looked engaged. There is a blind curve before the third pod, he said. We will use it. Tenno, can you place a tracer net without showing it? Give me 60 seconds, I said. I can set 2 low and 1 high. If it's a drone, the harmonics will sing. If it's a diver, we'll have a clean tag. He nodded. Do it. We reached the curve. It hooked around a boulder with a narrow seam. Aqualad slowed us as if we were adjusting kits and checking straps. Wally started a small argument with Artemis about whether speed or stealth was better underwater. She told him to shut up. It worked as cover. I drifted to the seam and slipped in. The water here was quiet. I switched frames with a smooth shift, dialing back glow and mass, cutting edges down to a flat profile. Loki worked for this light, quick, invisible when I wanted it. I seated the first tracer under the boulder lip and set it to sleep until a specific frequency brushed it. I tucked the second into a crack above the curve, aligned to catch anything that hugged the ceiling. I anchored the third in the sand at a slight angle that would let it feel pressure waves more than sound. Miss Martian's touch was light again. 2 returns now. Both slow. Both patient. Good, I sent. They can run after the tag. I slid out and rejoined the group like I had never left. Aqualad didn't ask for a report. He didn't need to. We moved again. The third pod sat on a broad ledge with no cover on its right and a narrow alley of rock on its left. The guards here were older. One recognized Aqualad and made a small gesture of respect that didn't look ceremonial. It looked personal. Proceed, Aqualad said to Diren and Soren. They entered with Robin. This time, Artemis didn't take the high angle. She took the alley and covered it at a shallow angle that gave her a view of the open water through a slit. Wally took the right, where the open lane was. Superboy planted himself between our couriers and the widest approach. Purge on 2, Robin said inside. Primary mirror out. I tracked the curve behind us with my peripheral vision and kept my head still. My internal timer ticked 60 seconds. 70. 80. The tracer pinged once, then quieted, which meant something brushed the first net and slowed. Then the high tracer touched and sang once in my ear with a coded note. That meant a small machine or a diver with a device. The sand tracer stayed quiet. I anchored myself next to Aqualad's shoulder. We have 2 tails. They know how to follow. They're not grazing us, they're matching distance. Direction, he said, eyes still on the door. Opposite angles, I said. 1 high, 1 low. Both are keeping threshold. That looks trained. He did not change his body language. We will leave as planned. We will not break pattern. If they approach, we tag them and let them run. Copy, I said. I let the urge to spring bleed out. Controlled response. His people. His city. His plan. Inside the pod, Diren called, backup 2 purge complete. Panel accepts new lock. Last mirror in place. Robin said, check some clean on all sets. Logs match palace mirror. We're good. The door cycled. They stepped out with the last case. Soren's eyes flicked to the ridge, then to us. He had seen something too. He kept his face straight. Aqualad didn't hurry us. We depart, he said in his usual calm tone. Back the way we came. Rear stagger, long. We formed up. Wally drifted a little wider to give our tail room. Superboy took one slow look over his shoulder and then returned his gaze forward. Robin clipped the last case to Diren's harness and checked it twice. Artemis stayed in the groove like a shadow. We moved. The high tracer pinged again, softer. The low tracer hummed and stayed. At the curve, I let myself lag by a meter so that the tails saw the same picture they had been seeing. I felt the water roll as one of them slipped a little closer. I did not turn. If I turned, they would peel off. Miss Martian sent a whisper. I have a patrol in range if we need help. Say the word. Hold, I sent back. At the seam, I felt a pressure kiss the sand tracer. It hummed. The signals braided. I smiled to myself. They're tagged, I said quietly. We let them follow or we peel them off with a patrol. Aqualad's answer was simple. We let them follow. Palace security can see them now. We will not lead them to us. We will pull left and route through covered lanes. If they are smart, they will wait and report. That will give us a path back to their handler. We did exactly that. We turned into cover and took the long way back. The tails paused at the curve. They didn't force the pace. They didn't push to stay close. They chose patience. That told me enough about the person running them. By the time we reached the palace perimeter, the tracer signals were steady arcs on Miss Martian's board. Her tone was calm. Security confirms 2 mechanicals with trace organic components. Likely drones with limited biomimetic shell. They are holding 90 meters off the palace wall. They are not approaching further. Good, Aqualad said. We cleared the gate. The guards closed it behind us. We did not stop moving until the couriers handed the cases to the lab techs and the lab sealed their doors. Only then did I let my posture slip loose again. Wally exhaled loud and long. Okay, that was tense. 10 out of 10 restrained by me. Artemis answered without heat. You did fine. He blinked. Was that a compliment? Don't get used to it, she said, but her mouth twitched. Robin filed a report from his tablet as he walked. All 3 pods purged and verified. Mirror cores secured. Tracers live on 2 tails. We can backtrack once they move. Superboy looked at Aqualad. They will run home. They will return to a tender or a hide, Aqualad said. We will not chase now. We will let them teach us where to strike. Miss Martian floated to meet us at the lab wing entrance. The Queen is waiting in the strategy room. We entered as a group. Queen Mara stood with Aquaman and the scientist. Guards lined the room with steady eyes. The scientist accepted the cases without comment and set them into a sealed slot. Mara looked at Aqualad first. He gave the report in a flat, clear line. All pods purged and secured. 2 tails tagged and confirmed. They did not approach the palace. Mara turned to Miss Martian. Positions. Both drones are holding at the perimeter, she said. They are not probing the wall. They are waiting or receiving new instructions. Security has them on passive track. Aquaman looked to Robin. What can you pull from the tracers? Robin flipped his screen. Telemetry shows a scraped weave of acoustic and low-light signals. Our coins will ride their cores and store bursts. If they return to a tender and broadcast, we can catch the handshake and mimic it. If they meet divers, we can copy their short-range relay. The scientist added, we seeded decoy identifiers in the coins. If the drones are swept with a standard filter, they look like background noise. Mara considered that and nodded. Then we wait for them to move. In the meantime, we harden the remaining nodes. Artemis and Tula can finish the market arc, Robin said. We can start the decoy prep in parallel. Aquaman faced Aqualad and me. When the tails move, I want a shadow ready. No engagement unless necessary. If you can follow to a tender without tipping them, do so. That is our strength, Aqualad said. I lifted a hand with a small smile. I'm ready to sit in the dark and watch. I can do quiet when it matters. Mara gave me the smallest approving dip of her chin. Good. The room eased by a degree. The work had shape. The next step had lines. No one rushed. No one made big speeches. People took assignments and left to do them. We broke into smaller groups again. Robin stayed with the scientist to start sketching the decoy's fake handshake and tracer weave. Miss Martian returned to the coordination room to keep the net up and to monitor the tails. Wally went with Palace Logistics to set a messenger circuit that did not leak. He liked that he could run errands and call it a critical role. Artemis tracked down Tula to finish the market arc and promised not to punch anyone unless asked. Superboy stayed with Aqualad and me by default, quiet and steady. We waited in a side room near a window that looked out on the palace wall and the city curve. Guards moved with a professional rhythm. I watched Aqualad watch them. He knew every patrol. He knew the difference between an easy stride and a stiff one that needed a swap. He did not micromanage. He let it run because he trusted them. I leaned on the rail with arms folded. Your city runs tight. It must, he said. He didn't add anything. He didn't need to. We let silence sit. It was not heavy. It was a pause before the next part. Miss Martian's voice touched our heads after 20 minutes. Tails are moving. Both at once. Direction southwest, low and steady. They are not rushing. Aqualad stood. We move. We did not grab fanfare. We did not gather everyone. This was a shadow job. We took the bioship in a stripped configuration with external lights killed and internal hum low. Miss Martian asked if we wanted her along. Aqualad said yes, because her link and soft screens would make the shadows smoother. Robin offered to come. Aqualad told him to finish the decoy. He did not argue. We slipped out of the palace bay and hugged the wall until the gates fell behind us. Miss Martian kept her distance from the tracers. Not too close to spook them. Close enough to feel their drip of data. I watched the water and the rock and the lanes. Wally would have whined about how slow we went if he had been with us. He wasn't. It was quiet. The drones held a line that threaded ridges and stayed off the obvious path. That told me there was a pilot somewhere who either had a good map or had flown this path before. They did not talk to each other. They pulsed at intervals that matched a low-end loop. We tailed them for a long curve. The city lights dimmed. We crossed a bare patch of rock that would have made a bad ambush point but a good last check before a handoff. The drones dipped. Aqualad's hand rose in a stop. Miss Martian cut us to a drift with no forward thrust. We slid to a float. Two small shapes rose out of a seam ahead. They were the size of a man and swam like people who had trained in deep water for years. They wore dark suits that did not look Atlantean. They moved like they had done this before. They approached the drones, tapped them with short sticks, and latched them to harness clips. Aqualad's jaw tightened by a thread. I said nothing. Superboy narrowed his eyes. Miss Martian did not speak in our heads. She recorded. The divers turned and kicked toward open water. Not the city. Not the ridge. Out and away. Aqualad's voice was low. We follow. Slow. We will not reveal ourselves unless they try to break a perimeter. We did. We followed. We let them lead us away from the city. We watched the path they chose. We counted ridges and currents. We memorized the profile of their suits and the pattern of their kicks. I kept my tone easy on purpose. They're neat. They have a box they have to bring the drones to. They didn't dump them at the first hide. Chain of custody, Aqualad said. His voice did not soften. Good. The divers angled down toward where the trench shelf dipped. Not the trench we had visited earlier. A different drop, quieter, without posts. That meant a tender. Aqualad's hand tensed on the rail. Miss Martian's whisper barely touched my head. We are almost out of palace relay range. I can keep a thin thread if we do not go much lower. Hold at this depth, Aqualad said. We will gather the approach and turn back. We will not risk a trap without full net. I wanted to press in and tag the tender myself. I wanted to slip close and place a marker on the hull. I did not suggest it. I watched Aqualad's face and read the line he drew. This was his call. I accepted it. We hovered just above the drop and watched their silhouettes fade. I set 3 quick landmarks in my head and on our NAV board. Rock shape. Fault line. A patch of grey coral that looked like a hand. No figures of speech in my head, just shapes that would not change in a day. Aqualad tapped Miss Martian's shoulder. We return. She turned the bioship with a clean, small angle arc and took us back along our own wake. The city grew out of the dark in a slow rise. The palace gates opened like they had been waiting for us. We slid in and came to rest without talk. We went straight to the strategy room. Mara and Aquaman were still there. Robin had joined them, and the scientist had a new set of diagrams open. Artemis and Wally arrived a minute later with Tula behind them. Wally's hair stuck up in one place from his mask, and he didn't know it. Aqualad reported, simple and clean. Drones retrieved by 2 divers at this location. He pointed to the map. They moved southwest and then descended toward an unmarked drop. We did not follow into the deep. We returned with route data. Robin leaned in. We can project their tender radius from the drop pattern and the time they took. If they are not fast, they did not go far. The scientist added, we can seed a second tracer coin in the decoy that activates only when it sees the exact short-range ping those divers used to pull the drones. That will give us a lock if they send another team. Meryl looked at all of us. Good. We continue. You will rest for 1 hour. Then we deploy the decoy. I grinned and saluted with 2 fingers. Wake me when it's time to sit in the dark again. Wally flopped into a chair and let his limbs go dramatic. I am so ready to not breathe air for another 6 hours. Artemis came up behind him and flicked the stray hair down. He looked at her, confused, and then decided to accept it as a sign of partnership. Superboy stood behind Aqualad and did not move. Miss Martian drifted to stand beside Robin and glanced at his screen like it was a puzzle she liked. I leaned on the table edge and looked at the map again. Tracks. Times. Simple lines. We had what we needed to make the next part count. I kept my voice easy. This is good work. Aqualad's answer was steady. It is necessary work. That was enough. Chapter 10, Bait in the Cold. We did not waste time. The strategy room broke into motion as soon as the plan was set. Robin and the Atlantean scientist spread tools and modules across a clean bench, moving with steady coordination. Miss Martian kept one hand on a console and another near her temple as she balanced the coordination net. Aqualad checked patrol charts with a security captain and pointed out paths with short, controlled gestures. Aquaman approved without drama. Queen Mara gave the last authorization and left the details to those who would carry them. I stood near the bench and watched Robin load the tracer coin with a narrowbeam handshake recorder. He narrated in short lines for the scientist to mirror and for the rest of us to follow. Coin is tuned to the diver's short-range pull signal. It will wake only on that ping. If they use the same sticks, we get their key. He slotted the coin into a decoy access port and sealed it under a thin cover. Loaded and masked. Readout returns as thermal bleed. The scientist ran a check. Mask holds. No obvious artifact. Artemis leaned on the table with one elbow. So they pick it up, they think it's normal, and we get what we need. Robin nodded. That's the idea. Wally bounced on his heels. And I get to sit in the cold and not talk. Artemis did not look at him. You can always go back and fold towels. Wally straightened. I am a professional. Superboy stood near the door and watched the hallway. He kept his hands loose and his posture quiet. He did not add anything. He did not need to. Miss Martian turned from the console. Patrol arcs are set. 2 squads will stay within 3 minutes of the drop without crossing our lines. They know we are in charge of the shadow. Aqualad faced all of us. Positions are as follows. I will deploy the decoy with Robin. Tenno will take deep cover near the drop. Superboy will take the secondary cover above the ridge. Artemis will watch the approach from the low seam. Kid Flash will hold the fallback lane near the second marker and carry messages if telepathy is blocked. Miss Martian will monitor from the bioship at distance and keep the net running. We do not engage. We observe and follow. I smiled. Understood. I will be quiet until opening time. Wally raised a hand. What if they do not come? Robin answered. We wait. If they do not come, we redeploy at the next window. Aqualad looked at each of us. No one breaks cover without my order. If the divers move toward the city, we block and call in the patrols. If they move out, we shadow. We give them room so they do not spook. Got it, I said. My tone stayed cheerful. Internally, I flipped the switch that saved time later. If someone pushed for a kill on Aqualad or the couriers, I would cut it off without a joke. We left the palace as a group and boarded the bioship. Miss Martian lifted us from the bay and sank into the city's flow. We cleared the gates and the patrol lanes and headed for the outer arc. The drop loomed on the navigation board as a clean mark. The water cooled and thinned. The seabed turned spare. Aqualad stood behind Miss Martian and watched the sensors. He did not hurry. He did not dawdle. His timing was exact. Robin seated the decoy in a cradle and finished the masking steps, then snapped the latch with a neat click. "Decoy ready," Robin said. Aqualad nodded. We proceed to the deployment ridge. Miss Martian brought us to the ledge above the first marker. The bioship's lights stayed off. The hull hum dropped to a low vibration that did not carry. She held us steady against a cross-current with small adjustments. The deck felt still under my feet. Aqualad lifted the decoy case. "We go out here." He looked at me. "Your cover point is the fissure at the left spur. Do not move once you are set." "Copy," I said. I let hydroid settle over my frame with smooth lines and no flares. Plates sealed and pressure equalized. I stepped into the lock. The door whispered open. The cold touched the armor and stayed there. It did not bite. It simply existed. The water took me. I moved without creating a wake. The ledge spread under me in a wide arc. The fissure sat where we had marked it earlier. It ran straight for 10 meters and then curved to a narrow pocket. I slid into it, set my hands on the rock at 2 contact points, and anchored without magnets or obvious gear. My profile flattened. My glow lowered. I became a shape with the rock, not part of it, not pretending, just still. Miss Martian's voice touched my mind. "I have you. All positions will anchor in 2 minutes. Steady here," I sent back. My words in her link were clear. There was no static and no strain. Aqualad and Robin left the lock and moved toward the drop with the decoy between them. Aqualad swam with practiced economy. Robin kept pace without looking like he had been born to it. He counted his strokes and his distances. They reached the drop edge and set the decoy in the pre-marked groove. Robin adjusted a cable and tapped a test. The decoy returned a good tone. Aqualad's voice came soft through the local net. "Decoy active. Timers set. We clear." They returned to the bioship and held there. Superboy slipped into his slot above the ridge, still and high enough to watch both the approach and the drop. Artemis slid into the seam below and to the side, just far enough to keep the angle she wanted. Wally took the fallback lane. He did not fidget. He kept his field light and his hands on the rock. We were set. Miss Martian dimmed her own presence so she did not crowd anyone's head. She maintained the net and called small adjustments for patrol arcs that kept our area open. Her voice kept an even pace. The base of it felt calm. Time stretched. We held our places. The decoy sat and did nothing visible. The current brushed the ridge at long intervals. The city stayed behind us and did not intrude. Artemis whispered across the net. "No movement." Robin answered in a neutral tone. "Baseline looks clean. Tracer coin reading steady. No cross traffic." Wally added, "Quiet for once, I can hold this all day." Superboy did not speak. Aqualad said, "We wait." I did not mind waiting. This was still work, and it mattered. I kept my eyes half-lidded to cut glare. I watched the particles in the water. Anything foreign turned the pattern. Anything fast cut the line. Nothing cut it yet. Miss Martian pinged once. Outer patrol reports 2 blips a kilometer out. Slow and steady. Not ours. They are not closing yet. Robin responded. Mark them. If they alter course to our vector, we brace. We held. The minutes stacked. I did not measure them by the clock. I measured them by the rhythm of my own focus. The first 20 were easy. The next 20 were steady. The next 10 were the kind that stretched because the body wanted to move without reason. I did not let it. Aquilad's voice came calm and low. Hold positions. Do not clamp hard if the current lifts. Let it pass through you. Yes, sir, Wally whispered. The blips shifted. Miss Martian's tone changed by 1 shade. They altered course. They are angling for the marker line. They will pass the first reference in 3 minutes. Artemis tightened her hand on the seam. Her breathing did not change. Saw it. Robin said, decoy handshake is broadcasting on the scheduled pulse. Tracer masked and ready. They will have to get within 2 meters to read it. Aquilad said, be patient. The blips stopped for 10 seconds. Then they moved again and closed. They were not fast. They were deliberate. They took a path that kept them off the obvious approach. They had likely trailed shells along here before. They turned once, then twice, and then the silhouettes appeared as soft shapes at the edge of our vision. 2 divers moved with even kicks. They wore the same suits we had seen earlier. Simple and dark, with thin harness lines and small packs. The sticks at their hips looked like the ones that had pulled the drones. Their masks had low profiles. Their hands did not shake. Miss Martian kept her link light. They are in our net. They do not see us. Aquilad said, very low, hold. Let them work. No one flinches. The divers did not look at the bioship. They did not look at the seams. They made for the drop. One stopped at the edge and swept a small field device out and back. The other slipped over the lip and found the decoy. He put one hand on the casing, then ran a tool along a seam. He nodded to his partner. The partner turned his field device to a narrower setting. Robin whispered, Tracer Coin is listening. I held still. Every part of me wanted to move. Not to attack. To adjust. The habit to shift and reposition at small cues was strong. I let that impulse go. The diver with the tool set the stick on the decoy and pressed a contact. The tone under my hands changed. The tracer coin woke. It took the handshake, stored it, and logged the interval. The diver lifted the stick and set a clamp. The clamp took. He opened a panel and checked an inner light. He nodded again. It was efficient. It was clean. Aquilad said, just for us, we have what we need. Robin checked his screen twice. Confirmed. Coin has the handshake. It will tail and log flow. Artemis did not move a muscle. They are quick. Superboy said, very quiet, they know what they do. The divers set their locks and lifted the decoy as a unit, not enough to trigger a wait alarm. The one at the lip eased back. The other came up, and they set the decoy into a sling. They did not scan the ridge again. They did not do a dramatic sweep. They just moved. Aquilad gave the next order without pause. We let them go. Tenno, you are first shadow. Superboy, you are second shadow. Artemis, hold until they pass you, then take the rear. Kid Flash, maintain your post and wait for my signal. Copy, I said. I slid from the fissure with no sharp lines. I held my speed low enough that my wake stayed invisible. I kept a 3 ridge distance, not 4, not 2. Superboy moved above and behind me at the same pace, natural and quiet. Artemis did not move until they had gone past her. Then she fell in behind with a practiced ease that needed no cheerleading. Wally held and did not complain. Miss Martian watched and sent tiny corrections that did not crowd. The divers turned through 2 small arcs and kept their depth. They did not rush. They knew the currents. They took a line we had not scouted earlier. It did not matter. This was not a chase. It was a copy. We followed. The bioship stayed out of their cone. Miss Martian floated with our line without any movement that would draw a curious glance. Patrols stayed off the net, just outside the far perimeter. Aqualad kept his eyes on the screens and on the patterns. He checked timings against distances and routes. The divers crossed a flat. The seafloor here had low features and a thin silt. Their kicks left soft marks. Superboy's eyes tracked the marks without his face changing. I watched their shoulders. The one on the left held tension in his middle back. The one on the right had a smoother line. Not useful now, recorded anyway. Robin's voice came into the net with a steady cadence. Tracer coin is not broadcasting. It is logging. When they dock with a tender, the handshake will spike. It will write it for us. Good, Aqualad said. We passed the outer arc. The city's light fell behind us. The water went cold and steady. The divers dropped a meter and then held. They veered left under a low shelf and straightened. I kept the 3-ridge distance and did not change depth. I recorded the arc anyway. If I had to repeat this route alone, I would not waste steps. The ledge ahead dropped by 2 meters and ran long. The divers slowed and split. One went high. One went low. They rejoined. They did not talk. They used hand signs that stayed tight. Miss Martian said, so low it was a breath, we are at the edge of the net. I can keep a thin line if you do not go much farther. Aqualad considered it for 1 second. We hold this depth. We follow to the vector change and then return. We will not lose our link for this pass. Understood, I said. No resistance, no urging. This was smart. The next pass would bring the decoy again or another item. We would catch the rest then. The divers angled down a small cleft. The tender did not show. That did not matter. The tracer coin would do its job when it connected. I took a snapshot of the cleft's mouth and the ridge above it and the pattern of cracks around it. Those markers wouldn't move. Aqualad raised his hand. We turned back. We peeled off. Artemis slid out first, then me, then Superboy. We widened our line and took a half arc that became a smooth retreat. The divers did not notice. If they did not show it. We returned to the city at the same unhurried pace we had used on the way out. Miss Martian kept us on the cover route without a single bump. The palace gates opened and took us in. The bioship settled in the bay with a small tilt that said Miss Martian had used exactly the thrust she needed and not 1 unit more. We disembarked and went straight to the strategy room. Mara and Aquaman were at the table. Robin and the scientist had a new model up with a timer and a path. Wally stood by the door with a drink that had no sugar in it and looked betrayed by this fact. Artemis stayed 2 steps back from the center. Superboy took his place near Aqualad's shoulder. Aqualad gave the report in clean order. Decoy deployed and retrieved by 2 divers. Tracer coin captured their short-range handshake. We shadowed to the net limit and returned. Robin turned the model. When they dock, the tracer will wake, ride the spike, and dump logs. If they store before broadcast, we will still have the stick ping. The scientist tapped in a few commands. The coin will survive a basic sweep and a light scrub. It will fail under a heavy magnetic pull, but their field would need to be strong enough to wipe their own caches. That is not likely mid-operation. Mara's expression stayed controlled. Good. We hold. When the tracer sings, we move. Wally lifted his drink. Do we clap when it sings, or is that a no-no? Artemis gave him a look. He sipped and stayed quiet. Miss Martian sat at the console and set the tracer window to a clear wedge on the screen. Robin angled the clock and wrote a note. Aqualad put both hands on the table and looked at the route again. He did not change anything. He did not need to. We stayed. We waited. The coin would wake when the divers docked and pulled. It could be minutes. It could be hours. We did not guess. We prepared. I leaned on the back of a chair and kept my voice easy. When it pings, I can be out the door first. Aqualad glanced at me. You will be second. I will be first. I grinned. Fine by me. Wally muttered something about rankings and got a light smack on the arm from Artemis that did not hurt. Superboy did not smile, but his jaw eased. Miss Martian looked at the screen and kept her breathing slow. Robin rolled his shoulders once and adjusted his gloves. The scientist straightened his notes. Aquaman spoke quietly with Mara about patrols. Guards watched the doors without staring. The tracer window stayed quiet. The timer moved. No one rushed it. No one asked if it would be soon. The room settled into a calm that fit the work. I checked my seals again, then checked nothing else. I stood up straight and let the cheer in my tone float without dragging the room up or down. If the coin sang and the tender was close, we would be busy in seconds. If the coin sang and the tender was far, we would plan the trail and take shifts. Miss Martian's voice broke the quiet by a fraction. Telepathy is clear. Patrol arcs are steady. No new blips near the city. Thank you, Mara said. We waited. Minutes passed. The air systems in the room shifted on a cycle that was easy to ignore. I did not ignore it. It told me how long we had held steady. Wally switched hands with his cup. Artemis moved 2 steps to her left to get a better angle on the map. Robin adjusted the zoom by 1 tick. Superboy did not move. Aqualad did not move. He could have stood there for an hour with the same posture. The tracer window flashed once. The tone in the room changed without anyone saying anything. Robin's fingers flew. The scientist leaned in. Miss Martian sat straighter. Aqualad lifted his head a centimeter. Tracer coin awake, Robin said, clear and contained. Short-range handshake confirmed. It is riding their pull. The model updated. A dot moved along a path that matched our estimate. It dropped a meter and then 5. It slowed and then stopped. Numbers scrolled. The tracer logged times and keys. The scientist read the numbers out loud for the record. He did not stumble. Short-range reader type Delta. Signal strength 1.6. Local buffer present. Dock established. Broadcast in 90 seconds. Aqualad looked at Miss Martian. Bioship ready. She stood. Always. Aquaman's tone held no heat and no slack. You have the lead. Get us the route. Aqualad nodded. We move. I stood with him and kept my voice bright because it kept Wally loose and Artemis grounded and Miss Martian steady. Let's go catch a ride. No one laughed. No one snapped. We did not need any of that right now. We moved at speed, but not fast enough to throw off the rhythm. The bioship lifted, turned, and headed for the ridge. The tracer streamed data to our board. It would guide us to the tender without any guesswork. I planted my feet and let my hands settle on the rail. The joking stopped in my head. If the tender had guns close to Aqualad or tried to clip the bioship, I would end it before the second step. Until then, I stayed cheerful on the surface and calm under it. Miss Martian cut our profile and dropped us through the cover without a ripple. The route ahead showed as a clean line. No one talked without a point. We all knew our jobs. We reached the first marker. The tracer drew us toward the cleft. The coin's log ticked over. The tender profile would appear at the next bend. We did not press. We drifted into place and let the water carry the last meter. Aqualad lifted his hand. Hold. We held. The screen updated. The tender silhouette grew. The handshake key ran across Robin's board. The coin did its work. I grinned because my face did that before my brain could stop it. There you are. No one told me to stop smiling. They did not need to. We were set. We had the line. The next move would be clean. Chapter 11, Lines on the Seafloor. The tender sat beyond the cleft like a shadow that had weight. It was not large. It was not bright. It was a workboat built to be ignored. The hull had a matte skin that ate light and a profile that broke up lines. A short mast held a low cluster of receivers. The docking rail extended halfway along the side. Two divers clipped their slings and pulled the decoy toward a hatch. No one waved a light. No one shouted. Everything stayed quiet and functional. I leaned one hand on the bioship rail and kept my voice easy. That is a plain boat for a loud villain. Robin's eyes stayed on his screen. It's good tradecraft. No sharp angles. No big emissions. They saved their fancy for the important parts. Aqualad watched the tender's course and the small figures on the deck. We maintain distance. Mgan, keep us below their cone. If they sweep, we are not here. Miss Martian nodded, focused. I have their band. It is weak. I can sit just under it without a ripple. Her hands were steady on the controls, pressure on her face calm and set. Artemis rested her elbow against the rear bulkhead to keep from floating forward. So we follow and hope they lead us home. That is the assignment, Aqualad said. We do not engage tonight. We map and prepare. Superboy stood behind me with his arms loose and his eyes on the tender. I can take the high cover if we need to split. Aqualad shook his head just once. We stay together until we know their patterns. I grinned. I can sit on their tail all night. Wally kept his mouth closed, which for him meant he felt the pressure of the moment. He shifted weight from one foot to the other and then stopped moving at all. I can run messages if telepathy drops. You can keep the line clear, Artemis said, quiet. He nodded like that mattered, which it did. The tracer coin finished its dump and went back to logging. The tender's short-range handshake scrolled across Robin's screen, parsed and stored. He tapped in a brief program to look for time intervals and strategy. They will not broadcast yet. They will move to their anchor. Mark their course, Aqualad said. We will not lose them. Miss Martian slid the bioship down and back by 2 meters and matched the tender's movement with small pulses. We felt almost nothing inside. The water outside flowed along the hull in thin sheets that did not reflect our presence. She set us below the tender's stern line and a little to the left. It gave us a view of the prop shroud and the tug of its intake. I adjusted my stance and let hydroid settle along my limbs again under the armor. My seal lines held. My balance sat in the center of the floor. I lifted my head just enough to track movement. I kept my tone as a soft lift. If this turns into a boarding later, I want the clean angle on the intake. Later, Aqualad said. Not now. Later, I confirmed, agreeable. The tender inched forward and then set a steady pace. It did not hurry. It cut under a low ridge and traced a line along features we had not logged before. The divers stayed on deck for a while. One swept a small field over the decoy's latch. The other ran a glove along the weld of the hatch seam. It looked like standard procedure. Robin marked small points on the route, his face calm. They are using visual landmarks. They are matching a path they know. They are not pinging hard. They are not worried. That means they have not been burned here. Miss Martian's voice came soft, under the hum. Patrol arcs are holding. Queen Mara ordered a reduce and watch posture on the outer lane. They will not cross into our shadow. Aqualad did not relax, but his shoulders loosened. Good. We followed. The tender made a long arc around a broken stack of rock and kept the same depth. It cut across a pocket where the bottom dropped and rose again. It passed a ridge with 3 white stones placed along the top, which meant someone had marked this place by hand. I logged each detail without speaking. I would not need to ask the way back. Artemis drummed 2 fingers on the bulkhead in a slow rhythm and then stopped. How long do you think until they dock? No estimate, Robin said. They could be 5 minutes from it or 50. They will not go farther than necessary if the carriage is heavy. Wally frowned at that. We could probably get a lot closer. We could, Aqualad said evenly. We will not. Wally nodded and kept his eyes ahead. Superboy looked down at the floor and then back up, which for him was a sign of patience. Call me when you want the high angle. I will, Aqualad said. The tender turned again. The seabed under it flattened into a cleared stripe. The rocks on either side of that stripe stood in small stacks, almost natural, only not natural at all if you were trained to see it. The stacks were guides. The stripe was a road. I smiled. Somebody put a lot of hours into not getting lost. They will have a schedule, Robin said. They will meet a ferry at a set time. We track that. We learn the changeover. We plan a boarding when they least expect it. Artemis lowered her chin. At shift change when they are tired. Exactly, Robin said. We slid along with the tender. Miss Martian kept us just outside their drift. She was careful with speed, careful with angle, careful with even pressure. She was flying the ship like a surgeon. She did not make a point of it. We felt the result. Aqualad turned his head slightly. Good flying. Thank you, she said, pleased and focused. The tender slowed. Its prop wash faded. 2 small boys came into view on our scope. They were dark until we were almost on them, then visible as thin shapes tied to weights. The tender lined up with them and drifted to a stop. Movement on the deck increased. Robin spoke, calm and quick. Shift change point. Small anchor. Maybe a tie-in to a larger ship at a safe distance. Aqualad lowered his hand. We hold here. We will observe for 1 full exchange. Then we will decide whether to follow the new carrier or return to plan a boarding at change. Superboy's voice dropped further. I can scout high. Negative, Aqualad said. We do not risk a silhouette above their line. Artemis pressed her shoulder to the bulkhead and watched with steady attention. They are checking for details. That skin pattern is not casual. They do not have us, Miss Martian said. We are outside their range. The divers on the tender set the decoy down and ran a panel over it. A short red indicator flickered. The man on the left tapped the side and looked at his partner. The partner shook his head. They worked the latch again and reset the clamp. The light turned green. Wally whispered, I felt that in my teeth. Artemis did not look away. Focus. A dark shape moved in from our right, silent and low. At first it looked like rock, and then its lines resolved into a second tender, wider, heavier, with a different hull skin. It came in with no lights and 0 opened panels. It slowed near the boys and matched position exactly. Robin said, that is not a random meet. They do that twice a week with that same approach. That is practiced. Aqualad agreed with a short word. Yes. 2 more divers dropped from the second tender, clipped lines, and floated toward the first. They moved well. The teams exchanged brief hand signs. The decoy moved across on a sling. The first team sent it off without hesitation, like they did not care what it was beyond cargo. The second team took it without question, like they trusted the source more than the object. Miss Martian's mouth pressed and then relaxed. I do not feel a broad net. They are not sweeping telepathically. They are taught to rely on training only. That is hard to beat, Artemis said. Not impossible, Robin countered. Just slow. We watched the exchange. It did not take long. The second tender spun on its axis with small bursts of controlled thrust, then glided away, this time angling down. The first tender began coiling lines and cleaning the deck. They did not stay. They did not linger. Aqualad did not rush his next words. We shadow the second carrier. We will map their path to anchor. We will not board tonight. I moved closer to the rail. You sure you do not want me to put a hand on their hull now? I can plant a tracer without being seen. Not tonight, he said. If they do not know we are here, they will keep this route. If they suspect a leak, they will change. We want a routine to exploit. That sat right with me. It was not satisfying in the punch now sense, but it was correct. Miss Martian turned us with the same small pressure she had used all night and slid behind the second carrier. She matched its line, kept the deck edge at the same angle in our view, and kept our own silhouette under the same rock they had used for cover on approach. It felt like an easy glide. It was not easy. It was skill. Wally kept both hands on the ceiling lip to hold himself level. I am officially impressed. Artemis answered without moving her eyes. Good. The second tender moved down along a longer slope. The water grew darker. The pressure numbers ticked up. Robin adjusted his screen's light level and tightened his jaw by a millimeter. He did not like losing detail. He adapted. Time stamps in, he said. They switch at this hour. That means crews rotate in 4-hour blocks. If we board on the 3rd hour, they will be less alert. Aqualad said, we will watch 2 cycles if we can. Superboy kept his voice low. And if they catch us? Then we break contact and leave, Aqualad said. We will not compromise the city to catch one boat. There was a small smile on my face that I did not mind anyone seeing. I can do patient. Artemis let out a breath she had been holding. Prove it. I am proving it right now, I said happily. She did not argue. The tender reached a region where the floor split in 2 shallow valleys and stayed between them. It passed under a small arch. It dropped again, then straightened toward a low ridge that had a single stack of stones in the middle like a marker. It drifted and then slowed and stopped. It did not anchor to the seafloor. It linked to something that was not obvious. Robin picked it up first. There is a line here. It looks like a natural growth, but it is a cable. They are leashing to a mooring that sits beneath that ridge. Aqualad studied the feed and nodded. Agreed. Miss Martian slid us left and down until the tender's stern sat at a neat angle in our view. We are inside their blind. No sensor spikes. The deck quieted. The divers went inside. Lights on the tender stayed dim. Vents hummed. We saw no indicator of a call. We saw no signal beam. The tracer coin showed a gentle flow on a delay, not a stream. They are not broadcasting from here, Robin said. They will move it again. This is storage or transfer. They might log data and wait for an uplink cycle. Aqualad's voice did not shift. We hold for 1 hour. We log all movement. Then we leave and return to plan a boarding at change. Wally glanced at the clock and sighed softly. I can do 1 hour. Artemis replied, "You can do more if needed." "I know," he said without whining. I rested my palms flat on the rail and settled my stance deeper. The longer we held, the more I wanted to move just to move. I did not. I watched the tender like it might flinch. It did not flinch. It rested in its own weight like it belonged there. The current played around it. Our ship stayed still under Miss Martian's steady hands. Superboy turned his head slightly to listen to the hull. He had that habit. He listened for problems like other people watched for them. He did not raise an alarm. The minutes did not fly by, but they moved. Robin reported small details at clean intervals. A door panel opened and closed, a light in the cabin went off, a vent changed pitch because of a filter cycle. Artemis called out one small shadow along the seafloor that could have been a small fish and then confirmed it was a small fish. Wally did not complain about the cold. He did not fidget. He watched the edges. I listened to the tone of the water and the steady breath next to me. At the 30-minute mark, a faint thud came through the water. The tender's front anchor line tightened, then relaxed. A shape moved under the ridge. It was not a boat. It was a cradle with storage slots for sealed cases. 2 were filled. 1 was empty. The tender's crew did not come out. A hatch opened on the underside. A box slid down. The cradle accepted it and pulled back under the ridge. Robin tracked it. Storage node. Not self-propelled. It lives under this ridge and takes deliveries from boats like this. That means there is a bigger chain. We should not hit this yet. I agree, Aqualad said. Artemis rolled her wrist once, slow. We hit the boat first at shift. We take logs. Then we follow the storage when it moves again. That is the plan, Aqualad said. The hour ran its course. The tender did nothing else, which told us part of the story. This was not a hub, it was a stop. If we boarded here, we would get logs of pickups and drop-offs, and maybe a route list. If we waited too long, they would change the pattern because we would have given them time to notice their tails. Aqualad touched Miss Martian's shoulder. We return. She brought us back along our own track. We did not leave a wake. We did not touch a ridge or bump a buoy. We slid into the palace bay with the same smooth line we had left on. The ramp lowered. We filed out, quieter than we had been going in. The strategy room took us in without ceremony. Queen Mara faced us. Aquaman stood to her right. The scientist had his chart ready. Robin walked to the table like the space belonged to him because he had work to do. Wally grabbed a cup of something hot and held it between both hands. Artemis took her place near the back of the room where she could see the exits. Superboy stood with his back straight and his face set. Aqualad gave the summary in plain words. Tender led us to a mid-ocean anchor. Storage cradle accepted 1 case. No broadcast on this shift. We can board at the next shift change and obtain logs. Boarding should be quiet and fast. We will not draw attention to the city. Robin pulled up the map and the timing table. Shift change repeats every 4 hours. The 3rd hour is the fatigue point. If we board at the end of the 3rd, we get the sleepy window and the least staffing. We need a non-lethal kit and a way to grip the hull without sound. The scientist nodded. We can provide seal cutters that make no spark and adhesive pads with low-profile handles. We have a small unit that freezes a hinge if you need a door to stick. Miss Martian adjusted the patrol net on a secondary screen. I can keep 2 squads at a safe distance to step in if you need extraction. They will not show unless called. Wally raised his hand halfway. I can be the runner if telepathy goes out. I can go from the tender back to the relay in under 3 minutes at my best underwater speed and not pass out. Artemis looked at him. Do not pass out. I said not, he answered, serious now. Superboy kept his tone level. I will take the high cover and hold the deck if they try to break. Aqualad turned to me. You will take point on the intake and the stern lock. You will not breach until I give the word. I smiled, all easy. You have the word. I wait for it. He nodded once. Good. We set the schedule with clear times. We did not linger over details we already had. We chose a boarding kit that matched the tender's build. We chose a quiet cut. We chose a path on and a path off. No bloat. No add-ons. Mara closed the meeting with a clean nod. You leave at the top of the second hour. You board at the end of the third. You return at once with your logs. Understood, Aqualad said. I stayed near the table as the room cleared. I bumped Robin's shoulder lightly with the back of my hand. Good timing call. He tilted his head, pleased. It fits their schedule. Artemis looked at us both. Don't get cocky. Never, I said happily. Wally slurped his drink and made a face. This tastes like sea spinach. It is, the scientist said. Wally shrugged and kept drinking. Fine. Superboy stood beside Aqualad for a beat longer than he had to. He did that when he wanted to make sure he heard the last order. Aqualad glanced at him and nodded, and Superboy nodded back and left. It was simple. It told me what I needed. Miss Martian paused by the door. I will keep the net stable. If I feel anything shift, I will tell you. Thank you, Aqualad said. We stepped into the hall. I kept my tone bright because it kept the edges from getting sharp too early. I am ready for a clean grab. Aqualad looked at me, steady. So am I. We broke to prep. I changed seals and checked tools I did not often use. I set my frames to minimal glow. I ran intake grip rehearsals in my head. I ate a small meal in the guest wing because Wally insisted and because he kept making faces at the sea spinach until I took a plate. Artemis told him to stop making faces. Robin told him to eat. Miss Martian reminded us to hydrate. Superboy did not comment, but he stood where he could hear the clock. Aqualad arrived on time with the boarding kit packed and handed me 2 pads without a word. I took them and clipped them down. The second hour came. We boarded the bioship. Miss Martian brought us out of the bay and set us on our line. The city fell behind us. The ridge rose ahead. The plan filled the space between. We did not talk for a while. We watched. We matched. We reached the cover. We waited. At the end of the third hour, the tender lights inside shifted in a small cycle. A door opened. 2 figures moved. Not many. Not ready for a fight. Ready for bed or for a meal. Aqualad moved to the rail and braced beside me. His voice was steady. On my mark. I flexed my fingers once. The pads stuck to my palms. My smile stayed on my face. The switch inside stayed ready in case any of them went near my team. Mark, Aqualad said. We moved. Chapter 12, The Trap Springs. Aqualad gave the word, and we moved. Miss Martian kept the bioship steady, hull dark and quiet against the ridge. I slipped out first with the adhesive pads warm in my grip. The water pressed even and cold. The tender rode its mooring without sway. No deck footsteps, no light through the seams. Good window. Aqualad's voice was low and calm. Tenno, intake. Robin, with me on stern access. Artemis, lower seam. Superboy, hold high. Kid Flash, stay in lane. Mgan, maintain net. On it, I said cheerfully. I adjusted my lines and let my body ride the water without fighting it. The stern lock sat 3 meters off port, half hidden by a fixed plate. I hovered by it and set one pad to the hull. The adhesive latched without noise. The other hand pad held me still. I took one breath out of habit and kept my nerves light. Robin ghosted past under the lock housing with Aqualad on his shoulder. He pressed the seal cutter to a hinge and watched the frost creep. Aqualad counted in a whisper. 3, 2, 1. Robin lifted. The hinge held stiff. Aqualad slid the cutter under the second hinge and repeated the process. No sparks, no flash. Artemis moved along the lower seam and checked the approach lane. Clear. Superboy adjusted above us by a meter and held in place, silent. Wally whispered in our ears, "Fallback lane is open. I can reach the relay fast if you say it." "Stay put," Aqualad said. "Report any change." "Roger," Wally said, strangely disciplined. We stuck to the plan. Robin reached for the lock panel tool and pried the seam. I brought my face level with the intake ring. No alarms, no mesh, only a simple grate with screws that looked like a cheap fix after the last maintenance. I planted a palm, turned a screw, and felt for tension. Nothing. "Stupid easy," I said softly. "I almost feel insulted." Robin murmured without looking at me, "Save it. Panel first." We worked in order. He popped the panel. Aqualad caught it before it floated. I slid the grate and set it against the hull with one adhesive dot. Superboy drifted 3 meters up and tilted his head. That meant he heard something, so I froze. He whispered, "Nothing. Just the hull breathing." "Copy," Aqualad said. "Proceed." Robin slid inside the stern access without scraping. His shoulders angled. He set his feet against 2 inner braces and pushed the panel aside. Console sighted. Lockout is basic. 2 minutes. Aqualad stayed outside and watched angles. Artemis stayed to the lower seam. Wally held the lane. Miss Martian kept the link stable and light. The water around us ran smooth. I slipped through the intake just enough to find the engine cradle's trailing edge. I felt the bracket and counted fasteners. 6 latches. They used a simple crossbar here. Aqualad's answer was even. "Do not unseat the cradle. We take logs, not engines." "Wasn't going to steal it," I said lightly. "Just mapping." Robin's voice stayed level. "Console is open. I'm pulling logs." "Artemis, low seam check." "Nothing on low," Artemis said. Superboy hummed one tone in his throat. "Still clear." I grinned. "We're good." Gentle grab, in and out. That was when the ship's skin clicked. It was small, a mechanical cough through the hull that repeated twice. My body went still. Aqualad stiffened a fraction. Robin stopped moving for half a second and then continued. Artemis slid a centimeter closer to the seam. Superboy looked left without moving his body. Miss Martian's voice dipped in our heads. Something changed inside the hull. I felt a field wake for a moment and then shut off. I cannot tell which. "Robin," Aqualad said quietly. Robin answered in the same calm tone. I felt it. Logs still copying. Almost there. I wanted to lift my head and look at the ridgeline. I didn't. I kept my hands on the hull and my body half inside the intake. I listened for another click. Nothing. The tender's vents hummed in a steady line again. 30 seconds, Robin said. "Hold," Aqualad said. I lifted my eyes and watched the lane anyway. No shapes. No motion. The seafloor looked the same. The boys didn't move. The stern lock shivered. 4 panels along the tender's side split with quiet seams and slid back. Not loud. Not clumsy. Precise. I watched smooth compartments open into dark slots. Panels, I said, dropping the humor, voice flat. Aqualad did not ask where. He pivoted. Back to cover, now. Robin, out. Robin cut the transfer and pulled his core tool with a neat flick. He kicked once. Aqualad caught his shoulder and shoved him toward the shadow line. Artemis, pull, Aqualad said. On my way, she answered, already sliding back. Wally's voice spiked. Movement on the lane fast multiple. Miss Martian sent a sharp pulse through the link. Jamming field rising. Comms may flicker. The water shook with a low pulse. My ear buzzed. The bioship's lights dimmed for a heartbeat and then steadied, but our external lamps flickered. Robin swore once under his breath and clamped a hand to his belt computer. I didn't run. I planted my feet on the hull as the first trio of black suits shot out of the new slots along the tender's sides. They weren't Atlantean. Their lines were different, heavier around the arms, gear clipped low, masks armored. They moved like they'd drilled this approach 100 times. Each carried a compact shock rifle and a short blade. Ambush, I said, tone flat now. Full squad. Aqualad's voice tightened but stayed even. Positions. Do not let them flank the bioship. Gan. Her voice cut and came back, thinner. Jamming is interfering. I'm here. I'm holding the ship steady. I cannot push a field wide without giving us away. Understood, Aqualad said. Superboy dropped down between the first trio and our shadow line with a clean kick. Water rippled off his shoulders. He caught a blade on his forearm and shoved the diver back into his teammate. He didn't talk. He didn't snarl. He just took the hit and returned it. Artemis loosed a sealed shaft with a cable head. It hit a diver's shoulder plate and latched. She yanked hard, pulling him offline and into the rock seam. He curled and sliced the cable free with a short blade. She had another arrow out before the cable finished drifting. Wally popped into my peripheral and then out again, a quick arc that stole a rifle from a diver's hands and jammed it in a crevice. One down. The diver grabbed for him. Wally tucked, rolled, and darted back. A second rifle fired. The shot sizzled nearby and died into the rock. The EMP field had clipped output. That helped. Aqualad's voice carried leadership and calm. They want to pin us away from the ship and box the deck. Tenno pivot. Got it, I said. I didn't joke. I didn't smile. I let the strongest frame I carried wrap over me with no ceremony. Rhino Prime formed heavy and locked. Ironclad plates snapped into place across my arms, chest, and legs. Stabilizers engaged. Energy pooled under my skin and set. I felt the weight and the answer under it. It was simple. Water pressure hugged me. I pushed back and held my footing without drift. The next trio came out of the tender. They formed a wedge and came straight for the bioship's ramp. 2 more came up from below. 8 total now. They aimed to choke our space and split us. Good plan. I stepped off the hull and planted myself between them and the bioship, body angled, arms loose at my sides. The lead diver pointed his blade and made a shorthand command. 2 veered to flank. 1 kept me fixed at center. Wally breathed in my ear, big guy, you sure? Wally, I said, still calm, back the ship. On it, he said, and he moved to the ramp without arguing. The first diver hit me with a burst from the shock rifle. The bolt slammed my chest and shoulders and bled into the water. Iron skin held without strain. I walked forward and put my hand on the rifle and pushed it down. The diver tried to pull it free. I tightened my grip and squeezed. The barrel flattened. He reacted fast, dropped the weapon, and went for the blade. He came in tight and quick, aiming for seal seams. I blocked with my forearm and redirected him into the rock with a short, simple push. He hit and slid. The second diver came on my left. He had a two-handed shock blade, longer than the first. He tried to hook it behind my knee. I twisted, let the blade catch my armor, and drove my knee into his chest. He folded around my leg and lost his grip. Aqualad called positions like a conductor. Robin, by the keel. Artemis, high seam now. Superboy, left wedge. Tenno, right wedge, hold. Copy, I said. I stepped and caught the third diver by the arm as he tried to dart past me toward the ramp. I barely put force into the motion. He stopped dead. He kicked my shin and got nothing for his trouble. I moved his arm toward himself, rolled, and set him against the hull. He thrashed. He didn't go far. Miss Martian held the bioship steady. I can block the tender's external cameras for a few seconds at a time, she sent, strain in the edges of her tone. Not more, or the jamming will tag me. That's enough, Aqualad said. Use it to mask us when they fire. Artemis fired again clean, tight shots that pinned gear and bound joints. Two divers cut themselves free. She shifted her angle to make that harder the next time. Robin slid along the keel with a compact baton and touched a diver's wrist with a stun charge that didn't spark, only froze a glove for a second. He used that second and took the blade with a neat roll. He didn't gloat. He stayed focused. Superboy took two on his own. He was not elegant. He was effective. He caught a blade on his arm and let it cut into the suit, then grabbed the diver by the harness and flung him down into the sand where his weight dug him in. The diver scrambled and met Superboy's hand on his back, pushing him deeper. The second diver hit Superboy's ribs with a shock burst. Superboy grimaced and kept moving. He didn't stop. He didn't complain. Aqualad moved like a blade in calm water. He did not waste motion. He stepped in, blocked, turned a wrist, slid a short blade past a forearm, and sent a diver spinning. He struck where armor gave and never overcommit. 4 more panels opened along the tender's underside. This wasn't a single squad. It was a full launch. I watched 2 more divers emerge with bulkier packs and longer rifles. Those looked like heavier shock units. The EMP field protected us some, but a hit from those would hurt the bioship. "Mgan," I said, eyes on the guns. "I see them," she sent, thin but steady. "I can tilt the ship 1 degree and present armor. That is all." "That's enough," I said. I set my feet. The first heavy rifle fired. The bolt hammered into my chest and spread across iron skin in a bloom of pushed energy. It discharged into the water. I took a step back to bleed it and then went forward again. The diver fired again. Same result. I reached him in 3 steps and pushed the barrel to the side while my other hand grabbed the line on his pack. He drew his blade. I let him swing and turned my head. It scraped across a cheek plate that didn't notice. I took his wrist and turned it until his grip loosened. Aqualad made a small sound that meant tighten the circle. We tightened. Artemis shifted 2 meters higher and forced 3 divers to shift up with her. Robin pinned one against a fin and froze his suit seals with a short burst that looked like nothing. Superboy pushed 2 toward the sand and kept them there with simple pressure. Wally popped from the ramp to the seam and back, stealing a tool, jamming a rifle into a crack, never staying more than a second in any one place. He wanted to make a joke. He didn't. He stuck to the work. One diver broke off and aimed a heavy bolt at Miss Martian's cockpit. I put my shoulder between it and the shot and let it hit me instead. Iron skin flexed and held. Miss Martian's tone didn't waver. "Thank you." "Happy to help," I said plainly. The jam field ticked again. Our audio scratched and came back. Miss Martian grunted in my head. They are trying to blind the patrol net for a chunk of water. I can't keep contact with the outer ring. The palace still has us. Keep the ship steady, Aqualad said. We hold the ramp. He was right. If they separated us from the bioship, they could isolate and crush us one by one or force us to chase. We needed to keep our shape. 2 divers pulled a cable and shot harpoons. The barbs hit the seafloor and unfurled clamps. The cable began to tighten, pulling a net from a hidden slot beneath the tender. It wasn't a fish net. It was a capture curtain rated for small craft and divers. If it reached full extension, it would drape across the ramp and choke our play space. Net, Robin said, sharp and crisp. He didn't raise his voice. Artemis, Aqualad ordered, already moving. I see it, she said. She shot 2 arrows in quick succession. The first cut a cable. The second arrow hit the anchor head and jammed the winding gear. 1 harpoon still pulled. The net shifted anyway. I'll handle it, I said. I pushed forward through the half-circle of divers, took a hit from a shock blade on my shoulder, ignored it, and reached the net as it spread. I caught the leading edge with both hands and let the force load into my arms. Iron skin whined and held. The mesh dug into my palms. It tried to wrap. I kept it pinned and pulled it toward the tender's underside where it could not expand. A diver lunged for my ribs with a blade and hit armor again. He tried again, stabbing at a seam. He didn't find one. I set the net against the hull and held it there with one hand while I reached back with the other and caught his forearm. I didn't break it. I just pushed it down and away and took his knife. He let go because I made him. Superboy took advantage of the pressure shift. He slammed one diver into the sand. Aqualad bound a wrist and locked it to a brace bolt. Robin slipped a zip strap through a harness ring and latched 2 divers together at the hip. Wally darted in and tapped a diver's neck seal with a small device Robin had given him. The seal froze for a second, the diver choked, Wally removed the device, and the diver spent 10 seconds coughing water and air and not fighting. Artemis hit a wrist, then a shoulder, then a latch. No wasted shots. 2 more divers burst from under the tender with heavy packs. Their movements were slower. They were setting something, not fighting. Robin rocked back, eyes on their hands. They are anchoring charges. On the hull? I asked, tight. On the ridge, Robin said. They want to drop the cover. Aqualad's voice went hard. Stop them. No blast near the ship. On it, I said. I took 2 steps, still holding the net with my left hand, and reached for the first pack with my right. The diver tried to kick off. I held the pack strap and twisted it free, then shoved the charge under the tender's own overhang and cranked the timer off with 2 quick turns. Robin took the second device out of the other diver's hands with a baton hook and killed it with a neat flick. He passed it to Aqualad. Aqualad slid it into a crack with care. Miss Martian's voice leaned into us. Outer patrol regained. They are holding perimeter. Palace says to keep the route clear and avoid open engagement. They are ready to close if we call. Not yet, Aqualad said. We are not done. The divers pulled back, regrouping at the tender's midline. Their leader made a quick hand sign. The remaining panels along the hull opened. 2 small drones slid out, each the size of a backpack, with spinning rims and small emitters. Their job was obvious even before they moved. They were jammers with thrust. Robin, I said. I see them, Robin answered, already moving. He fired a tether that slapped onto the first drone's rim. It did not lock perfectly, but it caught, and the drone veered. Wally zipped in and clubbed it with the flat of his hand. The rim bent. The drone spun out and drifted, dead. The second drone fired a cone of white noise at the bioship's nose. Miss Martian's link crackled, then smoothed as she shifted frequency. I have it. It is not strong enough. Superboy reached out with both hands and grabbed the drone. It popped a charge. He flinched and held anyway. He crushed the casing like it was made of soft metal and let the pieces float. The leader diver made a new sign. 3 tried to slip past me to the ramp as a last test. I stepped in front of them and let the first strike. He hit Ironskin and recoiled. I caught his harness and pushed him into the second. They tangled. I took the third by the forearm and set him chest first into the hull with enough force to make him rethink his life for a second. Aqualad's voice was now a single line of instruction. We hold. We do not pursue. We keep the ramp clear. Robin status on logs. Robin answered without pause. Partial pull before the trap triggered. Enough to map 2 shifts and 3 storage nodes. Not everything. Enough to plan the next step. That will do, Aqualad said. A diver tried to stab my knee again. I looked down at him, met his eyes through the mask, and shook my head. He swung anyway. I caught the blade in my palm and bent it at the middle until it no longer counted as a blade. He jerked back and fled toward his team. Somewhere in the tender, a tone pulsed once. It wasn't an alarm. It was a signal to the divers to return. The leader raised his hand and signaled retreat. He kicked back toward the hatch and covered his teammates as they moved. Artemis kept her aim on them and did not shoot. Wally kicked toward the ramp and held position. Superboy floated a meter above me with his eyes down, ready to drop on anyone who forgot how to count. Aqualad stayed at the line with one hand open and steady. The divers didn't try to force it again. They withdrew in a clean, fast line. The panels along the hull shut one by one. The heavy rifles stayed inside. The shock blades disappeared. The capture net sagged against the hull where I held it. Miss Martian kept her voice steady. They are cutting jamming. The field is dropping. The patrol net is clear again. Everyone intact? Aqualad asked. Fine, Artemis said, clipped but normal. Good, Robin said, breath tight but controlled. I have the cores I pulled. Okay, Wally said, a little amped. I can still go. Unhurt, Superboy said, short. I'm good, I said, light again. Armor needs a buff, but that's what it's for. Aqualad glanced at the tender. We are not boarding now. They know we are here. We have what we came for. We return to the palace. Copy, I said. Let me drop this net. I stripped the cable from the anchor and rolled the mesh against the tender's underside so it could not deploy again. I wedged the dull blade into the coil and left it there. I drifted back to the bioship with the others. Miss Martian opened the lock. We slid inside without hurry. She sealed it. The ramp pulled in. We held in silence for a breath. Ironskin flared once and settled as the pressure differential equalized. My grip loosened. I adjusted back to normal weight and let the fight cycle out. Wally blew out a breath in a long stream. That was okay, that was a lot. Artemis answered without a joke. You did what you were told. Thanks, he said, surprised. Superboy grunted. He meant, good job. Robin slid the drive housing into a hard case and clipped it to the wall. His hands shook once and then steadied. Got enough. Aqualad stood near Miss Martian's seat and watched the tender for a full 10 seconds. The hull stayed closed. No pursuit. He nodded once. We go. Miss Martian pulled us away with small movements, no show. The ridge turned into a shape behind us. The water around us eased. The route home unfolded clear and patient. The palace lights grew in the distance as consistent points. We did not rush. We did not slow. I leaned my head back against the bulkhead and looked at the team. You all good? Wally bounced once on his toes. I will be better after food. Artemis rolled her shoulder with a face that said the quiver tug had rubbed wrong. Shoulders fine. Robin exhaled. I hate jammers. Join the club, Wally said. Superboy looked at Aqualad. No one got near the ship. No, Aqualad said. They wanted to draw us out. They did not expect to be stopped in a line. I laughed softly. They expected us to panic and scatter. We didn't. Miss Martian smiled a little without turning around. You sounded serious for a second. I can do serious, I said. I just prefer not to, unless you might die. Appreciated, she said, gentle. We reached the palace and slid into the bay. The ramp lowered. The water changed to the stillness of the dock. We stepped out as a unit. Guards straightened but did not draw weapons. The lab doors were already open. The strategy room doors opened too. We went to the strategy room first. Queen Mara and Aquaman faced us, ready. The scientist stood with a cable in his hands and a slot open. He took the case from Robin and plugged it in with steady fingers. Aqualad delivered the report in brief lines. Ambush from hull compartments. 8 initial divers, then more. Jamming field deployed. We held the ramp. No severe injuries. No damage to the bioship. Partial data retrieved. We did not pursue. Tender is on anchor. Robin expanded his screen. 2 shift windows. 3 storage nodes. Short-range handshake profile for their diver sticks. 1 mooring cable that looks like a growth but acts like a leash. The scientist's eyes ran lines and numbers. This is enough to plan a targeted strike. Mara's gaze settled on Aqualad. You did not take the bait. That was the right decision. Aqualad inclined his head. We hold the line. Aquaman looked at me for a beat, then at the team. You all held it. Wally whispered, almost to himself, we did. I smiled. And we didn't even scratch your paint. Miss Martian let out a breath she had been holding. Minimal field exposure to civilians. Patrols never had to show. Artemis hung back and watched the scientist build the first map. Superboy stood at Aqualad's shoulder, ready for the next command without moving more than his eyes. Robin worked with the scientist without stepping on his process. The room felt busy but not chaotic. We had taken the first punch and kept our shape. Now we had to use it. Chapter 13, Third Shift Quiet. The strategy room held a steady, practiced heat. No one spoke just to fill space. The scientist streamed the partial logs onto a clean display, Robin clipped his new handshake profile into a compact shuttle tool, and Miss Martian trimmed the patrol net with careful adjustments that kept Atlantean squads near but not inside our shadow. Aqualad reviewed the shift table twice, then once more with his finger on the clock. He didn't fidget. He didn't sigh. He set the pace like a metronome. We return on the 3rd hour, he said. We board under cover and leave without noise. Patrols will remain outside scan range. If the trap repeats, we withdraw through the seam. We do not test their jammers again unless we must. Robin held up the shuttle tool. Spoof is loaded with the diver's stick handshake. It mimics their pull and opens a 3-second window on the stern console without tripping alarms. If they updated keys during the last cycle, I'll know in 2 taps. Good, Aqualad said. He faced the scientist. Cutters, pads, and a hinge freeze, 2 sets. The scientist nodded. Ready. He handed the bag to Aqualad like he was passing someone a lunch. No fuss, all trust. Wally jogged in place once. Food now, right? Because waiting hungry is illegal. Artemis stepped on his toe without looking. Eat, then shut up. He saluted without sarcasm and zipped out, then zipped back with 2 cups of something hot and a stack of flat bread. He held a cup out to Artemis. She eyed it, took it, and said nothing. He pretended to win a prize and kept a straight face for 10 whole seconds. Superboy adjusted his gloves, tugging each finger into place with small pulls. He didn't ask for more. He never did. He just stood near Aqualad and looked at the mission clock with the expression he wore when he wanted to move. I leaned on the table's edge and watched the lines settle. We're going in quiet, we're going out quiet, and if someone decides to play hero with a jammer again, I'll be the wall. I said it lightly, but I set the promise in my voice so it didn't sound like a joke. Aqualad met my eyes. If they spring another ambush, we withdraw. We do not escalate. Copy, I said, cheerful again. Withdraw with style. Miss Martian's voice came calm and even. Atlantean squads Gamma and Kappa are in position. They will not cross our shadow. They know to wait for Aqualad's order only. I'll keep them coordinated. Robin pointed at the spoof tool. I'll go in first with Calder. I unlock, I pull, I'm out. No hunting for bonuses. That is the correct approach, the scientist said, and Robin smiled without showing teeth. We had an hour. I changed seals, checked the grip pads, and made sure the cutters didn't stick. I let Hydroid sit under my skin for the swim and Rhino Prime hum beneath that, ready but quiet. I ate half of Wally's flatbread, and he pretended to be offended for 2 seconds before stealing it back and giving me the other half. Artemis did a final check on her sealed shafts and tightened the cable head she had bent last shift. Superboy tested a new strap on his forearm. Robin had added a quick release in case a blade tried to lock there again. He didn't thank him out loud. Robin didn't wait for it. The clock rolled. We moved. The bioship left the palace bay in a clean slide. Miss Martian took us along the same track we had used before, keeping our hull low and our profile small. The city shrank behind us. The ridge rose again. The water felt colder at this hour. The rhythms of the place changed with the patrols and the work crews. The tender would be cycling soon. Aqualad stood behind Miss Martian with a quiet hand on the headrest. Same approach. We do not test their blind. We sit where they do not look. Understood, she said. We reached the cover 2 minutes before the shift. The tender nestled against its mooring cable like a stone. No deck footsteps. No visible watch. Jamming quiet. No panels open. Miss Martian settled us in the seam with small thruster breaths that did not carry. We are in place. Robin held the spoof tool in his palm like a coin. Ready. Aqualad took the bag. We go. He looked at Superboy. Hold above. You do not drop unless I call. Superboy grimaced slightly. I'll hold. Artemis, low seam, Aqualad said. Kid Flash, fall back lane. Do not drift. Copy, Artemis said. Copy, Wally said, unusually formal. I flexed my fingers. Intake and stern. I'll stick and stay. Aqualad and Robin slipped out first. Their movements matched Aqualad's built-in water, Robin's built-in practice and will. I followed with 2 pads, one on my palm, one hanging off my belt. Superboy eased up to the high cover and froze in space. Artemis slid along the seam. Wally found his lane and set himself like a spring that refused to twitch until it had to. We reached the stern access. Robin slid the spoof tool into a tiny gap by the console plate. Handshake out, he whispered. 3 seconds. Now. Aqualad wedged the panel gently. It moved a hair. No alarm. Robin pinched the seam and lifted. I pushed forward to the intake and set my pad. The hull skin thrummed under my palm like a slow heart but steady. The grate gave quietly. I slid it aside and held it in place with a dot of adhesive so it wouldn't drift. I set the second pad to the tender's underside and let my body weight hold there as counter tension. Aqualad counted. 10. 9. 8. Robin worked. Console open. No log of entry yet. Copy loop running. Core slot clear. 6. 5. Aqualad said, calm. Primary core out, Robin said, two-handed and neat. He set it in a rigid bag clipped to his belt and slotted a mirror stick. Buffer bleed holding. Secondary core out. He packed it. Backups unlocked. Running purge to palace mirror. Aqualad didn't push. Steady. I kept scanning the hull with my eyes. No clicks. No seams. No false panels opening this time. I breathed the way I taught myself to breathe when I wanted to keep the mood light and my muscles ready. Easy inhale, easy exhale, words when needed. Artemis whispered, lane clear. Wally said, no movement. I'm good here. Superboy didn't speak. He didn't have to. His silence felt like a weight holding the top of the scene down where we needed it. Miss Martian touched the back of my mind with a small, careful tap. Patrol arcs are steady. No jammers up. No exterior panels opening. I have you. Thanks, I sent back. Robin slid one more module into the bag. Tertiary backup out. Mirror stick clean. No counter tamper visible. Calder last check. Aqualad peered inside and nodded. Good. Close. Robin resealed the panel and smoothed the seam with his thumb. The hinge freeze left a faint frost line that he wiped with 2 swipes. It vanished into the hull texture. He clicked the spoof tool again, and the console recorded a normal maintenance cycle with a tiny delay that matched a drift. It looked like they had done it themselves. Done, he said, voice even. We leave. Go, Aqualad said. I replaced the intake grate, pressed all 4 screws in with a steady twist, and left no floaters. I peeled my pads off, rolled them, and pinned one onto my belt. I slid backward, not pushing against the hull hard enough to bump it. Artemis fell back along the seam. Superboy backed up into his exact starting point with clean control. Wally exhaled and didn't make a joke. We reached the bioship. Miss Martian opened the lock. We slid inside. She sealed it quietly and kept us in place for a beat, listening with us. Nothing. No panels opened. No divers launched. No jammers spat. The tender sat like it had done 3,000 other shifts, ignorant and just as careful as we were. I grinned. That's what I call clean. Aqualad didn't smile, but his shoulders released a fraction. We leave. Miss Martian kept our wake slim and took us out the way we came in. The ridge flowed behind us. The city's outer lights grew. The patrol net stayed calm. The bioship slid into the palace bay like it had a slot carved just for it. We walked fast to the strategy room. Robin had the case in his hands, clipped to his suit like it was a part of him. The scientist met us at the door with a cable and a slot open and receptive. Queen Mara stood at the table, Aquaman at her shoulder, both composed and ready for words that mattered. Aqualad gave it to them. Boarded and retrieved with no contact. No jamming. No pursuit. We used the diver's handshake to open the panel. We did not leave traces beyond normal drift. Robin set the case down and locked it into the reader. He called out each step not to brag, but so the whole room could track the chain of custody. Primary pulled, secondary pulled, tertiary backup pulled, mirror stick clean, purge executed on pod mirrors previously. Now syncing. He hit enter. The stream ran. Numbers filled the display in neat columns. Route tables, Timestamps, tender IDs, storage node coordinates, wake times, uplink cycles. It ran long. The scientist breathed out quietly. This is complete. Mara nodded once. Well done. Wally punched the air and stopped halfway, self-conscious. Yes. Artemis let her shoulders settle. Superboy's posture changed by a millimeter. Miss Martian went to the console and opened the net a little wider, letting the patrols breathe. Aquaman looked at Aqualad. You will plan the next step with the Chief of Security. Yes, Your Highness, Aqualad said. Robin worked with the scientist to make a clean copy, then another, and a verified mirror for cross-check. He didn't rush. He didn't let his hands shake. He was in the zone where he liked details and solutions. I leaned on the back of a chair and watched the path lines draw across the map. We now have 3 storage cradles, 2 tender routes, and a relay of a larger sub at the trench seam from last cycle. That's a good chain. It is a chain we can pull, Mara said. Her tone did not rise. It didn't need to. Aqualad kept his eyes on the map. He pointed to the mid-ocean mooring we had seen. We will board the tender at change and seize logs. Then we will track the storage cradle to the depot. Patrols will sit at the edges for extraction. We will not show force until we are inside the depot's perimeter. He lifted his chin slightly. We do not risk drawing them toward the city. Agreed, Aquaman said. Wally raised 2 fingers. When you say inside the perimeter, do you mean me inside, or me happy and far away? Aqualad's answer was dry enough to count as humor from him. You will stay where you are told. Wally smiled. I can do that. Sometimes. Artemis made a quiet noise that meant she was amused and did not want him to know. Miss Martian handed Aqualad a short list of patrol rotations. Gamma can sit near the ridge. Kappa can hold the quick arc. They will not ping unless we ask. Good, Aqualad said. The scientist tapped through the route stamps. Their next broadcast window is in 6 hours. If we seize the tender logs before then, we catch their route list and their depot's handshake. We can box them before they even move. Robin nodded. I can splice their uplift if we have to, but I prefer clean capture without spooking. Mara took it all in without visible strain. Then rest for 1 hour. Prepare your gear. Eat. You deploy again at second shift. You will board at the end of the third as before, but this time you will hold the deck long enough to pull the full logs. Understood, Aqualad said. We dispersed to the guest wing. Wally collapsed on his bed and groaned loud enough that Artemis knocked on the wall and told him to cut it out. He laughed and cut it out. Miss Martian paced her room twice and then sat on the floor and breathed until her shoulders relaxed. Robin lay on his back and scrolled through the fresh logs at the speed of someone taking notes inside his skull. Superboy stood with his hands on the windowsill and watched the city without speaking. I leaned in my doorway and rolled my wrists and ankles until every joint felt right again. I wasn't tired. I still sat on the bed and let 10 minutes pass without talking. When the hour was up, we met at the bay. The boarding kit remained simple: cutters, pads, hinge freeze, tether, non-lethal straps, a short pry. No explosives. No drones. No sonic toys. Quiet jobs with small tools. Aqualad slid the bag onto his shoulder. We repeat the approach. Copy, I said. If they spring another squad, I'll be the same wall. Withdraw before wall, he said, and I nodded. He was not accusing. He was reminding. We launched. The route felt familiar now. Miss Martian put us into the seam without a bump. The tender held position on the line. The ridgeline sat the same as before. The boys drifted where we had left them. Aqualad checked the time. We move on the turn. Robin rolled his neck. Ready. Superboy stepped to the lock and waited without fidgeting. Artemis slid her quiver into place and tapped the cable head once to make sure it fed smooth. Wally stood at the fallback lane and hummed under his breath until Artemis told him to stop. He stopped. We moved. The stern panel gave under Robin's tool like it had been expecting him. He did not gloat. He did not hurry. He worked. Aqualad covered, one hand free, the other steady on the frame. I held at the intake and watched. Miss Martian kept the ship level and the net open. The logs came faster now. Robin knew which slot gave which sequence. He pulled primary, secondary, tertiary, and a hard-to-see fourth under a lip that wasn't present on the other tender. He smiled to himself, barely. Hidden backup. Cute. He bagged it and moved. I listened for panels. None opened. I watched for jammers. None buzzed. I kept the armor under my skin ready anyway. The quiet made my brain want to add sound that wasn't there. I let that impulse float away. Aqualad signaled withdraw. We pulled out in the same flow. Miss Martian opened the lock. We slid inside. She closed, sealed, held for 2 heartbeats, then eased us back. Clean. Quiet. No swarm. No blades. Easy, Wally whispered, impressed. Don't jinx it, Artemis said. Superboy crossed his arms, eased, and did not say he liked this better. He did. We returned, again, without chase. In the strategy room, the scientist did not hide relief when the 4th module yielded a cache of route lists with signatures attached to call signs. Robin paged through and pointed to 3 that matched storage nodes. He matched a 4th to a larger sub with a route that led away from the city and toward a shelf. Depot, he said. Mara raised an eyebrow. You are sure? Enough to plan, Robin said. We can verify with 2 more passes. Or we can hit the tender next shift and seize a live log to confirm. The depot will not move fast. Aqualad looked at the table and at the team. We seize the tender next shift. We hold the deck for 2 minutes and no more. We pull the life spool. Then we leave. After that, we plan the depot. I grinned. I like it. Hello, thank you, goodbye. Wally scratched his cheek. Is it weird I kind of want them to bring the net again so we can show off? Artemis squinted at him. Yes. He grinned. Okay. Miss Martian spoke softly. Patrols can move 5 minutes closer for extraction if anything goes wrong. Bring them in by 2, Aqualad said. Not more. She nodded and adjusted the net. Aquaman stepped closer. You have what you need. I will brief the King's Guard for the depot. They will not move until your tender action is complete. Yes, Your Highness, Aqualad said. We had another short rest. I didn't lie down. I checked the pads again, listened to the base's air cycle, and let the mission sit in my head without taking over my expression. When the clock ticked, we moved again. The 3rd shift hit. The tender's interior lights changed tone like before. We got into place. We moved. Robin opened the stern panel with clean fingers. He did not have to reach far this time. He knew right where to go. He pulled the life spool. It was heavier than the others and had a life feed jack with a timed bleed. He killed the jack with a half-turn and slid the spool into the bag. Got it. Aqualad nodded. Seal. They did. He turned away from the panel, and his eyes flicked past me to the bend. He lifted a hand, palm down for stillness. I didn't look. I felt for the water change. It didn't change. He let the hand drop. We fell back the same way we had come, no drama. Miss Martian sealed us in and turned us on a dime without a wiggle. The ridge fell away again. The city came back. If I hadn't been inside the moment, I would have called it boring. I didn't. I called it perfect. We gave the spool to the scientist, and he connected it like it had been missing from his hands. The screen filled with clean names, clean paths, and clean times. He breathed, only a little, but enough to show it mattered. Robin didn't celebrate. He tapped out a checksum. It matched. He smiled once, quick, down, and then he buried the smile. Mara stepped forward. We have enough to act. She looked at Aqualad. We seize the tender and the depot on the next cycle. We do not give them time to change routes. Yes, Your Majesty, Aqualad said. I clapped my hands softly. Then we hit them where it counts. Wally pumped a fist. Finally. Artemis cracked her neck. About time. Superboy said, ready. Miss Martian glanced at Aqualad. I will coordinate the patrol ring tighter when we move. Do it, he said. We stood as a unit. No one had to say it twice. The plan fit. The timing matched. The room's edges felt aligned. I kept my tone easy and my posture loose, but my focus sat exactly where it needed to be. If anyone made a move for Aqualad or Miss Martian during the capture, I would not make jokes. We had one quiet pass left in us and then the strike. That was the work. We were ready. Chapter 14, Quiet Deck Capture. The plan didn't change. That was the point. We had the route logs, we had the shift table, and we had a clean path in and out. Aqualad set the timing with the same steady cadence as before and left no room for guesswork. Miss Martian tuned the patrol net tighter with 2 Atlantean squads outside our shadow. Robin carried the spoof and the wipe. Artemis rechecked her sealed shafts and cable head. Superboy strapped the forearm guard with the new fast release. Wally stood on his toes and rocked once, then caught himself and stood very still. I rested my hands on the rail in the strategy room and kept it light. Quick board, quick grab, everyone keeps their limbs, and we hand some very confused divers to your guards. Easy. Aqualad nodded, calm as always. We disable the launch panels first. We do not allow another squad to deploy from the hull. We bind the hatch. We secure the crew alive. We do not damage the tender. Robin will pull the remaining on-board caches. Then we withdraw. Patrols will meet us at the seam as needed. Understood, I said cheerfully. Inside, I flipped the switch I always kept close. If anyone went for Aqualad or Miss Martian, I would end it fast. Miss Martian's voice from the console carried steady focus. Gamma Squad will sit 800 meters off the ridge. Kappa will hold the quick arc. They will not move in unless you call. I'll keep the jamming watch. Aquaman stood with the Queen, arms folded, eyes on us and the map. This is your action. The guard will hold outside your line. Yes, Your Highness, Aqualad said. We broke to gear up. The bag stayed simple, 2 cutter heads, 1 hinge freeze, 6 adhesive pads, a short pry, 4 low-profile zip straps, 1 slim tether reel. Robin took the spoof and a mirror stick. Artemis slung the quiver with the sealed shafts. Wally wore a harness that did nothing but made him feel like he had a job underwater. Superboy didn't add anything beyond the guard. I layered Hydroid for the approach and kept Rhino Prime humming below that, ready to lock in if the deck turned messy. We boarded the bioship. Miss Martian brought us out and down on the same path, the hull quiet, the interior lights dimmed. The city fell behind us in a clean line. The water pressed, cold and even. The ridge rose into view. Aqualad stood behind Miss Martian, one hand on the seat back, eyes on the screen. We arrive 5 minutes before the window. We will sit in the seam and listen. We will not shift unless we must. Robin rolled his shoulders. I'll be ready at the stern panel. Artemis stretched her fingers once and let them settle. I'll take low seam and watch for flanks. Superboy checked the strap, tugged it twice, and relaxed his hands. I'll hold high and drop if you say. Wally took a breath and blew it out. Fallback lane, present and accounted for. Miss Martian lowered us to the seam. In position. No jamming. No external panel movement. She glanced back with a small smile. Let's keep it that way. Let's, I said happily. We waited. The tender sat on its mooring cable with the same patient posture we had seen twice now. A faint light shifted inside. That was our window. Aqualad gave the nod. Move. Robin and Aqualad slipped out first with smooth strokes. I followed, pads ready. Artemis drifted to the lower seam. Superboy rose to the high hinge and settled there like a weight. Wally slid into his lane and kept his hands at his sides. We reached the stern panel. Robin pressed the spoof tool into the slit, tapped twice, and breathed. Handshake accepted. 3-second window now. Aqualad lifted the panel with gentle pressure. Robin worked the catch and eased it open without scraping the frame. He slid inside and hugged the braces. I took the intake again and set a pad. The grate gave, and I nudged it aside and held it with a dot so it wouldn't float. Robin whispered from inside, calm and fast. Console open. Internal log still sleeping. No tamper record. Copy loop loaded. Disable launch panels, Aqualad said, voice low. On it, Robin answered. Routing to compartment control, found them. 4 on port, 4 on starboard, 2 underbelly. I'm freezing actuator circuits 1 and 3 on each side to look like a minor fault. If they try to deploy a squad, doors won't cycle. Good, Aqualad said. Artemis watched the lane. No movement. Superboy's voice drifted down from above. Clear. Wally kept quiet for once. I could feel his patience. It wasn't natural, but it was real. I scanned the hull, palm on metal, body half in the intake. No clicks. No seams moving. No jamming pulse. Miss Martian whispered a soft confirmation at the edge of my mind. Patrol net steady. No change. I have you. Panel disable complete, Robin said. Binding launch logic to cycle delay. If they force it, they'll think it's frozen bearings. They will not look for us. Aqualad's reply came steady. Hatch. Patching hatch access, Robin said. Door lock responding. I can open it. I recommend we don't. It will light a local log even with a spoof. Agreed, Aqualad said. We go through the stern and take the crew from inside. Quick and quiet. I smiled. Let me say hello first. Aqualad didn't answer that. He didn't have to. He made a small chopping motion with 2 fingers, the one that meant on my lead. I nodded and settled into the intake to wait for the cue. Robin backed out of the panel and passed Aqualad a short cable with a tight clip. For the stern latch. Quick pull. Aqualad took it and slid into the opening. Positions. Artemis shifted 2 meters closer to the hatch and angled for a clear line. Superboy tucked his chin and adjusted by a palm width. Wally's hands twitched and froze again. Miss Martian kept the bioship level and silent. Now, Aqualad said. He and Robin slipped into the stern corridor like they had built it. I dropped from the intake to the stern lock and braced one hand on the frame and one on the bulkhead. The first crewman came through the inner hatch with a laziness that told me he was on a shift change. He did not expect company. He saw Aqualad first. He didn't recognize him. Aqualad caught his wrist, twisted gently, and set him against the wall without a shout. Robin slid past and tapped the inner light panel with the spoof. It dimmed a shade, just enough to hide us from a passing glance. Another crewman rounded the corner. He had a shock baton half raised. He didn't get to finish raising it. I reached in, caught the baton arm, and moved him sideways into Aquilad's grip. Robin touched the baton with a short pulse. It died. Aquilad zip-strapped both wrists to the handhold and moved on. Superboy's foot touched the deck quietly. He blocked the next crewman from coming down the corridor and pinned him with one hand flat on his chest. The man struggled. It didn't matter. Superboy didn't lean. He didn't need to. Artemis slipped in behind me and covered the passage with a shaft angled for a near shot. Nothing dramatic, nothing flashy. Quiet, she said to the crewman, voice even. He got the message. Wally slid in last and took 2 steps left, then stopped. He wanted to run. He didn't. Aquilad gave short hand signs, storage room right, console left, crew quarters forward. We turned left. Robin hit the console, patched into the ship's status board, and froze the internal broadcast step that would have sent a routine maintenance ping to the network. Muted. I opened a small access hatch with the pry tool and checked the conduit. No tether to a hidden charge. That was good. I slid the hatch back and moved to the storage room with Aquilad. He reached for the handle, checked the hinge with 2 fingers, and lifted the latch. 2 more crews stood inside with a crate between them. One had a short blade, the other a carry strap. Neither was ready for a boarding. Aquilad made a small shaking motion with his head. They froze. I lifted my palm with a pad visible and a smile under my helm. Don't. We're not here to break the hull. They put the crate down slowly. Aquilad zip-strapped their wrists in front so they could still swim if something went wrong. He looked both men in the eyes and spoke calmly. We will not hurt you. You will cooperate. You will live. They nodded, eyes wide, breathing tight. They weren't fanatics. They were contract divers or techs doing a job. Good. Easier for everyone. Robin called softly, panel hive online. Pulling on board caches now. His fingers moved in a quick, precise pattern. Last time's spool matches the run time. I'm copying crew logs, shift rosters, and the route confirmation. 30 seconds. Artemis shifted to cover the junction toward crew quarters. Footsteps approached and stopped. Someone inside hesitated. A door slid halfway and held. The person on the other side whispered to a partner, not loud enough to carry. Artemis kept her bow up but didn't raise her voice. She just waited. Aquilad pointed me to the forward hatch. We bind the deck, then we leave, he said quietly. No broadcast. No jammers. In and out. Copy, I said, still light but focused. I slipped to the hatch and listened. It was quiet beyond. I braced, flattened my hand on the wheel, and held while Aquilad set a seal on the exterior face to keep it from opening behind us as we backed out. Robin stepped in and pressed a small freeze onto the hinge. It made no sound. He peeled the spent gel away and pocketed it. Miss Martian's voice came in thin and controlled. Outer Arc reports no movement. Patrols standing by. No jamming. No diver launch from panels. Good work on that. Thanks, Robin answered, busy. Superboy moved to the inner corner and watched both directions. He didn't blink much. He did not need to. Wally whispered, I can run the crew to the ramp in a burst if you want them off now. Aquilad shook his head. We leave together. No separation. Wally nodded and stopped offering help. That restraint felt new and good. Pull complete, Robin said. He slid the drive into a case and locked it, then added 3 more smaller cores. We have everything this tub knows. Aqualad flicked a glance at me. Ready. Ready, I said. He gave the sign to withdraw. We moved backward in the same order we had come in. Aqualad unsealed the exterior wheel, and we slid out through the stern panel in a neat line. Robin resealed the console and smoothed the seam. Artemis backed through and kept her aim on the quiet corridor until the last second. Superboy shoved the seized baton under a bench and followed out with no rush. Wally stepped through the hatch and then turned and held it for 2 heartbeats as if it were a door, then let it go with a small grin. We reached the water again. Miss Martian opened the lock. We slid in. She closed and sealed. The tender didn't stir. The deck crew stayed bound where we left them, wrists tight but hands free enough to swim if they had to. No one shouted. No one fired blind. The hull didn't open. Miss Martian held us steady for a count of 5, then eased us back. Clear. I let out a breath I didn't need. That was clean. Aqualad stood by the seat. We rendezvous with Gamma outside the seam. They will receive the tender crew. On my way, Miss Martian said. We drifted out along the ridge and up to the seam. The water opened ahead to a clear line. Gamma squad waited at a distance, armored and still, eyes forward. They moved only when Aqualad signaled, and even then only enough to meet us halfway to a neutral zone. We didn't hand the crew over in person. The palace guard would take it from here with Delta boats and a covered approach. Aqualad sent the sealed coordinates and restraints codes. Gamma acknowledged without chatter and peeled off. We turned toward the city. The bioship stayed quiet. Wally relaxed by degrees. Artemis lowered her shoulders and flexed her fingers. Superboy unclenched his jaw a notch. Robin stared at the case as if it might grow legs and run and then smirked once at himself and looked away. Miss Martian's posture eased. I bumped my knuckles against the bulkhead. Still owe me a meal after this. Wally said, sea spinach is waiting. Artemis made a face, and he laughed. We docked in the palace bay. The ramp lowered. The air felt warmer than the water by a small margin. We walked straight to the strategy room. Queen Mara and Aquaman were already there. The scientist had an empty slot waiting with a cable threaded. Aqualad gave the report with the same steady pace as before. Tender ceased without alarm. Launch panels locked. Crew restrained and transferred to the guard. On-board caches recovered. Robin clipped the case into the reader. Copying. Verifying. Cross-checking with the spool and the log we pulled last cycle. He called out numbers as they matched. Route confirmation received. Depot handshake pattern verified. Storage cradle schedule in sync with tender cycle. Crew roster matched. We have it. The scientist nodded. Enough for a precise strike. Mara looked to Aqualad. We move on the depot at the next cycle. Aqualad's eyes were calm and set. Yes, Your Majesty. Aquaman addressed us all. You will coordinate with the guard commander. This depot will not stand after tonight. Wally rubbed his hands together. I am ready to run laps around a depot. Artemis flicked a glance at him. Just don't say that out loud when we get there. He grinned. Fine. Superboy stood straighter. I'll take the high anchor when we breach. Robin pointed at the map. We should hit the relay room first. If we shut down their uplinks quietly, they can't warn the other nodes. Miss Martian added, I can keep the patrol ring clean. If they try to run for the city, they won't get far. I raised my hand. I'll take the heaviest door and hold the interior hall. If they bring out blades, I'll be their new wall. No dramatics. Aqualad nodded. We keep it controlled. We move on the hour. We broke for a short rest. I leaned into the doorway of the guest room, rolled my shoulders, and let my arms hang loose. Wally lay on his bed upside down and stared at the ceiling like it might have a scoreboard. Artemis sat on the edge of her bed with her bow disassembled and wiped each piece, then put it back together without hurry. Miss Martian closed her eyes and focused on the net until her breathing evened out. Robin perched on his bed with his legs crossed and traced timings with his finger in the air. Superboy stood by the window and watched the guards cycle through their posts, absorbing the pattern in silence. The hour turned. We returned to the bay. Miss Martian brought the bioship up and out. The city fell behind. The ridge grew ahead. The tender sat, unaware, empty of its crew. The storage cradle under the ridge waited for its next delivery. The depot coordinates blinked on the board like a door with a key ready in the lock. Aqualad checked our positions. This is the last quiet step. Next is the strike. We will do it clean. Can't wait, I said happily. Miss Martian smiled back at me. Try to keep your voice down when we get there. I can whisper, I said. Artemis rolled her eyes lightly. Please do. Superboy moved to his place without needing to be told. Wally bounced once and then stopped himself, proud of it. Robin tucked the spoof away for now and looked at the depot plan. I'll need 3 minutes inside their relay room. 2 if they are lazy. They have been lazy, the scientist said from the doorway. He had followed us to the bay and stood back, hands in his pockets, watching like he was sending his project into the field. Give him 3. Aqualad lifted the boarding kit. We go. We did. We didn't speak as the bioship slid along the line toward the depot arc. The water pressed around us, steady and cool. The map updated with each minor landmark. The team felt quiet but ready in that clean way you only get when everybody knows their job and likes it. I kept the smile on my face and the edge just behind it, close enough to grab if anyone pushed for a kill. No one in this room liked losing people. I didn't either. We reached the last marker before the depot vector. Miss Martian held us. The plan clicked into place like the previous 3 had. It felt right. It felt settled. Aqualad looked at us all in turn. We do this together. We nodded. We stayed calm. We watched the clock. The last seconds clicked past. We moved. Chapter 15, Relay first, Docks second. The bioship held steady in the shadow of the ridge. The depot sat ahead with a low signature that tried to be nothing. It was a cluster of dark shapes tucked into the seafloor with cables buried along the rock. I stood beside Aqualad and looked across the boards. He pointed out the relay room on the diagram, a box near the central spine with 2 doors and a service vent that only opened from inside. Relay first, he said quietly. We cut their communications. Then docks and storage. Robin, you will take the panel. Tenno and I will hold the room. Artemis covers the hall. Superboy anchors the junction. Kid Flash, you hold the fallback lane. Mgan, keep the patrol net clear and the ship ready. Copy, I said, easy. I rolled my shoulders once and let the comm sit. If anyone made a push toward Aqualad or Miss Martian, I would stop them without a smile. Robin gave the relay diagram a quick glance and tapped the spoof tool against his palm. I only need 3 minutes. 2 if they kept bad habits. Artemis checked her sealed shafts and the cable head. Hall is mine. Superboy tugged the strap on his forearm and relaxed his hands. I'll hold the junction. Wally took a deep breath and nodded. Fallback lane. I'll keep it clear. Miss Martian looked at the map and at Aqualad. Gamma Squad is in position at the edge. Kappa is set to block the quick arc. They will wait for your order. No one will show early. Good, Aqualad said. He lifted the pad pouch and handed me 2. No break on the hull unless necessary. We go through the service door near the relay. Robin, if the lock resists, you will spoof the open and mute the log. Then you will cut the broadcast line and the backup line. Got it, Robin said. We left the bay. Miss Martian guided the bioship along a path we had practiced in our heads for an hour. She kept the hull dark and the thrusters light. The ridge gave us cover until the last turn. The depot's outer shell held steady on the screen. No patrol movement. No sweep beams. No alarm tones. The interior looked quiet. Aqualad put his hand on the back of Miss Martian's seat and leaned forward a little. We will drift the last meter. She gave a small nod and bled speed until we were in a float. She watched the readouts and the edges of the hull. Her hands did not shake. Go, Aqualad said. We slipped out of the lock. The water was cold and even. I set my frame to hydroid for the approach, smooth and pressure sure. The service door sat where the blueprint said it would sit, a flat rectangle with a recessed handle and a shielded panel. I slid a pad to the edge and held position. Robin pressed the spoof tool to the seam. He tapped a small pattern with 2 fingers. Aqualad held his eyes on the corners and the camera mount above the door. Watch the indicator. Robin breathed out. Handshake accepted. 3-second window. Now. Aqualad eased the door open and braced it with his hand. We slipped in one by one with deliberate care. The service corridor inside was narrow and clean. The sound through the water was a soft hum. The relay room's first door sat 3 meters in. Robin moved to it and tapped the control. The door split and opened without a noise. He checked inside. Empty, he said. Secondary door is closed. No one at the console. Aqualad looked to me. You and I in front. Robin at the panel. Artemis, cover the hall. Superboy, hold the junction 2 doors down. Wally, fall back. I smiled. Understood. We entered the relay room. It was tight and bright. The main panel faced the door. A secondary console sat against the left wall. A thick cable ran up and out through a shielded pipe. Robin moved to the panel and pressed the spoof tool to the maintenance port. He spoke in short lines as he worked, not for drama, but for shared awareness. Primary broadcast line live. Backup line on standby. I'm bringing primary down to maintenance mode and muting the log. That gives us isolation without an alarm. 3, 2, down. The hum shifted by a half tone. My shoulders loosened a little. Aqualad kept his eyes on the door and the small window. He did not blink much. He rested one hand on a bracket and held. Robin's fingers moved. Back up now. I am cutting the swap. They cannot auto-fail over. They will think it is a panel error. And, down. We are dark. No outbound. Miss Martian's voice touched the edge of my thoughts. Outer ring shows no broadcast. The net can still hear each other. They cannot call out. Patrols hold. Copy, Aqualad said, low. Artemis's voice came from the hall. Footsteps in the far corridor. Not moving fast. They do not know yet. Superboy answered from the junction. I hear them. I will hold if they turn. Robin opened a small box under the panel and pulled a thin module. I'll copy the router table and scrub the saved pings. It will look like 3 hours of routine checks. I turned toward the door when a shadow crossed the outer window. Aqualad lifted a hand and pointed. I moved 2 steps left. He stayed anchored. The outer handle turned. The door did not open because Robin had set the lock. A hand rapped twice and stopped. The shadow remained for 3 seconds and moved away. Wally's voice carried from the fallback lane, calm. No rush. I can carry a message if needed. Hold for now, Aqualad said. Robin ticked his way through the copy. Router table done. Pings scrubbed. I'm breaking the tie to the depot's main uplink, not with force, with a reroute that looks like a cable pinch. It will take them time to find it and fix it. Artemis took a small breath. 2 workers just passed the junction. No weapons. No armor. Moving toward the docks. Superboy's tone did not rise. I see them. They do not look at me. I am higher than their eye line. We held until Robin stood and clipped the pulled module into his pack. He sealed the panel door and pressed his thumb across the seam, the same way he had done at the tender. The seam smeared and then set. The room now looked exactly as it had before we came. Aqualad gave one small nod. Docks. We stepped into the hall in a clean line. I took the lead now with Aqualad on my right. Robin stayed behind us with the bag and the spoof. Artemis trod at a half angle near the wall, bow ready but low. Superboy walked behind and watched the back. Wally brought up the tail and held the fallback. The path to the docks had 3 turns. The first opened to a wide junction with a suspended sign that read in Atlantean script. A pair of workers drifted past, talking under their breath. They didn't see us because we did not give them a reason to see us. Aqualad lifted 2 fingers and pointed right. We turned and dropped 1 level to a corridor with thick walls and sealed doors at set intervals. Voices ahead. No alarm. No sprint. I glimpsed the dock through the door window. The cradle sat in its slot with 2 cases strapped to it. A tender-class unit rested on the left track with a crewman checking a valve. Another worker adjusted a latch. The supervisor stood near the console with a stylus tight in his fingers. He looked bored. Aqualad looked at me. He did not need words. I nodded. My cheerful tone stayed quiet. I'll take the door. He checked left and right. Artemis, cover the hall. Superboy, anchor at the door frame and block a rush. Robin, after entry, take the dock console. Kid Flash, doors behind. Copy, we said in turn. I moved to the door and pressed my palm to the panel. Robin slid next to me and offered the spoof with 2 fingers. I pressed it to the seam and tapped. The door unlocked and slid open. The workers looked up. The supervisor frowned and started to open his mouth. I stepped through with a calm smile and raised my hand. Everyone stays calm, I said in a level tone. No one gets hurt. Superboy stepped in and took the frame with his shoulders. Artemis stood in the hall and leveled her bow at the ceiling, not at a chest. Aqualad moved to the left and held a zip strap ready but not raised. Robin slid to the console and tapped the screen with measured intent. Wally's breath buzzed in my ear once and then steadied. The crewman at the valve reached for a baton on reflex. I looked at him and shook my head once. He stopped. The worker at the latch put his hands up. The supervisor's jaw tightened. Aqualad spoke in a calm, even cadence. You are under the authority of Atlantis. You will be treated well if you cooperate. You will be restrained. You will be safe. The supervisor swallowed, raised his hands, and nodded. I moved to him and bound his wrists in front. I guided him to the wall and sat him gently on a bench. Aqualad restrained the worker at the latch. Superboy took the baton from the first crewman and set it on the floor and then moved the man 2 steps away from it and bound his wrists. Artemis watched the hall without a flinch. Robin worked the dock console. Cradle 1 shows 2 cases secured. Tender slot has no spool loaded right now. Dock logs show uplink cycles on a schedule that matches our pull. I am copying the dock logs and the cradle schedule. Miss Martian's voice came in low. Outer ring reports no movement toward you. They are holding the perimeter. They can close in 2 minutes if you call. Hold them, Aqualad said. We secure the room. The supervisor looked up at me. His eyes darted toward the ladder that rose to a service catwalk. He thought about it and let the thought pass. I kept my voice even. Don't. You'll just fall and hurt yourself. He looked away and nodded once. Artemis flicked her eyes in the direction of the hall. 2 more workers moving our way. No weapons. They are talking. They will reach the door in 5 seconds. Bring them in, Aqualad said. She stepped halfway through the door, lifted one hand, and said in a flat voice, inside. Sit. Hands visible. She did not raise the bow. The 2 workers looked confused, then saw me and Superboy and Aqualad. They obeyed. Aqualad bound them with the same in-front restraint. We did not add pain to fear. We did not raise our voices. We kept it controlled. Robin finished his copy and turned to the cradle. Cases are locked. We can either leave them for a guard seizure or pull them now. Aqualad thought for 2 heartbeats. Tag them and leave. The guard can list them for evidence. Copy, Robin said. He touched each case with a small tracer marker that folded into the latch. Tagged. I stepped to the cradle and checked the slings. No rigged charge. No hidden tether to an alarm. No dead switch. I nodded. Clean. The supervisor stared at the tracer marker and then at me. You people planned this. I kept my voice light. We took notes. He winced and stared at the floor again. He did not spit. He did not curse. He did not fight. He looked tired. I did not feel sorry for him. I did not enjoy it either. I wanted this to end without a body count. That was the goal. Miss Martian touched the link. A small patrol sub pinged the outer arc and turned away. Kappas shadowed and did not reveal themselves. We are clear for 4 minutes before the next cycle. Understood, Aqualad said. He looked at me. Door bind. I reached the door mount and pressed a pad with a gel that Robin had calibrated. It would slow the door if someone outside tried to pull it hard. It would not trap us. It would stop a rush. I set a second pad on the inner hinge. Superboy stood beside it and rested his hand near the frame. Robin sealed the dock console. He closed the cover and ran his palm along the edge once. The seam looked as it had. He stepped away and dropped to a knee beside the supervisor. Who holds the keycard to the relay room on your level? He asked. It was not a threat. It was a question. The supervisor shook his head. We have no card. It resets on the hour. The panel assigns a code. Which you don't know, Robin said. He looked at Aqualad. They do not have what we need. The pull is enough. Aqualad checked his watch. We leave. We do not wait for a sweep. We do not get greedy. Wally cracked his neck in the fallback lane. I'll cover the rear. Artemis took one last look at the hall. Clear. We moved out in the same order we had come. Superboy backed through the door and let it close a meter. I kept my eyes on the supervisor until the edge of the frame hit his face. I pressed the pad and heard the gel catch. It would hold against a panic tug. We turned and moved down the corridor toward the service door. The depot's hum stayed the same. No alarm. No jamming. No hurried footsteps. At the service door, Robin used the spoof tool once more. We slipped out into open water. Miss Martian held the bioship steady and opened the lock. We went inside. She sealed it. The hull hummed lightly. Aqualad took a slow breath and set the bag on the bench. Robin locked the case and clipped it to the wall. Wally leaned against the bulkhead and grinned at nothing. Artemis lowered her bow. Superboy flexed his fingers and relaxed them. You all good? I asked, smiling. Good, Wally said, fast. Fine, Artemis said, flat. Ready for more, Superboy said, even. Logs are secure, Robin said, pleased in a quiet way. Miss Martian adjusted the patrol net. Guard units are closing on our signal. They will enter the depot in 12 minutes. Aqualad nodded. We return to the palace. We will hand off the logs and the route list. Then we brief with the guard commander. Copy, I said. The bioship slid away from the depot on a smooth curve. We did not leave a wake. We did not signal with anything we did not need. The patrol ring closed behind us in the distance, still quiet to outside sensors. The ridge carried us back. The city grew. The bay opened. We docked. The ramp lowered. We carried the case to the strategy room. Queen Mara stood with Aquaman and the chief of security. The scientist had the input slot ready. Robin connected the case and transferred. He called out steps in clean lines. Dock logs. Cradle schedule. Route confirmation. Onboard caches. Relay table copy. Backup line cut log. Verifiers running. He watched the screen. Checks match. The chief of security looked at the map. His jaw tightened and then eased. This is workable. We can seize the depot without noise. Mara looked to Aqualad. You have done well. The guard will move in now. You will remain on standby in the palace. Aqualad bowed his head slightly. Yes, Your Majesty. Wally whispered, I can help carry people out if they cry. Artemis flicked his arm. He raised his hands. Kidding. Superboy kept his position behind Aqualad. He did not look tired. He looked ready and calm. Miss Martian sat at the console and kept the net aligned as the guard units slid into formation. Robin leaned on the table and watched the transfer bar inch across the screen. I stood with my hands behind my head and let out a happy breath that wasn't loud. I looked at Aqualad. He met my eyes and gave one small nod. It was not a smile. It was better. It meant trust earned and kept. I kept my voice cheerful. So. Food while the guard does the heavy paperwork. Artemis gave me a look. You never stop. When you're safe, I don't stop, I said happily. Miss Martian smiled at the monitor. I can make something warm. Wally pumped a fist. Yes. Robin smirked. No sea spinach. The scientist did not look up from the screen. There will be sea spinach. Wally groaned. I laughed. Superboy almost smiled. Aqualad set his hand on the table and watched the map with the same steady focus he had given to every step. The guard began their approach. We stayed ready in case they called. We kept the room quiet. It felt right. Chapter 16, Flagship in the Dark. The guard took the depot with clean movements and steady voices. From the palace strategy room, the screens filled with new lists and route stamps that mapped into a clearer picture. The scientist pinned a set of coordinates to the center board and traced a slow arc that repeated every 12 hours. The line belonged to a large sub with heavy power draw and layered masking. It matched the logs from 3 seized tenders and 2 storage cradles. Aqualad rested one palm on the table. Command submarine. Aquaman kept his tone level. If we move openly, we risk the chain we just uncovered. Mara nodded. Then the strike will be yours. Robin's eyes narrowed with interest. We ghost inside, steal the navigation brain, and cripple guidance. No loud fight. Artemis crossed her arms. And no alarms. Miss Martian adjusted the patrol net. I can keep multiple Atlantean squads well away and still ready. They'll hold position until we call. Superboy watched the sweep with a focused frown. How many on board? The scientist shook his head. The logs are partial. At least 20. Maybe more. I leaned against the bulkhead, relaxed. So, a family trip. We get in, we get the brain, we get out. If they bring toys, I'll be the wall. Aqualad's gaze met mine for a second. You will hold the hull if drones deploy. You will not pursue inside. Protect the ship, protect the team. Understood, I said cheerfully. It was easy to say. It wasn't hard to mean. Wally pointed at the route. What about Manta himself? Aqualad's reply was steady. We will not attempt to seize him on this pass. We break his mobility and take his officers if they present. We do not chase a target at the cost of the team. Robin slid a small toolkit into place. Objective list, guidance core. Navigation backups. Officer tags if accessible. No hull breaches. No damage to power relays. Miss Martian looked around the room. I'll keep the telepathic link tight. If jamming starts, I will focus on the bioship and Aqualad first. Artemis ran a string along her bow, tested the tension, and nodded to herself. I have sealed shafts and 2 cable heads. No explosives. Superboy tugged at his forearm strap and checked his grip strength by flexing his hand once. I'll hold corridors. I'll take the blunt hits. Aqualad's voice anchored the room. We launch at second hour. We intercept on the arc near the trench seam. We board at the maintenance ring by the forward hydroplane. Robin, you will cut the relay. Tenno, you will anchor outside if drones deploy. Artemis covers the docking hall. Superboy holds the spinal corridor. Kid Flash, fallback runner. Mgan, the ship and the net. Copy, I said. I kept my stance loose and my tone light. If anyone bled in front of me, that tone would drop. We geared up. The kit for this was lean, cutters, hinge frees, adhesive pads, narrow tethers, 3 low-profile straps, the spoof, a mirror stick, and a compact wedge that Robin had not used in Atlantis before. He tilted it toward me. Door spreader, he said. Silent, pressure rated. Nice, I said happily. Miss Martian brought the bioship off the palace moorings and into the dark. The city lights fell behind us. The water cooled. Pressure rose. The ridge turned into sparse terrain. The trench edge waited like a void with a hard floor. She kept the ship's hum close to silent. We rode the currents instead of fighting them. Aqualad stood behind her shoulder with the timing chart in his head and on the screen. He adjusted by fingers. Drift, he said. She bled speed. We floated the last 20 meters to the seam and slid into the shadow of a rock shoulder. The command sub's signature arrived first as a thin change in the water. Then the hull appeared. It moved slow and steady, a long body with no light and well-chosen angles. The forward hydroplane passed like a wing. I watched the maintenance ring. It sat 3 meters aft of the plane with a small panel we could reach. Aqualad's voice was low. We go on the count. Robin and I will take the ring. Artemis, the docking hall on entry. Superboy, the spinal corridor. Kid Flash, lane. Tenno, outside guard if I call it. Copy, we answered, almost together. He counted down. 3, 2, now. We left the lock in a smooth spill. The sub moved past us with patient inevitability. Aqualad and Robin reached the ring first. Robin pressed the spoof tool to the seam. Aqualad braced him with one hand. The panel responded with a small click. Robin slid it aside and slipped the spreader into the seam of the inner door. He waited a beat and turned the wedge a fraction. The door seals flexed in a sigh. He lifted it and used one finger to push the door interior latch. Unlocked, he said. No lock yet. We went in. The docking hall was narrow. Pipes ran along the ceiling. The air mixture on this level was dry and cool. Gravity hold was minimal. The hall split left and right, and a door sat straight ahead. A sound like a slow drum came from deeper in the hull. System cycling. No alarm. Artemis took the left angle with a low line on her bow. Superboy stepped to the right and watched the corridor. Aqualad moved for the next door. Robin pressed the spoof against another seam and tapped a pattern. The hatch to the spinal corridor unlatched. He caught it and eased it open. Aqualad slipped through. I looked back through the maintenance ring. Miss Martian hovered the bioship in the blind we had chosen. Her voice touched the edge of my thoughts. I have you. Outer ring is quiet. No patrols in a kilometer. Copy, I sent back. We're good. Robin moved past me with calm steps and into the spinal corridor. He pointed left. Relay room that way. Navigation brain is 2 bulkheads past it in a sealed cage. Aqualad's glance to me was quick. Hold a beat with us. If they deploy drones, you go. Understood, I said. We reached the relay door. Robin touched the panel and worked. Same manufacturer family. They reused code. Lazy. Artemis didn't look away from the corner. Good for us. The door side open. Robin went to the board with a steady pace and slid the spoof into the service slot. He put the primary line into maintenance mode and cut the backup swap the same way as in the depot. We're dark. Internal net only. Aqualad nodded to him. Navigation brain. We moved. The navigation cage door was a different build, double lock and a braced frame. Robin crouched, studied the latch, and pulled the spreader. I can open without noise if I have 40 seconds. Take it, Aqualad said. Artemis's bow stayed up. Superboy's shoulders squared. Wally's breath came steady over the COMM. Fall back, lane clear. Nothing moving. Miss Martian's tone tightened by a hair. I felt a ping. Low power, short range. Might be a maintenance check. Stay steady, Aqualad said. Robin turned the wedge. The inner locking teeth loosened. He pressed the spoof's tip into a pressure sensor and tapped. The cage popped. Open. He slid inside. The navigation core sat in a shock cradle with 3 multi-pin harnesses. Robin clipped a mirror stick and copied differentially. He spoke without pausing his hands. Pulling guidance tables. Pulling route plan list. Pulling live state. Loops copied. Good. Unplugging primary now. He slid it out and into a padded case. Secondary, out. Backup ring, out. Aqualad checked the door again. Move. We stepped back into the corridor. The slow drum sound shifted slightly. A maintenance panel down the hall flickered and steadied. Miss Martian murmured in the link. That was a sensor tick. You still look like a maintenance pod on their board. They do not know you are us yet. Hold course, Aqualad said. We turned back toward the docking hall. The ship seemed to exhale. Lights along the service rung dimmed for a beat and rose. Robin's head snapped up. That was a local reset. Artemis's voice sharpened. Right corner. Footsteps. Aqualad's hand closed into a fist and opened. We withdraw. Quietly. Superboy pivoted and took the rear without being told. We moved at the same calm pace. No rush, no noise. The docking hall stretched ahead like a thin line. We reached the maintenance ring. Robin resealed the interior door with a finger press and lifted the outer panel. Miss Martian's mental voice clipped and came back thinner. Jamming starting. Stay with me. They're deploying something from midship. Aqualad moved fast and calm. Tenno. Hull. On it, I said. I turned and went out through the ring in one motion. The water outside had changed. The clarity shifted as a swarm of small drones slid out from compartments along the sub's belly and spine. They were flat discs with rim thrusters and small shock emitters mounted like teeth. They moved in a steady line toward the bioship's blind. I dropped onto the hull and let Rhino Prime slide over me in a full lock. The armor formed tight and heavy. Iron Skin surged and held. I put myself between the drones and the ship, feet planted against the sub's plates. The first drone fired. The bolt slapped my chest and spread away as a discharge. The drone veered for a clear angle. I stepped into its path and put my hand on its rim. I squeezed until the frame cracked. It slipped from my grip and spun away, dead. Drones engaged, I said calmly. Stay inside plan. Aqualad's reply was even. We are in the ring. 30 seconds to seal. 2 drones slid out from under the sub and aimed around my legs. I widened my stance and let them come. Iron Skin sang as they hit. I grabbed one and slammed it against the other. They died together in a crunch. 3 more came on my left. I backhanded the lead and kicked the second away. The third fired a charge at the bioship. I stepped into it and took the hit on my shoulder. Iron Skin flexed and held. Miss Martian's mental tone was controlled. Thank you. Hull steady. Inside, Artemis's voice came over the COMM. 2 crew at the corner. They saw us. They're backing up. Robin was short and calm. Door sealed. Logs scrubbed. We're out. Superboy's voice was tight and level. Ready to block if they rush. I moved with short, heavy steps along the hull to cut off the next line of drones. They adjusted with quick pulses. They were good. Not smart. Trained. I caught one by the emitter and crushed it. I grabbed another by the rim and flung it down into the trench edge where it scraped and died. 4 more panels opened along the midline. 10 drones at once. They formed a short wedge and pushed. The bioship stayed still. I hunkered into the push and did not move. Bolts hammered my chest and arms. Iron Skin held. The jamming signal thickened. The COMM crackled and returned. Miss Martian's mental voice steadied it. I have you. Keep fighting close to the hull. If they spread wide, I can mask them. Copy, I said. Wally's whisper came thin. I can run a lure if you want me to pull. Aqualad cut him off gently but firmly. Stay in your lane. Right, Wally said, flushing even over COMM. Artemis kept her voice flat. Hall is clear. No rush. We're at the ring. Robin spoke without breathlessness. We have the brain. Secondary and backup with it. We're sealing. Superboy grunted once. That usually meant he had pushed someone into a wall and cared that he hadn't crushed them. I lowered my center of balance and surged forward. Rhino Prime let me be simple and effective. I caught one drone with both hands and ripped its rim off. I threw the rim into another drone. They both tumbled. A third latched onto my forearm and tried to dump a shock. Iron Skin drank it. I squeezed the drone until its casing popped. 4 drones swept wide to shoot around me at the bioship. Miss Martian didn't flinch. She tipped the ship's nose an inch and presented tougher plating. The bolts splashed off her angles. I stepped after the drones and crushed 2. The remaining 2 veered and ran into Superboy, who had come to the ring to help cover the last step out. He grabbed them and pressed them together until they stopped moving. He handed me one scrap without comment. I took it and tossed it aside. Inside, Aqualad said. On the way, I said. I kept my body between the bioship and the drones as the team exited the ring. I backed up toward the lock. 2 drones darted low for the underside. I stepped off the hull, caught both by their backs, and shoved them into the sub's plating. Their emitters sparked and died. I returned to the ship and reached the lock as it opened. I backed in, still facing out, and planted my feet on the lip until the door cycled. Miss Martian sealed. The room pressed around us as pressure equalized. Aqualad stood at the forward bench with the case in his hands. Robin clipped 2 smaller modules next to it. Artemis braced against the wall, eyes on the door. Superboy stood in the corner, hands unclenched. Wally held the opposite bench and tried not to bounce. "Everyone good?" I asked. "Good," Aqualad said. "Fine," Artemis said. "Logs secure," Robin said, "controlled." "Ready to go," Wally said. "Okay," Superboy said. Miss Martian pulled us down and away from the sub's hull with a precise pulse. The drones pressed after us and fell off when the sub stopped feeding their vector. We faded into the shadow of the ridge. The command sub continued on its arc. No flood of divers. No heavy guns. No chase. They felt the maintenance tick and never saw the blow under it. We ran quiet until the ridge opened to the wider water. Patrol pings returned to normal. Miss Martian's voice warmed a degree. "Perimeter reports green. No pursuit." Aqualad exhaled once and didn't make a show of it. "We return." No one argued. The bioship slid toward Poseidoni's without hurry. We docked in the palace bay, crossed into the hall, and took the case to the strategy room. Queen Mara and Aquaman faced us with the chief of security and the scientist. The guards at the wall stood a little more at ease than yesterday. Aqualad set the case down. "Guidance brain, secondary, and backup. No broadcast from the sub. We were not pursued." Robin connected the case to the interface. "Dumping guidance tables. Routing list. Dead reckoning state. Backup loadout. No error logs from our spoofed maintenance. We're clean." The scientist checked the numbers. "This is the full guidance brain. It will take hours to digest. We can predict their next 3 cycles and know their safe anchors." Mara's eyes held on the screen. "And their confidence will hold long enough to let us finish our work." Aquaman kept his tone steady. "You did well." Wally rocked heel to toe and then stopped himself. "We didn't even scratch their paint." Artemis murmured, "We didn't need to." Superboy stared at the case as if he could memorize the shape. He didn't say anything. He didn't need to. Miss Martian sat at the console and trimmed the patrol net. "We can hold the outer ring for the next cycle and be ready to intercept again if needed." Aqualad gave Robin a small nod. "You will clone the brain and hand a copy to the palace lab. We will hand the hardware to the guard." Robin didn't protest. "On it." I leaned back on my heels and let the cheerful tone settle again. "So, we stole the steering wheel and nobody noticed. Next batch of good news is the list of lieutenants tied to that brain." The scientist scrolled. "Their ID keys are hashed, but they repeat in the schedules and the shift rosters. We can match them as soon as we pull this through the depot lists." Mara gave Aqualad a look that was not a smile and not a frown. "You will plan the follow-up?" "Yes, Your Majesty," he said. We broke for a short rest while Robin's transfer ran. Wally took a victory lap to the kitchen and returned with cups. Artemis accepted hers with a small nod. Superboy didn't touch his until Aqualad lifted his own. Miss Martian hovered at the console and adjusted the ring for another quiet hour. I stood with my hands behind my head and enjoyed the quiet. The line on the screen ticked to full. The scientist hit a final key and nodded. "We have it." Aqualad did not pause. "Next step is to seize the officer holders who rotate through the depot and the command sub's rendezvous points. We do not confront the flagship until we have their chain pinned." Aquaman's answer was clean. "The guard will assist in custody." Wally glanced at me and tried a grin. You ready to be a wall again? Always, I said happily. I like good posture. Artemis rolled her eyes and didn't hide the small lift at the corner of her mouth. Superboy shook his head, annoyed and not annoyed. Miss Martian hid a smile behind her hand. Robin kept working. Aqualad looked at the map and set his finger on 3 points. We begin here. I looked at the points and nodded. Let's go catch some officers. Chapter 17, Officers at the Buoy. The map filled the strategy room wall in clean shapes and clean numbers. The scientist layered the guidance brains roster over the depot lists, and 2 call signs matched a rendezvous buoy that sat well off the city lanes. It was a tight window with a short docking clamp and a sub-shuttle that ran on a quiet profile. The names on the chart weren't spelled out. They slipped beneath initials and coded duty tags, but the shift math lined up. Aqualad set his hand on the table. 2 officers. 1 pilot. 1 guard. We intercept at the buoy when the shuttle clamps. We remove them without noise. Robin tapped the buoy icon and brought up its specs. Single clamp. Short mast. Very little cover. We cannot hang directly on it or the shuttle will see us. Miss Martian studied the flow lines. There's a natural overhang 50 meters to the west. I can keep the bioship under it without a wake. You'll have a straight line to the buoy. Artemis folded her arms. If they bring friends. We will not be there if they do, Aqualad said calmly. We attend a tight window. Superboy looked at the roster again. If they fight. We bind and pull, Aqualad said. We do not escalate. Wally leaned on the table, excited and trying very hard not to look it. I can be the courier if telepathy drops. Fallback lane, Aqualad confirmed. You will not approach the buoy. I smiled, relaxed. I'll hold the hull. If the shuttle spits drones, I'm the wall. Aqualad watched me, steady. Do not pursue inside. If they drop a charge, you will shield the team first. We will leave before we are boxed. Copy, I said happily. Inside, I filed the promise where it belonged. If any of them bled because I wasted time, that was on me. The scientist offered a compact device to Robin. Mast Scrambler. It will spoof the buoy's status light for 5 seconds. No blink. No lock if you time it with the shuttle's clamp. Robin turned it over and nodded. Perfect. Miss Martian breathed evenly. Gamma and Kappa will stand off, same distances as before. They know to wait for your call. Queen Mara's gaze went across all of us. Take them alive. Yes, Your Majesty, Aqualad said. We geared up. The kit stayed trimmed, 2 cutter heads, hinge frees, 4 pads, 6 zip straps, 2 cable heads, the mast scrambler, a short tether reel, a slim pry, and the spoof. Robin carried a small recorder for the shuttle logs. Artemis set her sealed shafts and the cable line she preferred for short grabs. Superboy adjusted the forearm guard again and flexed his fingers. Wally checked his harness, then apologized to Miss Martian for fidgeting, and she smiled and told him he was fine. I ran my frame balance once and set Hydroid for the approach, Rhino Prime waiting under it. We boarded the bioship and lifted out. The palace fell away. The city's outer ring dimmed. The sea went quiet and thick. Miss Martian guided us along the plotted arc. The buoy hung like a fixed point in a flat field. It didn't broadcast much. It pulsed just enough to let the shuttle find it. Aqualad stood behind Miss Martian's chair and watched the time. We arrive 6 minutes early. We set. We keep still. She eased us under the overhang she had chosen. The bioship settled in a pocket that felt made for it. I pressed a palm to the deck and felt the lack of vibration. Good flying. Robin slid the mast scrambler onto his forearm. Once the shuttle clamps, I will step in, tap the mast, and freeze the dash light. That keeps the pilot thinking the buoy is fine. Artemis climbed to the lock and checked visibility through the port. Open water. No cover. We need to be quick. Quick is what we do, Wally whispered. Not you, Artemis said, dry. He grinned and shut up. Superboy set himself at the forward lock. He didn't fidget at all. He didn't look at the clock. He didn't need to. Miss Martian's voice touched our heads, light and steady. No patrols in 500 meters. Outer ring quiet. Shuttle is on time if the brain schedule holds. Good, Aqualad said. The waiting felt clean and tight. No one shifted for no reason. No one talked to hear their own voice. I let my body settle into a slow cadence. When the shuttle's signature kissed the edge of the screen, I felt my face brighten. Showtime, I said cheerfully. Quiet, Aqualad reminded gently. Quiet showtime, I corrected. We eased out of the lock. The water pressed cold and steady. The buoy stood alone, fixed to the seafloor by a narrow mast that looked flimsy and wasn't. The clamp mechanism sat midway, tongue extended for the shuttle's nose. The shuttle approached low and slow, bow thrusters breathing in short puffs. It was small and mean-looking, the kind of craft you built when you wanted a few people to go somewhere quickly and quietly. Aqualad gave hand signals instead of words. We drifted into positions around the buoy, far enough not to be read as a big mass, close enough to move at the cue. Robin stayed 5 meters above the mast. Artemis sat at a slant that gave her a smooth line to the clamp. Superboy hung to the right in clear water with no silhouette. I sat behind the buoy, relaxed and ready to slip onto the hull. Wally held in the fallback lane near the overhang. The shuttle slid in. The nose kissed the clamp and locked. 2 small lights on the mast shifted from blue to green. Robin moved. He reached the mast, tapped the scrambler to the housing, and the green locked hard. The shuttle's nose door unsealed. No alarm. No blink. Clean. Aqualad signed the move. We were on them before the door fully rolled. He went first, every motion solid and calm. I took the hull just left of the hatch. Artemis glided to the far side and brought her bow up at a low angle. Superboy closed from above. The pilot looked up, saw the world change, and went for his baton. Aqualad caught his wrist and twisted him gently into the wall. Do not, Aqualad said, level. The pilot read the tone and did not. Aqualad zip-strapped him and held him there. The guard behind the pilot had a shock rifle already half raised. He aimed for my chest, saw the bow swing his way, saw Superboy's shadow, and decided to shoot anyway. The bolt hit my shoulder plating and bled into the water. I looked at him and shook my head. He fired again, nerves tight, aim worse. Aqualad didn't look back. He trusted us to handle it. I planted one hand on the threshold, leaned in, and grabbed the rifle barrel. I squeezed. The metal flattened. The guard yanked. The rifle broke. He tried to draw a blade. Artemis's cable head flashed across the gap, latched his forearm, and pulled it against the door frame. He swore, then locked his jaw. Superboy reached past me with 2 fingers and plucked the blade from his grip. He set it on the shuttle floor and stepped on it. Cooperate, Aqualad said to the guard, still calm. You will live. The guard hesitated. He wasn't brave or cowardly, he was trained and surprised. He nodded once. Aqualad zip-strapped his wrists and guided him to sit. The man sat. 2 more figures stepped into view down the shuttle's central aisle. One wore an officer's rig with a clip tag and a cold face that pretended this was normal. The other wore a mess of tools that put him in a maintenance role with clearance. Both paused when they saw us. The officer's gaze flicked to the pilot, to the guard, to Aqualad's calm hands, to the mast outside, to me. I smiled. Good evening. We're closing the gate early. He raised both hands slowly. What do you want? Aqualad's answer was even. You will come with us quietly. You will not be harmed. No, the officer said, trying to reclaim this moment. You board us on open water. This is piracy. Robin dropped lightly into the hatch behind the officer, which was a neat trick. He had ridden the mast down and slipped in with silent hands. He lifted a small recorder. You call it what you want. I'm here for your logs. The officer turned too fast and lost the look he wanted. His jaw tightened. He thought about trying a sidearm. He didn't see a way to reach it that didn't cost him 2 bones. He put his hands behind his head and clenched his teeth like that was dignity. Artemis reeled her cable head and reset it. Good call. The maintenance tech lifted his palms higher. I don't fight. I fix. We know, I said, still easy. Aqualad moved the officer to the left wall, hands in front where he could swim if we had to dump him. He zip-strapped him carefully. He did not enjoy it. He did not gloat. He did it because it kept us safe. He gestured to Robin. Recorder, Aqualad said quietly. Robin slid past, dipped under the officer's bound wrists, and tapped the shuttle's nose console with the recorder. Pulling NAV stub. Pulling mission tag. Pulling handshake for the buoy. Backups. Good. He plugged the mast scrambler into the light for one more loop. Dash stays green. Miss Martian's voice touched our heads. Steady. Outer ring is clear. Gamma reports no movement. Kappa is at the quick arc. No patrols within range. I'm holding the net tight. Copy, Aqualad said. He kept a hand on the officer's shoulder to keep him from drifting. We leave. The guard shifted his shoulders. We're dead if you hand us over. You are under Atlantean protection, Aqualad said. His voice did not soften. It did not harden. It stayed level. You will be treated fairly. The guard swallowed and nodded. The pilot closed his eyes briefly and opened them again. The tech looked at Robin's recorder with fascinated despair like a man watching his hard work be copied to a file. We moved them. Superboy took the pilot and the guard, one hand on each shoulder. He did not squeeze. He did not drag. He escorted. Aqualad took the officer. The man tried to stand straighter in the water and failed. I took the tech. He floated easily and followed my hand. Artemis covered the hatch. Robin hung back long enough to scrub the shuttle's local record of the last 5 minutes, then resealed the console with one thumb swipe. He tapped the mast scrambler to the housing and killed its routine. The green light returned to a normal pulse. He met my eyes and nodded. Clean. We pushed off. The buoy sat the same as before. The shuttle hung there with no awareness beyond what it had. Miss Martian's bioship slid from the overhang with a slow tilt. She opened the lock. We flowed inside as a group, bound officers and all. She sealed the door. Pressure equalized with a soft tremor that wasn't dramatic. She turned us with a gentle touch and we drifted back into shadow. Wally let out the longest breath. I didn't even move. You did great, Artemis said, not smiling. He brightened. Thank you for your support. Don't push it, she replied, but her voice held a soft line. Superboy settled the pilot and guard on the bench. Aqualad guided the officer to sit where he could lean back. I set the tech next to him. Robin clipped the recorder to a hard mount and locked it. Miss Martian looked back over her shoulder with careful focus. We're clear. Aqualad faced our guests. You will be taken to Poseidonis and placed in custody. You will be given water and food. You will not be mistreated. The officer stared back without blinking. He was in shock and trying to wear poise over it. The tech stared at the recorder and winced again. The pilot kept looking at Aqualad's tattoos with a curiosity he probably didn't know he had. I sat on the bench arm, a foot away, and kept my tone light. If any of you need to breathe slow, now is a good time. They did not answer. That was fine. Miss Martian slid the bioship into the mount ring with small thrusts that did not broadcast. The buoy faded behind. The shuttle hung alone and continued its clock. The guard would pick it up later or let it sit and watch who came for it. We reached the palace bay without incident. The ramp lowered. Guards moved in a smooth line, not rushed, not theatrical. They accepted the 3 prisoners and the tech with firm hands and steady words. The chief of security nodded to Aqualad and to me and turned away to do his job. We walked the recorder case into the strategy room. Queen Mara stood with Aquaman. The scientist plugged the recorder into the reader like he had been waiting weeks to do it. Robin stood near the screen, ready to read quickly. The data came up in tight lines. Mission tag, Robin said. 2 officers, code names L41 and L17. They're scheduled to cycle to the flagship within 12 hours. Navigation stub confirms the buoy, then a rendezvous arc, then a return path if no connection. The scientist scrolled. Shuttle logs, clear. Buoy handshake, clear. No alarm flag. The scrambler hid our approach. Mara looked at Aqualad. You have done what was needed. He bowed his head slightly. Yes, Your Majesty. Aquaman stared at the code names on the board. The guard will move quietly to secure the buoy and the path. Wally rubbed his hands together and then realized what he was doing and stopped. That went fast. Artemis leaned back against the table edge. Clean is better. Superboy stood behind Aqualad where he always stood now and listened without speaking. Miss Martian drifted to the side console and balanced the patrol ring without effort. I watched everyone's faces and let the happiness sit without pushing it around. No one was hurt. No alarms. That mattered. The scientist closed one set of logs and opened another. We can cross-reference these officers to depot scheduling and find their lieutenant's rotation. That's your next hour. Aqualad didn't wait. We move in stages. We deliver these officers to secure custody. We interrogate through legal channels. We then use their timetables to isolate 3 more handoff points. We put pressure on the chain until the flagship cannot field crews. Robin lifted his chin. I can forge a maintenance request that pushes a harmless reset on the flagship's guidance at their next service window, if we need a stall. Hold that for now, Aqualad said. We will not tip our hand until we must. Wally pointed at the board with a short jab. We going back out? Soon, Aqualad said. Miss Martian looked at him. Eat first. He grinned. Yes, ma'am. We took a short break, which meant everyone did their version of thinking without talking. Robin sat with the recorder in his lap and scrolled with small taps. Artemis cleaned a scuff off her bowstring with fast, precise motions. Superboy stood at the window and watched the guard move the prisoners with clean steps. Miss Martian floated pensively and breathed slowly until the rhythm settled. I stretched my fingers and reset the curl of my hands after gripping the hull. Aqualad checked on the guard once and then stood in the doorway, watching the room with quiet eyes. Gamma Squad pinged the net to report that the buoy stayed quiet and the shuttle didn't move. Kappa reported in too. No changes. The room felt steady in a way that made me think of clean gears instead of messy parts. The scientist came back with a short list. We matched the officers' rotations to 3 supervisors. 1 at the depot's lateral storage lane. 1 on a shuttle repair pod outside regular patrols. One at a maintenance crush near the trench seam. Meryl looked to us. Choose one. Aqualad studied the map. He didn't pick randomly. He didn't pick the far one because it looked fun or the close one because it looked easy. He picked the shuttle repair pod. Here. It sits in a blind corner. Low staff. Short response time for the guard if needed. Robin nodded. I can mute their local uplink while we go in. Artemis straightened. I'll mark the door. Superboy already looked ready. I'll take the main hall. Wally bounced once and stopped. Fallback lane. Miss Martian picked up the bioship keys with a look that said she was fine and happy to drive. I smiled. I'll be the wall if they bring toys. Aqualad's mouth tilted a fraction. Yes. We moved again. The work wasn't done. We had officers to catch and a flagship to cripple. I liked where we were. It sounded simple in my head: protect them, get the job done, eat something warm. I kept my tone light. On your lead. Aqualad pointed at the door. We go. We did. Chapter 18, The Repair Pod. We left the strategy room with the plan already sitting in our hands. The shuttle repair pod wasn't far from the depot arc and sat on the lee side of a broken ridge. It was small, a tight cluster of vents and tool racks anchored to a frame with two short corridors and a main hall. The scientist's map showed one relay panel, one supervisor office, one crew bay, and a ceiling track for drones. It was built for maintenance, not defense. Aqualad didn't slow in the hall. We keep it quiet. We enter on the service door. Robin will mute their uplink. Artemis marks the door. Superboy holds the main hall. Tenno, you will take the exterior and block drones if they deploy. Kid Flash, fallback lane. Mgan, the net and the ship. Copy, I said, easy. I rolled my shoulders and let the comm sit in my chest. If anyone went for Aqualad or Miss Martian, I would drop the jokes and take the hit instead. Robin secured the mast scrambler and his spoof tool into a compact harness. This relay is a cousin to the buoy. It won't take much. I kill their uplink, isolate the local network, and scrub the panel log after. Artemis checked her sealed shafts and clipped a cable head to her bow with a neat motion. I'll take the service door and the first corner. Superboy tightened the fast-release strap on his forearm, flexed his fingers once, then relaxed them. Main hall is mine. Wally rocked on his heels and made himself stop. Fallback lane. I won't move unless you say. Miss Martian waited by the bioship ramp. Gamma will hold near the ridge break. Kappa will sit at the quick arc. Neither will move without Aqualad's order. Aqualad glanced at the clock. We leave now. We intercept on the half hour. We boarded. The bioship slid from the palace bay and slipped into the dark water. The city lights dimmed behind us. The ridge ahead rose and fell in long places. Miss Martian steered us between rock shapes with small adjustments. Her hands didn't shake. Aqualad watched the board over her shoulder, tracking our pace to the second. Hold here, he said gently. She eased us into a pocket under an overhang. The repair pod sat 100 meters out. Its lights were dim. A slow hum swelled and fell with regular patterns. No alarms. No patrol ping. Clean. Robin checked his timer. I'll hit the relay at the door. I want 2 minutes inside for a full mute. Aqualad looked at him and then at the diagram. You have 1. We do not linger. 1, Robin agreed. I took a breath and smiled. I'll be outside, holding the hull. If their ceiling track kicks out drones, I'll stop them before they get a meter. Artemis rolled her shoulder lightly. We're not going to give them a meter. Superboy nodded. We won't. Wally clasped his hands and unclasped them. I'm calm. See? Calm. Miss Martian turned her head enough to look at him with a small smile. You're doing great. Aqualad lifted the boarding kit and split the tools. 2 cutter heads. 1 hinge freeze. 4 pads. 2 zip strap bundles. 1 pry. Robin has the scrambler and spoof. We take the supervisor alive. We do not damage the pod. Understood, I said happily. Aqualad gave a small signal with 2 fingers. Go. We left the lock. The water pressed even and cold. The repair pod had a service door next to a vent and a pipe run. The door faced the ridge and not the open water. It thought this made it safe. Robin slid to the seam, pressed the spoof, and tapped a small pattern. Handshake accepted, he murmured. 3 seconds. Now. Aqualad moved the latch. The door gave with no squeak. He cracked it just enough for us to slip through. Artemis flowed in first with her bow low and angled. I followed, then Robin, then Aqualad. Superboy took his place behind us and set his shoulders. Wally held the fallback lane outside, eyes tracking the ridge, not the door. The corridor was short and clean. A gentle hum from the relay carried down the pipe. Aqualad pointed left. We took the left. Robin slid to the relay panel and tapped his spoof. Primary line to maintenance, he said quietly. Backup line cut. Uplink mute on. Local net only. No alarm. Artemis tilted her head at the midship sound. 2 people in the hall. 1 in the office. Superboy rolled his shoulders. I'll hold them. Aqualad gestured. Artemis at the corner. Superboy at the hall. Tenno, on the exterior, now. On it, I said. I slipped back to the service door and slid into the water. I looked up. The pod's roof ran to the ridge. 3 ceiling track ports sat along the hall ceiling above the main corridor inside. The ports were flush. The drones were asleep, or they wanted me to think they were. I set my palm to a panel seam and listened. A faint vibration rode the hull, nothing extreme, just a machine's slow breathe. I set 2 adhesive pads to the roof above the track exits and stayed with my body close to the hull, calm and ready to move. Miss Martian's voice brushed the edge of my mind. Outer ring quiet. Gamma and Kappa holding. No movement in 200 meters. You are clear. Copy, I sent. I kept my tone light. I'll be here if they get twitchy. Inside, Artemis said softly over COMM, hall is wide. 2 mechanics at a tool rack. No weapons. Supervisor office door is closed. Aqualad's voice remained level. Proceed. Superboy stepped into the hall. I could picture his posture even without seeing it. He would set his feet, center his balance, and look like a wall. He wouldn't shout. He wouldn't posture. He would be a line. Artemis slid past him and took the corner by the office. Door plate reads occupied. I can't see inside. Robin finished at the relay. Uplink is muted and the panel thinks it is routine maintenance. I'm at the door. Aqualad moved next to him. Open. Robin touched the edge of the plate and pressed while twisting. The door popped quietly. He pushed it a hand's width and slid aside. Aqualad stepped in with a speed that wasn't rushed. It was efficient. The supervisor sat at a small desk with a tool log open in front of him. He looked up and went from bored to alert in one breath. His hand moved toward a button on the console. Aqualad caught his wrist gently and pressed it to the desk. The man froze. Artemis stood in the doorway with her bow pointed at the floor but ready. Robin slipped in and closed the door behind them. I heard none of that directly in the water. I felt the pod's skin keep breathing. Then a small change rolled under my palm. The ceiling track above my hand woke. The drone housing shifted with a click. I didn't wait for the door to open. I pressed my fingers to the seam with one hand, set the other hand pad at the lip, and braced. The panel tried to slide. My pad held it. The motor whined once. It stopped. Ceiling track, I said calmly. Drone wake on. I've got one pinned. Aqualad's answer came even. Hold. We do not want a swarm. I'm holding, I said, still easy. I set a second pad on the adjacent panel. It hadn't moved yet. I readied for it. Inside, the supervisor spoke. Aqualad's voice was steady in reply. You will remain calm. You will be restrained and treated well. We will not harm you. The supervisor said something else, low. Robin cut in with a quiet tone. We're not here to destroy your work. We just need your access bundle. He said it like he was asking for a pencil. It worked better than a shout. The man's breathing shifted down a notch. Superboy's voice sounded relaxed and bored on purpose. The mechanics are sitting. They're not trying to run. Artemis's foot tapped once. Door secure. We should go. Aqualad's voice sharpened enough to mean speed without panic. We leave. Tenno, status. 2 panels locked, I said. No deployment. If they try a third, I'll take it too. Good, he said. We're coming out. The office door opened quietly. I heard the faint change in the hull pressure as a second drone track tried to deploy. I set my shoulder against it and pressed hard. The seam ground against my pad and stopped. Easy, I said into the COMM. Still holding. Artemis moved first into the hall and covered left. Superboy stepped into position and blocked right. Robin came second, and I pictured the small recorder bouncing lightly against his harness. Aqualad followed with the supervisor in front of him. The man's wrists were zip-strapped in front. He looked angry and tired, not violent. Wally whispered, "Fall back, lane clear." "We good?" "We are," Aqualad said. "We leave." Miss Martian's voice touched my head again. "No new movement. Your window is open." I peeled the pads off one at a time, careful not to let the panels jerk. The motors groaned once. The first door tried to open and stuck because my gel held the seam out of true. If they wanted to force it, they would tear the track. Not tonight. I slid along the roof, set my last pad under the third panel, and held as a precaution while the team slipped through the service door. The water took them. Aqualad didn't let go of the supervisor's elbow. Artemis kept her bow low and tight. Robin took the rear with one glance over his shoulder to make sure no one followed. Superboy stayed between the corridor and the door until Aqualad gave him a look. He backed out and let the door close. I held the third panel for 3 slow counts and then let it go. It didn't move. I peeled my pad, rolled it, and followed. Miss Martian opened the lock, and we flowed inside. She sealed it. The pressure equalized. The hum steadied. She turned the bioship with a small movement, and the ridge moved across our field of view. The pod shrank behind us. No alarms. No rush. Clean. The supervisor stayed upright with an effort like he wanted to keep something that felt like pride. Aqualad sat him on the bench. The man swallowed and set his jaw again. He wasn't shaking. He was annoyed. I sat on the other bench arm and kept my voice light. "You did fine. You didn't do anything stupid. That helps everyone." He didn't answer me. His eyes went to Aqualad, to Robin's recorder, to Miss Martian's hands, to Superboy's calm posture. He understood pieces of this and not the whole. Robin clipped the recorder and the access bundle he'd pulled off the supervisor's belt into the mount. Keycards, code fob, and local authorization chip. Good haul. Artemis looked at the bundle, not impressed by its size. Small things, big jobs. Wally grinned. Welcome to our world. Superboy stood with his arms hanging at his sides. We should move before the pod wakes up more. Agreed, Aqualad said. We glided back to Poseidonis with no pursuit and docked in the palace bay. Guards met us at the ramp. The chief of security took the supervisor with a nod that said thanks without saying it. He led the man away with 2 guards who didn't swagger or sneer. They were professionals. We carried the recorder to the strategy room. Queen Mara stood with Aquaman and the scientist, who was already reaching for the cable. Robin handed it over. The scientist slotted it, and the screen filled with new lists. Supervisor access, Robin said. Door keys, maintenance schedules, drone track controls, repair pod inventory logs, and the personal role for his shift. The scientist scrolled. We can cross-check these keys with the depot and the flagship. Some codes cycle across nodes. That was a mistake. Aqualad didn't raise an eyebrow. We will take advantage. Miss Martian adjusted the patrol ring. Gamma reports the repair pod is quiet. No drone launch. No alarm broadcast. You jammed their uplink correctly. Robin nodded once. I left their panel thinking it was routine maintenance. They will lose an hour looking for a cable pinch. Wally leaned forward to look at the map, then made himself lean back again. What's next? Aquaman looked to Aqualad. You have the lead. Aqualad studied the board, then tapped a small spot near the ridge's outer run. There is a shuttle repair pod sister unit 200 meters along the shelf. Its supervisor rotates with the one we caught. He will check in at the top of the hour. We can catch him there, or we can use these keys to take a small team into the depot's lateral lane and pull the other supervisor during inventory. Artemis moved a step closer to the map. What about the maintenance crush at the seam? We will go there, Aqualad said evenly. Not tonight. He didn't need to add why. Communication could get rough in the seam. If something went wrong with the link, it would cost us more than a moment. The scientist rewound the map. The officer roster from the buoy and the supervisor logs together give a path to the flagship's crew door. Not the main, the service one. If you want to plant a stall, you could use the keys to drop a harmless maintenance lock during their reset window. Robin's eyes sharpened. I can do that without tripping their watchdog. Aqualad gave him a small nod and looked around the room. We have 3 solid moves. We keep pressure on their chain without making noise. I rested my palms on the back of a chair and smiled. Which one do you want first? I vote for the easy one and the warm food. Wally cheered softly. Food. Artemis sighed, then gave a small nod. Food. Superboy didn't say anything, but his mouth eased a little. Miss Martian smiled, and the tension in her shoulders softened. Robin made a face at us and then shook his head, not really annoyed. Aqualad allowed himself a short breath. Eat. Then we move. We broke from the table. Miss Martian floated toward the kitchen. Wally followed her like she had hung a sign that said free. Artemis took her usual place against the counter, pretending not to care while she checked her bowstring once more. Robin sat at the island and scrolled through the supervisor's key bundles, tapping and muttering small codes under his breath. Superboy leaned on the door frame and watched everyone move. Aqualad stood in the doorway like always, not blocking it, not leaving it. I took a stool and rested my elbows on the counter. That door spreader is my new friend, I said happily. Quiet tool, big results. Robin didn't look up. Borrow it next time. I will, I said. Miss Martian set bowls and cups on the counter. Hot and simple. Wally took a bowl, inhaled the steam like a ritual, and then ate fast until Artemis caught his wrist with one fingertip and said, "Slow." He slowed. He looked grateful. We didn't stay long. The food settled. The map called us back. Aqualad waited until we had finished, then lifted his hand. The room quieted without anyone saying quiet. "We go again," he said. "Ready," I said cheerfully. I meant it. Miss Martian turned off the lights in the kitchen with a thought. We walked out together and returned to the work that had already begun. Chapter 19, Second Pod, Same Quiet. We left the kitchen with the plan already set. The second repair pod waited along the shelf, built on the same pattern as the first, service door near a vent, main hall with a ceiling track, small supervisor office, relay panel by the entrance. The scientist marked its position in the strategy room and handed Robin a short strip of codes tied to the keys we had just pulled. Aqualad looked over the map once and then at us. "We use the same entry. We keep the same discipline." Robin mutes their uplink. Artemis marks the door and covers the first corner. Superboy holds the main hall. Tenno takes the exterior roof and blocks drones if the ceiling track deploys. Kid Flash holds the fallback lane. Mgan keeps the net and the ship. "Copy," I said happily. "I'll stick to the roof and keep the toys inside." Robin slid the codes into his gauntlet and tapped the display. "These supervisor keys are valid on sister pods for the next 6 hours. I can open without leaving a log and mute the uplink in under a minute." Artemis checked her sealed shafts. "I have 2 cable heads loaded. No loose shots unless you call it." Superboy adjusted his forearm strap and flexed his fingers until the guard sat right. "I'll take the first push if anyone runs." Wally stood on his toes and then set his heels down. "Fall back lane. I will not move unless ordered." Miss Martian's voice was steady. "Gamma will reposition along the shelf to be close without being seen. Kappa holds the quick arc. The guard knows not to show unless Aqualad calls." Aqualad picked up the boarding kit, split the pads and tools as before, and set the pace with his voice. "We are in and out. No damage. No alarms. We take the supervisor alive. We bring his keys and logs. We hand him to the guard. Then we plan the next strike." We boarded the bioship. Miss Martian took us out on the same quiet line. The city fell behind. The ridge rose. The shelf unrolled ahead, a clear field with broken rock and long shadows. She angled us under an overhang where the hull fit clean. The repair pod sat 150 meters out, mounted to the shelf with 4 braces. Its lights were dim. A single external camera sat above the service door. Aqualad stood behind Miss Martian, one hand on the chair. "We hold here until the half hour. We move on my signal." Miss Martian adjusted us into a float. "In position. No patrols within 300 meters. No sensor sweeps." Robin slid the spoof tool out and checked the code strip again. "Door handshake is the same family. I can open without touching their primary log. Uplink mute will look like a maintenance cycle." Artemis drew a shallow breath and let it go. 2 minutes in, tops. "Less," Aqualad said. "We will be faster this time." Superboy turned his head and looked at the pod for a long second, memorizing the angle of the hull and the visible vent. He nodded. He was ready to move. Wally pressed his palms together and released them. "I can carry messages if telepathy dips." "You will," Aqualad said. "Only on my order." I rolled my wrists and let my shoulders settle. "Rhino is on deck if anything pops from the ceiling. I'll keep it outside." Miss Martian looked back at me for half a second with a tiny smile. "I'll keep the ship steady." "Thank you," I said. The clock reached the mark. Aqualad lifted 2 fingers. Go. We slid out of the lock. The water touched us with even pressure. The pod's service door came up slow and clear. Robin reached the seam, pressed the spoof, and tapped a pattern. He waited for the tiny click and gave a small nod. Accepted, he said softly. Opening. Aqualad twisted the latch and eased the door in. Artemis slipped through first with her bow low and angled. I followed with 2 pads clipped to my belt and the third in my hand. Robin came next, then Aqualad. Superboy took the rear. Wally held the fallback lane outside, eyes locked on the ridge line. Inside smelled like machine oil and cold water. The corridor was as narrow as the first pods. The relay panel sat on the left. The office was down a short hall with a single door. The main hall opened to the right, with the ceiling track ports hidden by flush panels. Aqualad didn't wait. Positions, he said quietly. Artemis took the corner with an easy line. Covering. Superboy moved to the mouth of the main hall. Holding. Robin pressed the spoof to the panel and talked while he worked. Primary line to maintenance. Backup cut. Uplink mute on. The panel thinks a routine check is in progress. 1 minute to log scrub. Aqualad looked at me and pointed to the door. I nodded and slipped back into the water, then went up to the roof. I planted one hand on the shell above the first ceiling track port and set a pad at the seam. My other hand held the second pad ready. I listened. The motor hum was low and regular. The panel didn't move. I waited. I didn't fidget. I kept my breath even. Miss Martian's voice touched my thoughts, careful and light. Outer ring is clean. Gamma has you on passive. Kappa confirms no movement along the arc. You are clear. Copy, I sent. I've got 2 pads set and the third ready. I'm calm. She sent a tiny trace of amusement. I can tell. Inside, Artemis whispered, 2 workers at the tool rack. One has a spanner in his hand. He's nervous. He's not charging. Superboy's voice stayed flat. They see me. They are sitting down on the bench. Aqualad stepped toward the office and put his hand along the door frame. He nodded to Robin. Open. Robin touched the plate and turned his wrist. The lock clicked. Aqualad pushed the door inward with a smooth motion and stepped inside. The supervisor sat at a table with a set of chips spread on the surface and a small projector running a parts list. He jerked in surprise and dropped one chip. It spun once and drifted. Aqualad set his palm down on the table and looked at him. You will remain calm. The man went pale and stared. He recognized authority when he heard it. He lifted his hands. Aqualad zip-strapped them in front with a firm, neat motion. Robin slipped in and closed the door, quiet. Artemis held the hall. Superboy did not move. On the roof, I felt a small vibration under my palm. The panel tried to slide. My pad kept it still. The motor whined once. I set the second pad along the other edge and pressed. The panel settled. The motor cut. Roof panel 1 tried to open, I said, tone level. It's pinned. Aqualad answered without stress. Hold. We will not trigger a swarm. I shifted a foot to set my weight better, then kept still. I kept my eyes on the other 2 panels and listened. They stayed quiet. I relaxed the grip on my third pad and kept it ready. In the office, Robin lifted the chip the supervisor had dropped and set it back on the table. He spoke in a calm, low tone. We're taking your keys and your log. We're not here to break your gear. The man stared at him. His voice came thin. You can't be here. Artemis spoke softly from the hall. We are. Aqualad guided the man to his feet and out the door. Steady hands, zero drama. You will be escorted. You will not be harmed. The supervisor nodded stiffly. He was not a fighter. He was a technician with a schedule and a set of habits. He had no plan for this moment. That worked for us. Superboy stepped aside just enough for them to pass into the corridor. The two workers on the bench looked up and froze. One glanced at me through the roof seam, probably imagining some large shadow. He stayed seated. Good choice. Robin turned back to the relay panel and ran the scrub. Local log cleaned. Panel still thinks it's maintenance. Uplink is still down. We have 30 seconds before somebody gets curious enough to poke it. Aqualad's voice set the last steps. Artemis out. Superboy out. Robin out. Tenno hold. Copy, I said. Artemis slid through the door and into the water. Superboy backed out with his hands loose, never turning his back until the last second. Robin took one last look at the panel and then slipped through after them. Aqualad walked the supervisor to the door, guided him through, and waited. I held the panel down for 2 more slow breaths, then peeled the pads in one clean motion and rolled them onto my belt. The seam stayed shut. The motor didn't try again. I pushed off the roof and followed the team. Miss Martian opened the lock. We flowed inside. She sealed it. The room steadied. The ship shifted with a small push and turned away from the pod. The ridge line slid across the viewport and then dropped out of sight as we tucked into the shadow line. Wally let out a soft cheer and then clamped his lips together. Sorry. Quiet cheer. Artemis bumped his shoulder with her bow arm. Save the loud one for later. Superboy stood near the door with his hands hanging at his sides. He looked at Aqualad and then at the supervisor. He kept his mouth closed and his eyes open. Aqualad sat the supervisor on the bench and knelt long enough to check the zip straps. They weren't too tight. The man's hands were pale around the plastic. Aqualad stood. You will be handed to the guard. You will be safe. The supervisor nodded without meeting his eyes. He stared at the floor, then at Robin's recorder, then at Miss Martian's hands on the controls. I sat on the other bench arm with a smile. No one is going to rough you up. You did your job. We're doing ours. He did not respond. He stared at my armor and then at the floor again. He swallowed. His breathing evened out. Robin clipped the access bundle and the office chip into the mount and locked them. Keys, logs, and a maintenance schedule. It's all here. Miss Martian kept her attention on the flight and the net. Gamma reports no movement on the shelf. Kappa has a clean arc. We're clear. Aqualad nodded. We return. We moved without hurry. The bio-ship shivered once under a small current and then settled. Miss Martian made a slight correction. The city lights grew in the distance. The bay swallowed the ship, the ramp dropped, and the guard was waiting in a tidy line. The chief of security accepted the supervisor with a short nod. We will process him and verify his keys. He looked at Aqualad and then at me, and he added quietly, good work. Aqualad inclined his head, calm. Thank you. We carried the recorder to the strategy room. Queen Mara and Aquaman were waiting. The scientist had a cable ready, eyes steady. Robin slotted the recorder and the chip. Lines of new data filled the display. Second supervisor bundle, Robin said. Door keys match the first set. Drone track controls match. Maintenance schedules confirm the rotation. Logs show 2 unreported repairs on the ceiling rails that we jammed. The scientist nodded. That explains the pressure we felt on the panels. They have worn hinges. Wally blinked. So they almost trapped us with broken garage doors. Artemis didn't look at him. They almost annoyed us with broken garage doors. Superboy's mouth moved a little. It almost looked like he wanted to smile. He didn't. Miss Martian checked the patrol ring from the side console. Pods are quiet. No alarms broadcast. No patrols on the shelf. Meryl looked at all of us. Proceed to your next move. Aqualad didn't hesitate. He kept it steady. We have the keys to the depot's lateral lane and the flagship's service lock. We have officer rotations and supervisor schedules. We choose the next step from 3 options. Robin brought up the map and tapped 3 points. Depot lateral lane, shift change in 40 minutes. Flagship service lock, reset window in 2 hours. Maintenance crush at the seam, rotation in 3 hours. Wally leaned on the table and then stood straight because Aqualad looked at him. We can do the depot now and the flagship later. Artemis folded her arms. Depot is familiar. Clean, fast, out. Superboy didn't talk. He watched Aqualad and waited for the call. Miss Martian checked the time and nodded to herself. The ring can handle both if we stagger. Aqualad considered for 1 slow count and then set his palm on the table. We take the depot lateral lane supervisor during inventory. Quiet. No alarm. We return. Then we move for the flagship stall if needed. I smiled. I'll hold the hull again. Consistency is good for the brand. Wally snorted. Artemis gave me a tired look that held a tiny tilt at the end. Superboy shook his head. Robin pretended not to hear me. Miss Martian hid a grin behind her hand. Aqualad did not react. That was fine. He had a mission. We walked out. The plan sat in a clean line. There was nothing dramatic. There was just work. I liked it. It kept my head clear and my hands steady. Miss Martian took us to the hangar. The bioship powered up without a hum out of place. Aqualad checked the kit and handed pads to me without words. I took them and clipped them to my belt. Robin checked the scrambler and the spoof. Artemis counted shafts. Superboy tugged his strap. Wally rolled his neck and then stopped when Artemis glared at him. We boarded. The ramp closed. The ship slipped out. I stood near Aqualad and looked at the map. Same rules. Quiet feet. Quiet hands. Yes, he said. I kept my tone bright. I can do quiet. I am currently doing quiet. Wally laughed under his breath. It didn't break the mood. It helped, a little. We moved toward the depot's lateral lane and the next small seizure that would tighten the chain around the flagship and its crew. We were not done. We were steady. Chapter 20, Lateral Lane Quiet. Inventory hour made the depot breathe in a different pattern. The scientist highlighted the lateral lane on the board and brought up a scrolling list of crates with stamped numbers and short descriptions. The supervisor assigned to that corridor checked each case against the console, stamped a tag, and moved on. He had a pace. He had a loop. Robin's timing chart matched the loop, down to the pause at the midpoint where the man always reached for the same pocket and took a swallow from the same flask. Aqualad traced the route with 1 finger. We meet him at the midpoint. Robin, you will spoof a maintenance call to draw him to the side door. Artemis, you will cover the corner. Superboy will anchor the main hall. Tenno, you will hold the outer hull along the lateral lane and stop any drones if they deploy. Kid Flash, fall back lane. Mgan, keep the net and the ship steady. Copy, I said, easy. I let my shoulders relax. My hands were loose. If anyone went for my team, I would tighten and that would be that. Robin slid the supervisor keys we had just taken into a thin slot in his gauntlet and nodded to himself. I can open the side door, mute the local uplink, and place a maintenance flag on the lane's console. The panel will think it froze for 10 seconds. The supervisor will want to see if a cable slipped. Artemis tested her bowstring, then pressed the cable head with her thumb and felt it click. I'll sit on the cross corner. No noisy shots. Superboy adjusted his strap and then stopped touching it. I'll hold the hall. If anyone runs, they bounce off me and sit down. Wally pointed his thumb toward his chest. Fall back lane. I can run a message if the link dips. Miss Martian lifted her chin slightly. Gamma is already near the ridge break. Kappa is on the quick arc. Both will hold and not show unless we ask. I'll maintain the additional net over the depot perimeter so we can hear patrol shifts. Aqualad looked across all of us. This will be simple if we keep to our roles. No one improvises. We extract the supervisor quickly and quietly. No damage, no alarm. I smiled. Quiet and clean. Then food. Wally grinned. Artemis sighed. Superboy said nothing. Robin pretended he didn't hear me. Aqualad did not encourage or discourage. He set the pace. We boarded the bioship. Miss Martian lifted us into the dark and set us on the familiar path. The city fell behind in a line of small lights. The ridge rose out of the water as a low wall. The depot's glow pulsed in soft patterns that the patrols understood and we ignored. Miss Martian dipped us below the ridge lip and slid us into a pocket. The hull felt still under my palm. Position, she said in a calm voice. No patrols within 300 meters. No jamming. Lanes clear. Aqualad checked the clock. We have 4 minutes to midpoint. We move in 2. Tenno, pick your roof position now. On it, I said. I went to the lock with the pads curled in my hand and my lines tuned down. Hydroid fit like a glove for the slide. Rhino Prime rumbled quiet underneath, ready for a flip when needed. The lock opened. The water pressed evenly against my armor. I moved without a wake and reached the lateral lane's outer wall. The lane ran like a long slot along the depot's flank. Overhead, the ceiling track's 3 flush panels sat flat. The exterior roof above each panel had a seam I could find by touch. I set one pad above the first seam and pressed my palm along the metal until I felt the small vibration of the track motor. Quiet, steady. Asleep. I placed the second pad above the second panel and kept the third in my hand. Inside, Robin whispered, door handshake accepted. Side door open. Uplink mute on. Console flag placed. Artemis breathed, I'm at the cross corner. No movement yet. Superboy's voice sat in the COMM like a rock. Main hall held. Wally said, fall back lane ready, and then made himself stop talking. Miss Martian touched the back of my thoughts like a hand on my shoulder. Everything is quiet. I have you. Gamma and Kappa are steady. The ring around the depot is clean. Thanks, I sent. I kept my tone light. I'll keep the roof closed. Aqualad's words came even. At the midpoint, we pull. Do not show force unless they force it. I smiled. Understood. The lane's interior lights dimmed along one strip as the console registered the maintenance flag. The supervisor inside would see a blink on his panel and a small delay. He would want to check the door. He would bring his fob because he would expect to sign the maintenance fix. Robin's timing matched the next steps before they happened. 3 breaths, Robin said quietly. 2. 1. The side door hissed, opened, and held at a hand's width. I did not need to see inside to know what Aqualad saw. The supervisor in a short utility jacket. Clipboard case strapped to his hand. Fob clipped to his belt. Eyes tired, shoulders up, not expecting anyone at the door. Sir, we have a maintenance issue on. Robin started, and that was as far as he got before the man looked up and saw Aqualad standing behind him with a neutral face. The supervisor froze. He was not a guard. He was not trained to fight in a corridor with the maintenance console screaming small errors. He made a sound that wasn't loud. Aqualad caught his wrist gently, turned him, and guided him against the wall. Artemis stepped into the lane and put her bow at a low angle without pointing at his chest. "Do not shout." He did not. He stared at her bow, then at Aqualad, then at Robin's hands on the console, then at the open door to the exterior. He swallowed. His throat worked. Robin lifted the clipboard case away from his fingers with 2 fingertips. "Stay calm," Aqualad said, voice even. "You are being detained." The supervisor started, then stopped. Superboy moved up behind them and took the right side of the intersection. 2 workers down the hall glanced up and saw him. They sat down without being told. He didn't move. He didn't need to. Robin slotted the fob into the console and cleared the maintenance flag with the supervisor's own authority. The panel accepted it as valid and went back to normal. "Console is clean. Local log will show a blink. No uplink." Aqualad zip-strapped the supervisor's hands in front, not tight. "You will be escorted. You will be treated well." The man nodded once very quickly. He looked at the side door and then looked away. Aqualad turned him toward the outer door. I felt the motor under my palm change pitch. The first panel tried to slide. The pad bucked under my hand and then settled. The second panel woke. I pressed harder and held both down at once. The third seam stayed quiet. "Roof panels 1 and 2 tried to open," I said softly. "Both pinned." "Hold," Aqualad answered in the same calm voice. "We are leaving now." Artemis eased back to the door, steps controlled. Superboy kept his stance and then backed up 1 meter at a time without turning. Robin grabbed the clipboard case, clipped the supervisor's fob off his belt, and slid it into his own harness. He tapped the console twice with his knuckle and closed the cover. He did not linger. "Door," Aqualad said. Robin opened the side door fully. Aqualad guided the supervisor through. Artemis stepped out last, covering the corner even as she moved backward. Superboy slid out after her and closed the door. Robin stepped through and pressed the latch with 2 fingers. The light above the panel stayed green. He smiled to himself and then wiped the smile. "Clear," he said. I held the roof panels for 2 more slow breaths, then peeled the pads and rolled them onto my belt. The motors whined once and then died. I pushed off the roof and drifted to the lock. Miss Martian had the door open and the pressure equalized. We slid inside with a shuffle of quiet gear and controlled breaths. She sealed the lock. The hull held pressure. She turned us with a slow, small motion. The ridge rotated across the window. The depot fell behind with no lights flashing and no sudden movement. The patrol ring remained smooth on her board. Wally whispered, "And that is how we do it." Artemis bumped his shoulder without looking at him. "Do not make a habit of the running commentary." He grinned and forced his mouth closed. Superboy set his hands on the bench lip and leaned, just barely. His jaw released a notch. Aqualad guided the supervisor to sit and checked the zip straps a second time. Robin clipped the case and fob into the recorder mount and snapped it shut with an exact click. Miss Martian's voice had a small lift at the bottom. "Gamma confirms no change in perimeter. Kappa confirms no movement on the arc. We are clear for return." "Take us home," Aqualad said. We glided away from the depot and into familiar water. I took the moment to stretch my hands and roll my shoulders. Rhino Prime hummed very quietly under my skin, wanting the work that hadn't arrived. I let it settle and stay quiet. The supervisor's breathing leveled. He stared at Robin's recorder and then at the floor. He had a small cut on his finger from a crate corner. He didn't seem to notice it. He watched the way Aqualad moved and looked like he understood the difference between someone who enjoyed this and someone who did it because it was necessary. I sat on the bench arm and kept my tone easy. You will be fine. You will answer questions. You will eat. Then you will either help the guard fix your lanes or sit in a room and think about your life choices. He didn't look at me. He said, quietly, I log crates. That is all. Aqualad replied without judgment. Then that is what you will say. We docked. The ramp lowered. The guard squad waited with clean posture and steady eyes. The chief of security took the supervisor with a nod and a short, practical sentence that I didn't catch. The squad moved away with him. The handoff felt clean. We carried the recorder to the strategy room. Queen Mara stood with Aquaman, both watching the screen with the scientific comm they had kept from the start. The scientists slotted the recorder. Lines of fresh data spilled across the wall, inventory lists, lateral lane schedules, personal access timestamps, and the small maintenance blink we had created, stamped with the supervisor's fob ID. Robin pointed. There. The console blink is now an internal maintenance. If they investigate, the panel will say the cable sagged and reset. The scientist nodded. We will still send a guard tech in an hour to rewrite the excuse into a permanent fix. Aqualad stood with one palm on the table. With these 3 supervisors down, the chain to the flagship is exposed. We will use their keys and logs to plant a stall on the flagship's service lock during the reset window. Aquaman's voice remained even. The guard will hold the anchor ring and not appear until you are clear. Wally glanced at me and whispered, Wall time. Always, I said happily. Artemis watched the board with an expression that meant she was satisfied and wanted the next step already. Superboy stood exactly where he always stood, behind Aqualad's right shoulder, still and ready. Miss Martian sucked in a small breath and let it go, steady again. The scientist scrolled to the flagship's reset window and set a marker. 2 hours. The service lock will open for a maintenance cycle. If you insert a harmless stall with the supervisor keys, then the sub will hold at the safe anchor. If they deploy drones, it will be a limited release. You can handle it. Robin looked at me. He didn't say anything. He didn't need to. Aqualad nodded. We will eat and rest for 1 hour. Then we will move to the anchor. We will load the stall. We will not be seen. We will hold only long enough for the guard to position. We will not engage anyone we do not have to. Yes, I said, cheerful. I will be a very polite wall. Wally gave me a thumbs up. Artemis looked at me like she was deciding whether to smirk. Superboy smothered any expression at all. Miss Martian smiled and turned to the console to adjust the ring for the next shift. We broke to the guest wing for the short rest. Wally fell onto his bed and rolled over once, face first into the pillow, then pushed up and drank water because Miss Martian left a pitcher on the dresser and told him to hydrate. Artemis stretched her shoulders and rolled her neck, then checked the cable heads again with neat, practiced motions. Robin lay on his back and ran timing checks in the air with 2 fingers. Superboy stood at the window and watched the guard cycle their posts. Aqualad didn't sit. He stood in the doorway, present, watching us without staring. I leaned against the wall and breathed slow. I didn't feel heavy. I felt ready. When the hour hit, we met in the hangar with the same small kit and the new, simple addition, a stall package on a slim chip with the supervisor keys already embedded. Robin passed it to Aqualad, then took it back, then set it in a pouch like it was a note folded to the exact size. Maintenance stall only, he said quietly. It mimics a fault in the lock's solenoid. The sub's watchdog will accept it as a non-critical error. They will reroute. The lock will stay closed until a crew comes to poke it. Aqualad nodded. And by then we will be gone. Exactly, Robin said. We boarded. Miss Martian brought us out. The water felt colder, and the ridge seemed closer, but that was just the mission under the skin. The anchor for the flagship showed on the board as a low dome with cables sunk along a seam. The sub would come in light, touch the dome, and sit for the reset. We would be there under the lip. The guard would be further out, waiting for the box to be ready. Aqualad stood behind Miss Martian with his hand on her chair. We will not push this. If jamming rises too high, we leave. If drones deploy past Tenno's hold, we leave. The stall is enough to let the guard do their job later. Understood, she said. We slid along the rock. The anchor dome rose like a curve from the seafloor. The cables ran away in neat lines. The space under the lip was narrow. Miss Martian guided us into it without bumping the hull. She cut the hum to nothing. The bioship felt like it stopped existing from the outside. She said, in position. No patrols near. No drones deployed. No jamming. Aqualad checked the clock. 12 minutes. We waited. The hum of the anchor's core cycling under the dome felt like a calm pulse in the water. Wally squeezed his hands together and made himself stop. Artemis sat on the bench and pressed her thumb into the cap of a cable head until it clicked 3 times. Robin held the pouch with the chip and stared at nothing like he was running the steps in his head. Superboy did not move. Miss Martian tanked her breathing down and kept the net tuned until the far ring made sense to her again. The flagship arrived. It slid past the dome with the same heavy patience as before. It was big and plain. It did not fuss. It did not flash. It made no noise we could hear. It lined up over the anchor and settled. The lock along the service side cycled with a low tone only the machine understood. Aqualad's voice dropped. Go. We left the lock. The water took us in small, easy pushes. Robin reached the panel with the supervisor key and pressed the spoof to the seam. The door eased and lifted 1 finger's width. He slid the chip inside, pressed, waited, and tapped a single code. The panel flashed red once and settled to amber. He withdrew the chip and held his breath. Miss Martian's voice cut across the link, thin and steady. Jamming just started. Local only. I have the ship. I have Aqualad. Keep it tight. Aqualad spoke like a metronome. We are done. We leave. 2 small panels opened along the midline. Drones slid out. Not many. 4. 2 aimed for the dome. 2 aimed for the shadow under the lip. I felt my body shift without thought. I let Rhino Prime rise and lock. Armor closed. Iron skin surged. I moved past Robin and Aqualad, planted my feet on the dome, and put myself between the drones and the bioship. Here we go, I said, cheerful but focused. 1 drone fired. The bolt slapped my chest and spread away. Another drone tried to swing around me and shoot the bioship's angle. I stepped into it and crushed the emitter in my palm. The frame popped. The drone died. The first drone fired again. I reached out and broke it with a twist. The last 2 backed off and trying to find a line. Miss Martian tipped the nose a degree and presented harder angles. The bolt slid away. Robin touched the lock panel once with his fingertips and whispered, "Stall loaded." Lock closed. Watchdog accepted the fault. We're done. Aqualad's voice stayed level. Tenno. Inside. On my way, I said. I crushed the last 2 drones together and let them tumble. I backed toward the lock. I kept my body between the ship and the source until the door cycled. Miss Martian took us in and sealed. Everyone good? I asked. Good, Aqualad said. Artemis let out a small breath. Fine. Robin nodded. We got it. Superboy said, okay. Wally said, that was actually very calm. Miss Martian pulled us down and away from the dome. The sub sat over it, on amber, with a lock that would not open for a while. The guard would know where and when to close the box. We drifted out from under the lip. The ridge swallowed us again. The water felt smooth in the return path, like it had accepted that we were done for now. We docked in the bay. The guard captain met Aqualad at the ramp. They spoke quietly about timing. We took the chip to the strategy room and watched the scientist confirm the lock status with a judge's satisfaction. Meryl looked at Aqualad. You have done enough for the moment. Aqualad nodded. Yes, Your Majesty. Robin set the chip next to the recorder with the supervisor bundles, lined up squares that would matter for hours. Artemis sat near the wall and pretended the bench was more interesting than us. Wally leaned forward like he wanted a reward. Superboy leaned back like he wanted to stand between us and anything bad that walked through the door. Miss Martian rested one hand on the console and the other on her knee, breathing even again. I looked around and smiled. We're still good. We were.